right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, July 28th meeting of the Placer County Board of Supervisors. We will begin by a flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, I think we've changed a little bit of our procedures for people to participate, so I'm going to have the clerk read our participation processes.
In order to protect the public health and the safety of our Placer County citizens, the public comment for the Board of Supervisors meeting will be offered through a remote call-in line or virtually through a Zoom meeting. If you would like to give public comment for an item, please use the raise hand feature in the Zoom window or to queue for public comment. Do not speak or turn on your video until you have been called by the clerk to give your comment. Citizens who wish to comment telephonically may do so through the Zoom by pressing *9 to raise their hand or by signing up for a callback at 530-886-1800. Public comment will be open for each agenda item, so please call to sign up prior to when the chair announces the item.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Megan. All right, we'll move to our consent agenda, and if there are any items that need to be removed, we have item 29F that's being removed. Are there
29 what?
F as in Frank.
Okay, thank you.
29F.
And then I have one.
What do you have?
28B, training services. Just
28B.
Curious as to what some of those services are, yeah.
All right, any other items? And does anybody from the public wish to remove an item from the consent agenda? All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion, please.
Move approval of remainder consent.
Second.
All right, motion by Euler, second by Gustafson, and roll call, please.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes? Yes. Euler?
Aye.
Gustafson?
Aye.
Gore?
Aye. Okay, let's go to item 28B, which is training services agreement with Regents of the University of California, Davis. And not sure who that is, so there you are, Brett. All right, you're on Zoom, and if you want to go ahead and present, that'd be great.
Good morning, Supervisors. Brett Wood, your purchasing manager. This request is a negotiated agreement with Regents of University of California, Davis, and its training services. Specifically, those training services are to specific user goals and objectives for HHS staff, and it support the human and social services that are only available through UC Davis. These training services are exempt. They have traditionally been below the $100,000 threshold. However, this year they did increase, the cost jumped right up over $100,000. And so they're being requested, or the approval is being requested by your board. And this covers a 2-year period from July 28th through June 30th of 2022. With that, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Brett. Madam Chair, if I may.
No, go ahead.
It was in the staff report, and you said it. They're training services that are only available through UC Davis. I've never heard of such exclusivity. What are the kinds of services that only UC Davis and do all HHS, all 58 counties utilize only UC Davis? They have a little monopoly on that. I'm just very curious. I've never seen something like this where it's described that only one vendor is available and it happens to be a public university for something. So I'm just kind of curious as to what this particular training is that they seem to have the lock on the market.
And that may have been more of a misprint, sir, in the sense that they're probably not the only vendor that's available. However, our Health and Human Services team has worked with UC Davis, and these are continuing education credits that are available through them. I can reach out and get some additional information to better understand exactly what those credits encompass and if they are available from other agencies.
All right.
But
Yeah,
that's-
if you
we
would,
utilize that
I mean,
company.
we don't need to hold the item up for that. Well, I'm happy to go ahead and move the item, but I'm just curious, anytime, I'm told that we only have one vendor, it creates a little question for me, so. All right.
Understood.
Thank you, appreciate the answer, and with that, I'll move item 28B.
A motion by Euler, second by Gustafson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Brett.
Thank you.
And now 29F, which is Hidden Falls Regional Park Trails Expansion Project and a Second Amendment of Consultant Services Agreement. Good morning, Andy.
The item 29F before you today is to approve a second amendment to the consultant services agreement with AECom, our technical services consultant for producing the subsequent environmental impact report for the Hidden Falls Regional Park Trails Expansion project. This would increase the not-to-exceed amount of the contract from the present $283,678 by an additional $73,300 to a total of $356,978. The request also asks for a spending authority of an additional $10,000 in the future in case additional services are required to complete the final EIR. I'll give you a little bit of background on Hidden Falls and the expansion project. Hidden Falls Regional Park today, 1,200 acres, open to the public in 2013 with 30 miles of trail and a single trailhead off Mears Place. The project was born out of the Placer Legacy Program, voted on by the public in 2000 to implement our general plan open space element to preserve open space, agriculture, recreation, and historical property as development increased in western Placer County. So that project that's there today opened in the year 2013. There have also been an additional 11 property acquisitions beginning in, I believe, 2007 that have resulted in 2,700 more acres in addition to the 1,200 that are all connected with the county either owning portions of the property or partnered with the Placer Land Trust with trail rights across all that property. So with that trail connectivity easements in place in 2016, we began a subsequent environmental impact report to study the level of development and opening to the public on that additional 2,700 acres. In 2019, the county was approached with a property owner off Bell Road with a property they referred to as Twilight Ride that offered 50 acres that would connect Bell Road to those expansion properties that we were studying. With that, we essentially backed up the environmental impact report to look at what the inclusion of that Twilight Ride property would look like. We came before you with the first amendment to the consultant services agreement at that time to study what the project would now look like, including the Twilight Ride property. The county closed escrow on that 50 acres in February of this year. Today we're before you with the second amendment, and there's two elements to the additional services that we're asking for today that the consultant has asked for. One is the work it took to get to the draft document that is online today. We've published the draft document. We've been through a public comment period. During the time of study, the CEQA guidelines changed at the state level in two different areas. One was traffic. We're transitioning from a study of level of service, which is congestion and backup at intersections, on a traffic impact basis to a vehicle mile traveled basis, the number of vehicles and how long it takes and how far away they come. That's at the state level, and so we addressed both of those in our document. So that took additional work. The other was wildfire consideration. Wildfire is now its own chapter, so we elevated the study of wildfire impacts within the study. So that got us to the draft report that's out today. The second element is getting us to the final document. We received about 500 comments, a little over 500 comments on the document. CEQA requires that you respond to each of those comments. They were about 75% expressing support for the project, about 25% expressing opposition to the project, and all of them, whether in support, or most of them, whether in support or not, had individual concerns, questions, that sorts of thing. The original EIR for Hidden Falls, the final EIR, which is mostly those comments and your response to them, It was about a 1/4 inch thick. The one today with those 500 comments is about 4 inches thick, and we haven't finished responding to them yet. So it's a larger effort to finish this environmental impact report. So that's the reason for the request for additional services for our consultant to finish the contract. There were some folks I know that wrote some letters expressing some concerns about that. I'll stop here for now and just allow for any questions and be on hand for any questions.
Thank you, Andy. Any questions from supervisors? All right, do we have any public questions?
Well, maybe I should ask a question. So Andy, obviously a lot of my constituents are very concerned about the project in general and have submitted comments and want answers. I believe they want answers. If we were to not approve this, then there would be no resolution on this project moving forward. We wouldn't complete the environmental document, is that correct?
Correct.
We wouldn't be able to answer or respond to their questions or concerns, so.
That is
I just
true.
want to be clear. One of the comments had other ideas of what we should do with this funding to help people during the pandemic, and I appreciate that. But for the $83,000 to get these questions answered and then be able to have a public discussion on those responses, I think is really critical. But I know some would just as soon stop now and not proceed. And I think that's what we're continuing to hear, is people opposed to the project wanting to stop it now. The comments that you have, you need more time and we need to address these new changes in CEQA.
Correct.
Yeah, and this is the debate I think we have as public officials. You know, we've got to get the information in order to make an informed decision one way or the other.
You know, if I could interject here, it's always important, no matter what the board may decide on the merits of a project, to ensure that any environmental review document that the county produces, and this is a county project, is legally adequate. We use consultants because they have the expertise in responding to those kind of questions and the expertise in the changes in the law. And it's incumbent upon us to produce that kind of legally adequate document.
I would, if I may, also mention that the funding for this increase has been in the project account since the inception of the project. It's not uncommon for EIRs to require additional services. So while it derived from general funds, it is discretionary money. It's been in that account since 2016 for this purpose. We're not asking for additional general fund out of some other pocket at this point.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Supervisor Holmes?
Yeah, thank you, Andy. We've been getting a lot of comments, particularly since Supervisor Gustus and I. I imagine many of those comments with the change in state law about wildfire, most of those comments, is it safe to assume that most of those comments are regarding fire? Or is that?
Fire and traffic, I think, are the
Traffic.
two areas that we've heard the most comments from.
All right, okay, thank you.
All right, any public comment? Okay.
Judy, please go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, good morning. My name is Judy Eisman, and thank you, supervisors, and thank you, Andy. Andy, you answered my question about the CEQA being out of scope, and the only item that I would like to make a comment about is those 500 letters. Through the Freedom of Information Act, they were shared with Protect Rural Placer, and I appreciate that. And I just want to let you know that although a majority of those letters are in favor, this was not the appropriate time to say, I want the park. And many of those, and I have read them, are one line saying, I like the park, I want the park. Protect Rural Placer, we were very specific in coaching our neighbors and families and friends about this, that they were to address the EIR specifically. We weren't looking for, hey, yes, I don't want the park here. We weren't looking for those type of comments. So I wanted to let you know why there might have been that ratio in favor and those against. And that's my comment for today, and thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Do we have any other callers? No other callers. All right, thank you. We'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Any discussion? Motion?
Second.
All right, motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and move to public comment, and this is the time for the public to comment on items that are not on our agenda. I believe we have comment via Zoom now, so keep your ears open so you know whether or not you are in the queue, and let's take comments. Thank you very much.
Good morning, caller. Please state your name for the record.
Oh, yes. Is this me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, Chris Hager of Tahoe City. Good morning, supervisors. In preparing to comment yesterday about the Workforce Housing Preservation Program, I decided there were a couple of other things that I wanted to say as well concerning housing, and especially in the Eastern Placer and North Tahoe area. First, I find the county's approach to addressing housing issues in the Eastern Placer County and the Placer portion of the North Tahoe Basin to be utterly incoherent. In my review of materials, I have yet to come across any succinct declaration of what exactly the housing issues we hear so much about are. Rather, here, there, and everywhere, these issues are implied or mentioned in the context of proposed solutions. I believe this failure to start at the beginning, that is, with an explicit acknowledgement of the nature and scope of these issues, is problematic and counterproductive to achieving effective housing solutions that serve our community. Why is this failure to articulate the issues problematic? For one, it leads to an incoherent, piecewise, and patchwork approach to addressing the issues. Two, it leaves some issues implied. This is problematic because, in my opinion, some of the issues which have been the subject of discussion and proposals are not, in fact, legitimate issues that the county should be concerned about. That is, they are not legitimate governmental ends worthy of government intervention and fiscal support. Three, if these issues were succinctly articulated, it would be easy to discuss the relative merits of addressing the various issues. In other words, some issues are more problematic and worth addressing than others. Prioritizing such issues is essential and, as far as I can tell, yet to happen. For example, if, upon considering all the needs, severity, and legitimacy of housing-related issues, the construction of multifamily units for low and moderate income earners is, as I believe to be the case, determined to be the top priority, then it makes no sense for a program such as the Workforce Housing Preservation Program discussed yesterday to be proposed ahead of programs and policies that address the priority issue. Second area I'd like to comment on. I'm a scientist, and in science, it's acknowledged that no one has the answer. Rather, knowledge about the world gradually and incrementally emerges as a result of a process involving competing ideas and theories. Over time, this process has proved to be quite possibly the single greatest boon to humanity in history. Unfortunately, this process is not at all embodied in the numerous, dare I say countless, studies the county and other agencies commission to base their policies and proposals off of. Rather, consultants such as BAE Economics and Hansford Consulting put forth some highly flawed document based on untenable assumptions, poor analyses, and invalid data. As a result, you are presented with wildly inaccurate estimates and conclusions concerning the needs of our communities, as well as highly misleading data and findings that make ineffective and inefficient policies and proposals seem like good ideas when, in fact, they are anything but. Worse yet, there is nothing resembling a peer review process or allowing for alternative arguments concerning the nature of housing issues or the validity of data used in these studies. Despite numerous comments I've made indicating the severe problems with these studies, their assumptions, the data, and most consequentially the findings, no one seems to listen to these legitimate, warranted, and accurate critiques. Rather, the county just plows ahead based off of the gross misrepresentation of housing issues in our area. This is not productive, does not serve our community, and, in the end, leads to a terribly inefficient use of resources. If the county wishes to serve the community, then this process and these studies need to be seen for what they are, a single, highly flawed approach towards understanding and addressing the issues in our community. I urge you to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for your comments, and I would encourage you, if you've not had a chance to speak with our housing specialist, Shauna Purvines, who is our planner, it might be helpful to go through the entire process with her so that you actually see the scope of the work that the county is working on. and then I'm sure she's happy to answer questions, and we appreciate your input. With that, next caller, please.
John, please go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, this is John Schmandel. I live in Rockland. And what I wanted to talk about, and I don't know if it's on the agenda or not, so if it is on the agenda, you can just stop me and I'll comment then. But I wanted to talk about the problems with face coverings in Placer County, really the problems with having safe places to shop. I'm 63 years old. I'm in the at-risk group. If I get the coronavirus, it's probably not going to be a good outcome. So I have to be super safe. But there's really no safe places to shop in Placer County. And, we've been out to various places that say they require face coverings, but when you actually go in the store, it's not being implemented. And I would like to see some sort of a program put together that would be like a safe shopping zone, because, we're having all this opening up going on, and I'm all in favor of the opening up and, generating economic activity. But for those of us in the community that have to stay safe because of our age and our pre-existing conditions, we need alternatives as well. And so I just wanted to throw out the idea of maybe creating some sort of like a safe shopping zone where we could go and talk to the people like in a big complex, like maybe the Target complex at Sierra College in 80, and say, would you guys be interested in having a mandatory face covering, safe shopping zone area, and that would be enforced and all that, and then potentially maybe fund it through a small sales tax for people that shop in that zone, and see, how that works. I don't know exactly how that all would be implemented, but I think we need some kind of a solution here for those of us in Placer County who, just really can't shop in the current situation that we're having out there in the world.
Thank you, John, for your comments. Appreciate it. And so I appreciate your comments. I mean, we do have a mandatory state order for face coverings, and I have seen a lot of people comply, but I appreciate your comments. We will, for anybody else, we do have an update on the coronavirus this afternoon at 2 o'clock. So that'll be the time for other folks to call in regarding that item. So with that, we'll take the next caller, please.
We currently have no more. No more.
Oh, I'm more than shocked. Okay. No other comments. You caught me off guard. All right, so we'll go ahead and close public comment. And this is the time for board member comments. Any board member want to make any comments? Any CEO update? I'm going to take this off, and I am going to make a quick comment, just because I think it's important, and our board has not addressed this. But that is, I want to address a couple of comments that our board received regarding two requests. One, an enforceable code of conduct for social media, and the second, a request to censor Supervisor Euler. And there are and the claims regarding that, inflammatory social media posts that are believed to spread mistrust and disinformation, and the second one is the use of language describing the COVID-related deaths of 2 San Quentin prisoners. And to both of these requests, I am going to respectfully decline. While I'm chair of this board, we will not reprimand our board members for comments they make in a public forum or on their social media accounts. It is entirely inappropriate for this body to restrict the free speech of our members. The public also has a right to the freedom of speech, to our First Amendment, and you all have the right to share concerns, ask questions, or advocate for an issue. But our board will sit on this dais and we will listen to your comments and concerns, and you have the right to freedom of speech. And we will listen to you whether or not we agree with you. You have the right to be heard, just as each board member has the right to be heard on their opinions. So we respect the First Amendment, and we will continue to allow the First Amendment to proceed in this county, at this dais, and in the public forum. And as Supervisor Euler even said previously, One position does not mean that the entire board takes a position. So just like the U.S. Congress or the state legislature, if one member of those bodies has an opinion, that doesn't necessarily represent the opinions of the rest of that body. So with that, I respect my colleagues. I respect the fact that we respect one another on this board. We allow people to have differing opinions, and we will continue to do that. I appreciate the dialogue we have had over the last, especially several months with these challenging issues, and I think it's important for us to actually question facts, actually try to get to the root of what's going on, and we do that respectfully. So with that, that is my comment for today, and I appreciate the public understanding our position, my position as board chair, about the importance of everyone's First Amendment right. Supervisor Holmes?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your comments. I just wanted to make a comment about I've decided not to wear the mask in the meetings because as a young lad, I suffered from asthma, and sitting here for over a period of time, I start getting lightheaded and somewhat nauseous. Now, there are those who will say that it was Supervisor Euler that makes me nauseous. That is not true. So I do wear my mask in public when I'm in the store or at any event, but I can't wear it in here because I just get short of breath. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes. Supervisor Gustafson?
Well, and to that point, I think it's hard sometimes for the public to hear us clearly speaking through our masks, and I just want to assure the public we are physically distanced from each other and are cautious about that when we take those off. I wanted to echo your comments, Bonnie. That was well said, Chair, and I think it's so important for us to recognize not only the behavior of the five of us and how we respect each other, but also how we respect all of those who have supported each of us in our current positions. So often people say, well, why are you tolerating a supervisor's point of view and having discussion with that? And I think there's hundreds, if not thousands of people that have supported that position, and I've heard that dialogue. So, you know, what we all need to be working on is getting over this divisiveness and allowing to have honest debate and interaction with each other as well as within the community, and respect for others' opinions. So I thank you for addressing the issue, because I should have, and I appreciate that you brought it up.
And I'll, one more thing with respect, and that is, I didn't bring it up during public comment, but because we want to be respectful, if a member of the public decides to curse or use inappropriate language, I will ask the clerk to turn off your microphone or shut off your call, because that is not respectful. And I'm not going to cuss out others, but I certainly don't stand for it, and we need to respect one another and actually show public dialogue that can be respectful. We might disagree. So that's a reminder for folks in the future. Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, I want to, first of all, say thank you. Second of all, I want to apologize to my colleagues, not for anything that I've said, but for the anger that has been directed at you over things that I have said. We're living in an interesting time. I remember not too many years ago, there was an expression, I may not agree with what you say, but I would defend to the death your right to say it. And these days, people are more of the mind of, I will punch you in the face if I don't like what you say, because your words hurt me and that gives me a right to hurt you back physically. This cancel culture horse ass has got to stop. And the notion that you don't like something and therefore you shouldn't have to hear it, that's not really what the First Amendment's about. That's not really how this country was established and developed. And so if you really want to see hurtful language, you really want to see things that might blow your mind, look at some of the comments on some of my social media posts, and they're not from the people that support my positions. The angry words and the hurtful words and the threats of physical violence, aren't coming from people that are on there supporting me, and they're not coming from me. They're coming from people that disagree with me, and you disagree with me, fine, but do it in the way that we've established. We are a nation of laws, and we do have a right to express our opinion in the public square, and social media happens to be that public square these days. And so if you think that somehow one of us getting elected to public office then forfeits our right to access the public square, you don't really understand how the rule of law works. So I apologize that the pressure is being placed on you folks. I don't apologize for anything that I've said or that I will say in the future, but it is in no way, as I've said before, should it be reflective of anything that you think and you believe. And I do appreciate the fact that both publicly and privately, all five of us have had very good, strong interactions on issues ranging from our current public health issue to parks and trails and land development in Tahoe and all kinds of things, but we all do it respectfully. And so I thank you, Chair, for your statement this morning, and I look forward to ongoing future healthy dialogue among this board.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. Supervisor Wygant?
Well, I'm not going to be the only one left out, so I'll
Because you have a right to freedom of speech.
That's right, thank you. So, Bonnie, not a chance. Thank you for leading that off. That was refreshing and I think probably long overdue. That I would only add that I think it's actually our obligation here, particularly at a local level, to have open, honest, and respectful dialogue. And for people who are troubled by that, I actually feel badly for them. So we need to actually fly in the face of those who are requesting us to behave in a manner that they find acceptable, because that's not free speech, and that's not how we have a good, healthy exchange of diverse ideas, and that's not how we develop good policy. So thanks for leading that off, and I'm glad we had the chance to chime in on it.
Thank you. Let's move to the work at hand. Yes, County Council, please.
I know I'm not a board member and can't give a report, but I just received some good news this morning that I think is worth sharing on the record. The Shavers Mill Workforce Housing Project, Neighborhood Partners, who's the affordable housing provider, closed escrow on their construction funding yesterday and intends to start constructing workforce housing this week.
Great, good news. Nice to have some good news. Thank you, Karen. All right, we'll move to item 1A, which is Child Support Services, and it's a proclamation declaring August 2020 as Child Support Awareness Month in Placer County. And I believe we have presentation from staff, correct?
Hello.
Good morning.
Good.
Oh,
Laura Van Buskirk. I've had the pleasure of meeting a couple of you from our Board of Supervisors, but not everyone. So I wanted to take just a moment to introduce myself by Zoom, and thank you for allowing us to participate by Zoom today. I'm honored to be before you today remotely to talk a little bit about Child Support Awareness Month and to request that you approve a proclamation declaring August 2020 as Child Support Awareness Month in Placer County. I'm joined on Zoom today by Susan Dunlap, who is our program manager here in Child Support Services, and we also have Jeff Thompson, our administrative and fiscal officer, on the line. Susan and I have a very short PowerPoint that we would like to present to you this morning. And then Jeff is here. He's graciously made himself available by Zoom in case you have any specific questions related to our budget or to funding. So if we could go to the first slide, please. Thank you. August is designated as Child Support Awareness Month nationally. This is a national initiative to raise awareness about the services provided by the child support program, but also to recognize the parents, caretakers, and the relatives who play such an important role in the lives of our children. The state of California also recognizes August each year as Child Support Awareness Month. And thanks to the support of all of you, our Board of Supervisors, since 2009, Placer County has recognized Child Support Awareness Month as well. Next slide, please. COVID-19, as we all know, has changed so much about how we live and how we work, and it's had a tremendous impact, as you're all well aware, on our economy. And that economic impact extends as well to our own child support program. The State Department of Child Support Services, known as DCSS, recently implemented statewide budget reductions for every local child support agency in the state of California, and Placer was not immune from those cuts. Our department received a 5% reduction of our budget, or $328,165. But I wanted to assure you, while I've not been with the department long, as you all know, in my short time here, I have found that our team is quite resilient and innovative. We have come together as the leadership team in Child Support Services to acknowledge that we have a very important job to do, and we have resolved that we will identify budget solutions that will have minimal impact on our customer care, our team of employees, and also on our federal performance measures. We know as Californians struggle during these incredibly challenging times that it's critically important that we continue to share with our community how the child support program can assist them, and that we be able to maintain the highest level of service to be able to help them through this pandemic. On that note, I'd like to turn it over to Program Manager Susan Dunlap. She's going to share with you a little bit more about our department services, our performance, which is very impressive, I know we're all so proud of, and then a couple of specific activities that we've designed and put together related to Child Support Awareness Month. So I'll hand it over to Susan.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to present to the board today. I wanted to go over a little bit of our available services as well as some of our statistics for the current year, and then some activities that we have planned for Child Support Awareness Month. Our services will continue despite any budgetary cutbacks. We provide the opportunity to establish support orders and health orders for people, parentage, including genetic testing, enforcement of support orders or health orders, modification of such orders, enforcement of past due child support, and then of course accurate accounting and bookkeeping. We also provide location to find parents, and we collaborate with other jurisdictions and states in our effort to provide those services. Next slide, please. Thank you. On the updated, for the update for the extended services, starting in federal fiscal year 2017, our department started offering enforcement of Smith-Ostler or bonus order cases. This continues to be a successful venture for us. These are court-ordered funds for families which are previously not collected by child support, and still to this day, many child support counties are not able to enforce these orders. These are very challenging orders and cases to enforce, and some of the local child support agencies just do not have the resources to do that. So collections to date for us here in Placer County is we have collected $415,000 in additional child support, which is in addition to their regular monthly child support that is awarded by the court order. And that is our number through June of 2020. So far, we are ahead of our collections for this time last year. And to date, we've collected over $1.5 million in additional child support through the Smith-Ostler program. Next slide, please. Our collections, over $27 million was collected by our department for the last federal fiscal year ending September 30th, 2019. Most of the money that is collected is sent directly to families. Many of those families reside in Placer County. Though the pandemic certainly has provided us with some challenges, as Laura stated, and as we're all very aware, our department remains focused on providing services to families, and we are on target to exceed our previous collections and our performance statistics. Next slide, please. A little bit of a brief update on our statistics. These are as of the end of June. Placer County in paternity establishment was at 99.9%. Cases with a support order, 96.3%, and collections on current support, 76.3%. Cases with an arrears collection, we're at 80.1%. This is the first time ever that we have reached that 80 percentile in the collections on cases with an arrears. And our cost effectiveness for the end of federal fiscal year 2019 was $4.13. So we collect $4.13 for every $1 that we expend to operate the program. The line below that is the statewide average in each of those categories. And as you can see, Placer County is far above the statewide average in all of the categories. And a little snippet as to our statewide rankings over the last few federal fiscal years. In 2012, we were in 36th place out of the 58 counties. And then we implemented a stratification model in Placer County that allowed us to work cases better and working smarter and not harder. And as you can see, our performance has gone up in the ranks. Last federal fiscal year, we were tied for first place with San Luis Obispo County, and we are the only medium-sized county that is in not only first place, but we have great performance and excellent cost effectiveness. Next slide, please. This year, for Child Support Awareness Month, we have a couple of events. The board may be aware that in the last couple of years, we've had basically an on-site kind of an event where children get to play games and win prizes. And with COVID providing us with the challenges that we have this year, we will not have an on-site activity, but we are still offering our backpack raffle for children who need those school supplies and backpacks. And currently we are accepting entries for our raffle, and we will be choosing a winner, or all of the winners, I should say. We have approximately 40 backpacks to provide to local children, and that will be our drawing will be conducted on Monday. And then we will have an art contest in the month of August for children to submit their artwork. We have 4 age groups, 0 to 5, 6 to 9, 10 to 12, 13 to 18. There's cash prizes for the winner in each category, and then a grand prize winner as well. All cash prizes have been donated by our Child Support Services staff members. The next slide is just a snippet of the backpack raffle flyer that was sent out to parents. And we, although our backpack raffle started in July, it will conclude in August, which is Child Support Awareness Month. And the reason for those timeframes is that we want to get the backpacks into the hands of the kids and families so that they have those for the start of school. And that is all I have for you, unless you have questions for me. But I would like to take this one brief opportunity to thank Todd and the Board of Supervisors for hiring Laura to lead our great department. She is the perfect fit. So thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. Appreciate the update and really terrific work. Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, I want to, first of all, thank you for the presentation. As my colleagues know, I have some familiarity with this department and their operations, and it, as we all throughout county government have struggled with service delivery during this time of COVID, what I've found fascinating to observe is how this particular department, given the nature of what they do and the folks with whom they interact, as 40 million Americans have lost their jobs, that of course then translates into their ability to pay bills. And one of the bills that a number of those people have to pay is their child support order. And these are court ordered. And so what we've seen is a significant increase in demand of folks reaching out to Department of Child Support Services to say, what can I do? I've lost my job. I can't make my payment. I've got a court order. And so as we've ramped down in many areas of service, they saw their demand for service go up at the time the courts are closed, right? So Susan, if you could talk a little bit about how you guys have had to adapt and be very innovative in your service delivery during this time with these court closures and this increased service demand.
Certainly, yeah, that was definitely a challenge for us when our customers needed service. The courts were not there for us to process documents because they had the same challenges that we did, is trying to provide services to everyone with all the precautions in place. So there were a few weeks where we were not able to file court order documents. However, with everybody else trying to do business the way that they do, there were processes put into place to protect the customers so that when they were able to get into court, that they could modify the support if that's what was going to happen back to the date that was needed. And so we worked very closely with the court to work out a process for people to appear telephonically and by video. And again, this didn't just affect child support. I mean, it affected all court operations. And so family law outside of child support was affected also. We have a great relationship with the court staff. So matter of fact, we had a meeting last week with them to try to streamline some operations moving forward as well to provide to the public. What part of our challenge was is that while we were not able to file paperwork, that also has a direct impact not only on the customer but on our performance measures, which are mandated by the federal government. And so we weren't able to file paperwork with the courts to obtain those support orders that I talked about or resolve the paternity that was needing to be resolved. So all of those things were on hold for several weeks. And now with the court operations operating again, we are moving forward. Our court calendar was full for quite a bit because things that were scheduled early this year were continued out until summertime and into the early fall. And then additionally, there's been a significant amount of paperwork that we sent over to the court for filing to obtain those court orders for support and for modification that were needed early on this year and weren't able to be sent over there.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right, any other questions? It looks like not. Go ahead, Cindy.
Thanks. I just wanted to welcome Laura. We haven't had a chance to formally meet, but again, as being the newest supervisor up here, thinking about the progress that has been made in the collections when I look at this last 10 years of where the county was to where we are today, I want to thank my colleagues for all the effort they put in and support for this department and all the incredible staff. It's such an important service you're providing to these families and these kids, and I look at it and I go to, this is one where we really want to be number one on the list. There's other lists today that we don't want to be number one on, but this one, and how proud we should all be as Placer County residents for the staff we have doing this incredible work. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gustafson.
All right.
Really just honored to be here and thank Susan for her kind remarks and appreciate the support of Mr. Leopold and of the board. Just really glad to be here and a part of this tremendous department.
Great, thank you. Do we have any calls from the public, Megan? All right, then we'll go ahead, close public comment, and with that, I will take a motion to approve the proclamation.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to item 2A, which is the annexation of CP 3500 Cincinnati, ... So we have Michelle on, is that Michelle? I can't see, but hi, Michelle.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Hi, good morning. This is a quick one again. We have an annexation into our Sunset Fire and Emergency Services CFD 2012-1 in the Sunset area. As you mentioned, this property is owned by CP 3500 Cincinnati. It's commonly known as Placer Gold Industrial Park, and this is for lots 5 through 7. So this is the third annexation that we have in that industrial park. Keeping it short and simple with that, this is a condition of their map that they're required to annex. Happy to answer any questions, or we can go ahead and go through the proceedings to consider any protests, tabulate the ballots, and adopt the resolution. Happy to answer any questions, though, that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. So yes, we're conducting a public hearing, and the clerk is going to pull out the results from that public hearing. Any questions, by the way, from any board member? No. And we'll open this up to the public. Any questions from the public? Okay, now you can go ahead and read the results.
We received one ballot in favor.
All right, that was easy. All right, so with that, I will go ahead and entertain a motion.
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Wygant, second by Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you,
Thank you.
Michelle. Item 3A, which is Placer Vineyard Specific Plan First Development Phase Property 4B Development Agreement Amendment, ... All right, and it looks like we have in the room our staff. So, good morning, folks.
Good morning, Supervisors. Nick Trefero with the Planning Services Division, here to present the Placer Vineyards tentative map modification and development agreement amendment for property 4B. So I just want to start by giving you a brief background on Placer Vineyards specific plan. The specific plan area is located in the southwest corner of Placer County near the city of Roseville. It is in the Dry Creek Community Plan area. The Placer Vineyard specific plan covers 5,230 acres, and the plan includes the ultimate construction of up to 14,300 residential dwelling units, plus commercial and office land uses, open space, parks, and schools. Property 4B is in the central portion of the specific plan area. Baseline Road is located to the north, and Watt Avenue is to the east. So the Planning Commission approved the 4B tentative subdivision map back on December 14, 2017. As approved, it includes 3 residential villages with a total of 225 medium-density residential lots. It also includes a CMU commercial mixed-use lot that would hold ultimately 88 units. 31 units would meet the 10% affordable housing requirement. There's also a business professional power center site located just east of the CMU site, but it is not part of this subdivision. As approved, access to the property would be provided from Baseline Road via 12th Street and Baseline Road via 14th Street and Property 7, and also Watt Avenue via A Street. So proposed modifications include changes to A Street and Watt Avenue improvement requirements. Condition of approval 66 would be revised to change the A Street roadway connection to Watt Avenue to be emergency vehicle access only, and intersection improvement requirements for Watt Avenue would be eliminated. Also, there would be changes to the affordable housing, revising condition of approval 227, and amending the development agreement to change the timing of affordable housing construction. The applicant has requested these modifications since they are one of the first properties to develop and would have a significant upfront infrastructure and financing costs associated with the project as currently approved. So this slide shows the current approved on-site infrastructure plan, showing A Street constructed as a 2-lane roadway connecting to Watt Avenue, and also Watt Avenue is a fully signalized intersection. Also shows a proposed revised on-site infrastructure plan with A Street terminating at E Drive and the remainder of A Street being constructed as the EVA connecting to Watt Avenue. So those remaining improvements, the connection to Watt Avenue and the signalization, would actually occur with the development of the PC site, the Business Professional Power Center site. So in regards to the affordable housing changes, so as originally approved, condition 227 and the DA required the developer to complete design and receive development approvals for the affordable housing project when 50% of the single-family building permits have been issued, and the developer was required to complete construction of the affordable units when 75% of the single-family building permits have been issued. Also, the CMU lot was reserved for all of the affordable units, including the moderate units. With the modification, all single-family lots could be developed prior to the affordable units being constructed. Also, the 6 moderate income units could be constructed within and concurrent with the single-family residential units. And this could be accommodated by deed restricting the units, constructing duplexes, and/or secondary dwelling units. The CMU site would still be identified for the low and very low income units, and the developer would be required to provide all infrastructure so the site is shovel-ready for these units by the 63rd building permit. To provide further assurance that affordable housing will be developed, the owner of the CMU site and the BPPC site would be required to record an irrevocable offer of dedication, dedicating the land and fee to the county if specific milestones for affordable housing units are not achieved. So the first milestone would be year 2 from build out of all the single-family units. The developer shall submit the project for the affordable housing project for design review approval and initiate negotiation of an affordable housing financing agreement with the county. The second milestone, 3 years from build out, the developer shall initiate construction of the low and very low income units. And then lastly, 10 years from notice of acceptance of all the backbone infrastructure, construction needs to be completed for all of the affordables and certificates of occupancy issued. Regards to CEQA compliance, so for the specific plan, the final EIR was adopted and certified back in 2007. This map modification is considered exempt from CEQA since the modifications are consistent with the specific plan and comply with the development density established by the specific plan and analyzed in the final EIR. So with that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Nick. Appreciate it. Questions? I just have one point of clarification.
Sure.
On the slide that, I think it's slide 11. But basically, if these milestones are not met for the affordable housing trigger, then the landowner would give the land to the county, correct?
Correct.
So they have incentive, that is their incentive to actually get these units built, correct?
Right.
Right? They don't want to just hand over land, which is a valuable commodity to the county.
Exactly.
And then if you would just clarify for me again, when the intersection of Watt Avenue and A Street would be developed?
So that would occur once that power center BPPC site is developed. That would trigger those improvements to occur.
Okay. And right now, the way the plan is that those housing units, the existing roadways could accommodate those housing units without that thoroughfare being completed.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Other questions? No. All right, let's open it up to the public for comments from the public.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
This is Veronica Blake with Placer Community Foundation.
Good morning, Veronica.
First, I just...
Go ahead, sorry. Good morning, Veronica.
Can you hear me, Bonnie?
Yes,
Okay,
go ahead.
Yeah. I want to say I appreciate the developer reaching out and also the staff for talking with us about the project. My concern is really related to the affordable housing, and that what we don't want to do is set precedent for the 20-plus other properties at Vineyards that will be coming in afterwards. And I know this project has unique circumstances that might make its obligations seem more challenging. A number of years ago, though, a special deal was made for one project, and that was the fee in lieu at $4,000 for affordable housing. And with that, it carried forward into many other projects that wanted the same deal. So I just want to make sure that we realize that this is important and that we don't dilute the affordable housing components of future projects. It's going to provide the county a great opportunity to start meeting its RENA obligations for affordable housing, and we just don't want to set a precedent. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Thank you, Veronica. Appreciate those comments and certainly hear your point. Any other callers?
No.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll close public comment. Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, an observation more than anything else. And I appreciate Veronica's comments. Our board has sat through many a hearing where we've been told, well, just make them build it. And I think this is a good illustration of the myriad components that go into financing the construction of a successful development project. And our board, while yes, we need to meet our affordable housing requirements, we also need to understand the dynamics of a market that is going through tremendous uncertainty right now, significant labor challenges right now, and then how, when you're dealing with a project of this size and this scope, how certain components of the project, those going earlier and all the rest, are bearing an inordinate upfront cost that they will hopefully be reimbursed by other property owners in the project later on as it develops. But we, as a board, have all of these different issues that we have to consider, and so it's more, I hope, illustrative to, and as Veronica indicated with her understanding of this, hopefully it's illustrative to folks who are the affordable housing advocates that we hear from with great regularity, that yes, we understand our obligation, we intend to meet our obligation, but we have got to be able to work with the development community cooperatively in order to meet that. Is my time up? Thank you. In order to meet that obligation, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. Any other comments before our board moves forward with an action? All right. May I have?
Move approval.
Move approval. And a second by Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And we are moving to our 10 o'clock timed item, which is for a California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection Cooperative Fire Protection Agreement for fiscal year 2021. And good morning. Look at that. We're like, this is like almost unheard of in the last 5 months where we've actually have an item close to being on time. So congratulations, Chief.
And in person.
And in person. All right. Good morning. How are you, Sarah?
Good morning. How are you? Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Sarah Poindexter, Management Analyst with the County Executive Office. And joining me today is CAL FIRE Unit Chief Brian Estes. I'm here today to request the following action: that your board adopt a resolution approving the CAL FIRE Cooperative Fire Protection Agreement for fiscal year 2021 in the amount of $13,649,843. To provide an orientation, this map depicts the various fire service entities within Placer County. You'll see Placer County Fire Service area reflected in the buttercream yellow area, which is quite a large area. It's approximately 475 square miles of unincorporated county, the equivalent of roughly 1/3 the total county area. Serving as Placer County Fire, CAL FIRE provides fire protection, fire prevention, emergency medical services, hazardous materials, all-hazard emergency incident response, and dispatch service to a population of approximately 57,000 people. This also includes administrative and operational overhead, supporting all career and volunteer fire stations, including round-the-clock chief officer coverage, training, fleet maintenance, procurement, communications, and facility maintenance support. The CAL FIRE contract provides staffing of 60 full-time equivalent firefighters, as well as management and oversight of approximately 43 volunteer and resident firefighters operating out of Dutch Flat, Page, Ophir, Thermalands, Dry Creek, and Sheridan. Full-time career service is provided by 7 engine companies operating out of 5 full-time career stations in North Auburn, Ophir, Lincoln, Dry Creek, and the Sunset Industrial area, as well as 3 Amador stations located in Alta, Colfax, and Bowman. Your board may recall the Amador agreement provides service through CAL FIRE-owned stations, with CAL FIRE assuming jurisdiction during fire season and Placer County maintaining jurisdiction in the off-season. Through this method, the county is able to reduce costs by leveraging existing state and local resources to maximize service delivery throughout Placer County Fire's territory. These 3 Amador stations, at a total cost of approximately $800,000, respond to a significant number of calls within the fire system, including nearly 75% of the technical rescue calls, at a cost of only 20% the average cost to run a full-time career fire station. This allows for full-time service to be provided in areas where it may otherwise not be financially feasible. This fiscal year, a fire marshal position has been added to the contract, funded out of the Fire Control Fund. This position will oversee implementation of the new hazardous vegetation ordinance, supervise 2 existing fire planners, and coordinate fire code inspections. This position solidifies a loss prevention bureau to ensure compliance with local, state, and federal fire code. The fiscal year 2021 contract amount of $13.6 million is an increase of $546,803 over the prior year. The quoted amount of this agreement assumes all personnel are at full compensation for budgeting purposes. However, Placer County is billed in arrears quarterly for the actual cost of services provided. Historically, the actual cost of the contract comes in at about 10% under the quoted cost. This is also the final year of collectively bargained wage increases for CAL FIRE personnel, and costs are projected to remain flat beginning next year. The full cost of the contract is divided among multiple cost centers, which include the Fire Control Fund, Dry Creek Fire, Zone of Benefit 165, North Auburn Ophir Fire, Zone of Benefit 193, and Sunset West Fire, Zone of Benefit 97. And at this point, I'd like to pause and provide Chief Estes the opportunity to discuss just a few of the many successful endeavors of Placer County Fire over the prior fiscal year.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning, Chief. Nice to see you.
Good morning, Chair Gore and members of the board. Thank you very much for the time this morning. As I do each year, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the successes we've enjoyed together as a partnership over this last fiscal and calendar year. And I think what I'd like to say about 2019 is it was kind of a foundational building year, in my opinion. And the main part of that was the support of the board and the CEO's office in bringing the fire department directly under the oversight of the executive office. And the communication with our executive officer and his office and staff has been unbelievable, and I'm very, very thankful for that efficiency and where it's allowed us to move forward. And so as I talk about some of these successes, these really would not be possible if we were still in the original structure, which had multiple layers to it. So thank you for that. We are definitely experiencing a year of years, as you would say, whether it's COVID or civil unrest or any of the ancillary collateral issues that come out of those. One of the things that I'm going to talk about here in our successes for this last year is our technical rescue team. And it's become apparent to myself as the fire chief that they're one of our biggest target hazards in our county here and in our regional area is the impact to our natural riverlands and canyon lands from not only locals but a lot of out-of-town visitors. And we have seen a spike that has been incredible in numbers this year already in our rescues in the canyon, in Hidden Falls, and in the river areas. So as you'll see on this PowerPoint, back into early June, we had 63 documented technical rescues. As we coordinated those numbers and looked at a revolving calendar year, we're probably a little bit closer to 97 or 98. And as an example, just the year to date from 2020, January 1st, 2020, up to yesterday, we had 72 technical rescues. Now, each of those technical rescues doesn't necessarily just involve one person. And one of the dynamics we're seeing really change in this modern era we're living in is we're seeing whole families and large group gatherings coming into some of our river areas that are very, very inexperienced in dealing with the foothill and the canyon areas of Placer County. And so the regional draw, when you're trying to facilitate a technical or swiftwater rescue for 5, 6, or 7 people, does not just draw one station. And so about 50% of our rescues occur in the ASRA, kind of the confluence and up the North Fork. And those are going to draw from Atwood, Bowman, Colfax, and sometimes even Alta to facilitate those rescues. As an example, 17 rescues were facilitated just on the 4th of July weekend, incorporating over 35 people, either rescued from the water, swiftwater environments, or the trail systems around the river. Another program that was instituted this last year was our tactical EMS program, and I've talked a little bit about that, but I want to tell you how proud we are and to be partnered with the Sheriff's Office in this program. And it really takes, I think, fire departments that have a depth of resource and a regional knowledge base to be able to provide that kind of service to an adjoining law enforcement agency. And the tactical EMS program, in a nutshell, is us as the fire department providing paramedics and chief officer oversight working with the Sheriff's Office SET team in high-risk environments that they're involved in. And our number one goal in that environment is to provide advanced life support to those sheriff's deputies and those members of the SET team when they're involved in those high-risk environments. It's not a team that's going to see action happening every single day, but the environment that they are put in is extremely critical and very unforgiving. And this year already, we've seen not only actions within the county, but mutual aid provided outside the county. As you all know, we saw the fire department, the sheriff's office, OES, and HHS come together on March 4th of 2020 in unified command in over 35 days in support of COVID-19 operations. Fire department was able to lend our expertise in the logistics and the planning to HHS and OES, and I think it was it built strengthened already a good relationship and built a lot of tools in our toolbox here in the county. As soon as we tailed off of that, we came into some very unfortunate periods of civil unrest both in our county and in our surrounding regions. And myself as your fire chief and your fire department stood up with our depth of resources, engaged in that with not only the sheriff's office, but with our allied cities, including the town of Truckee and city of Auburn. We built civil unrest plans, and on those events, we built task force stations at Atwood, Bowman, and Sunset to be able to deal with emergency response, adjoining with law enforcement in those civil unrest environments. Another success I just wanted to highlight, we're just coming into what I would call the depth of fire season, where we're starting to see fires burn at those higher elevations. But thus far, we've had in excess of about 1,200 acres burned in the front country, and what we commonly refer to, and you've heard me refer to, as the local responsibility area. And about 30 to 35% of the Placer County Fire Department jurisdiction is that valley area down there where the state of California does not have any jurisdictional authority. But because of our relationship and the mutual threat zone agreement that we have established, we've enjoyed the full depth of state response, aircraft, dozers, crews, and engines to help mitigate those incidents and keep those from impacting our partners in the city of Roseville, city of Lincoln, city of Rockland, et cetera, in those unincorporated areas. And lastly, I wanted to talk just a little bit about the addition of our fire marshal, and Sarah talked about it as that loss prevention bureau, and quite honestly, that's something that I think we've been missing for probably decades in our fire department system here. A fire department has multiple assets or multiple arms to it, and everyone thinks about the suppression component of a fire department, but the prevention, or what's more globally called the loss prevention side of a fire department, is incredibly important. And it deals with the planning, and as Supervisor Euler talked about, working with the development community to make sure that life safety issues are being dealt with and that it's being funded correctly and that we're not trying to make up for it in the rear. And having someone at the table is incredibly important, and establishing that loss prevention bureau and the fire marshal really is a benefit to you as the board, because it allows me to do my job as a fire chief, keep you in the position you need to be in as leaders in this county, and ultimately protect and ensure the life safety of any new development and existing prevention within our county. So I very much appreciate that support and the establishment of that position. So it's been an incredible year, a busy year, just under about 10,000 calls for service this last year within the county fire department. But the men and women that I command are incredibly proud of the job they do here, and they truly are, regardless of the contractual nature, they truly are your fire department here in Placer County, and I'm very, very proud to be your fire chief. So thank you again for your time, and I'll turn it back over to Sarah.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that very much. Do we have questions? I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
So it looks like the contract's increased by 4.2%. That partially is due to the fire marshal position, correct? But if I'm correct, and I'm not completely correct because I'm a little bit new to this board, but typically there's an increase every year, right, the contract, and it has to do with the increase in the salaries for the personnel, correct?
Correct.
And so I hear this isn't the case, but I understand that there was some negotiations with the state of California about firefighters and CAL FIRE negotiating with the state a lower salaries due to COVID during this time. So do we realize any of those savings or not?
We do. I think I'll turn it over to Chief Estes just to talk about that for just a moment.
Thank you, Sarah. So Supervisor Gore, yeah, the easiest way to explain it is that, so we did take, the state of California, CAL FIRE employees took a 7.5% base salary pay reduction. And any base salary pay reduction will be realized in actuals by the contractual nature with County Fire Department. Now, in all full transparency, the governor's office is continuing to bargain with labor unions from all public safety agencies, and what they sign off on and determine in regards to PLP days or OPEB liabilities or other parts of an employee compensation package that may balance that out is yet to be determined, and we won't see the effects of that until the end of 2021, because as you well know, we bill up front, or I'm sorry, we project the contract up front as a do not exceed, everything being the absolute maxed out number, and then we bill in the rears at the end of that as actuals, and that's why Sarah brought those numbers up. For the last 5 years, we've been just about 10% consistently each year, about 10% under the projected in actuals at the savings of just about $1 million a year. So, but to answer your question specifically, if there are base salary reductions, that will actually be realized by a reduction in the contract.
Thank you. And then I think I heard that next year we may not have salary increases. Is that what I heard?
It's projected to remain flat.
Projected to remain flat, okay.
And it would still be set at a not to exceed amount with the billing and the rears.
Okay, well, that's good to hear, because that's, right, we're always balancing our budget, and the challenge is that salary increases, although nice for employees, when you have budget shortfalls and challenges in maintaining services for all of the services that we have as a county have to provide, that's really important. So that is good news. Other questions? Supervisor Wygant.
Just a comment, Brian. I want to thank you again for all of your outreach and transparency and the way that you keep the board informed. You're uniquely good at that, and it's greatly appreciated. Sometimes I try to thank you, but I can't always keep up with all the information you get us. So just want to appreciate that.
Thank you. Supervisor Gustafson?
I echo that as well, Chief Estes, and appreciate what I've learned in the short time I've been up here about fire. And the Fire Services Ad Hoc Committee with Supervisor Holmes and I are looking forward to the workshop in September that will start talking about the future and really planning for the future cooperatively with the fire department. I had one question and then another comment. Just for point of reference for the public to understand, when you did those 17 rescues over the 4th of July and rescued 35 individuals, can you guesstimate how many staff and how much equipment was involved and how many hours, like person hours, were involved in that?
Yes, Supervisor Gustafson, great question, and I'll actually give you an example of a rescue we just had three nights ago, just down from the No Hands Bridge, and I think this will paint a really good picture. So it was a group of 4 people and an infant that was attached to a device on the back of one of the family members. They were about up to their waist, mid-channel, just down from the No Hands Bridge, and all of you know that just down from the No Hands, there's 2 sets of fairly significant rapids. So it was absolutely a life-threatening situation. The low water levels make the rocks and the cobble inside the river really slippery, so that's another danger we have of people getting washed out and ending up downriver. And then lastly, we're seeing, like I said, larger groups of folks that just aren't used to being in our rivers. They go into something that looks relatively calm. Next thing you know, they're in there for a half an hour or more, and they're starting to see early stages of hypothermia. So in this particular case, there was 3 adults and 1 infant, and the rescue component to that, the medical rescue dispatch committed truck 180, rescue 180, engine 180, engine 2351 out of station 10, battalion 2313, and about 2 or 3 other specialists. So that's 2, 4, 6, 9, 10, 13 people were assigned to facilitate that rescue. And that also had an instantaneous draw on the system because, you know, as soon as you draw resources out of stations like 10 and 180, we're automatically backfilling those. So all in all, you know, the rescue started at about 5:30 in the evening, and they were just getting the parties ashore just about dark. So, you know, about 2.5 to 3 hour commitment time. And so it does have a tremendous impact on the system regionally, and sometimes that impacts our partners. We try not to impact our partners as much as possible, but it definitely has a drain on our county system. So, but it's what we do. It's the,
Right. Well, I think it helps the public understand the drain on resources and the impacts on the surrounding stations. And then because I drive up and down the I-80 corridor and have been caught numerous times behind semis and issues there, both with hazmat or accidents, CAL FIRE is always on the scene and protecting us on that I-80 corridor. It's another service that I don't think was as highlighted as it needs to be, because as we look at the volumes of truck traffic and people using Interstate 80 and the impacts it has on Placer County residents and responses, I think it's really important for us to understand that service you're providing, especially the guys up in Alta who end up seeming to have a lot of calls.
Yeah, it is, and I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. And in fact, that's one of the main reasons that at the beginning of 2020, when the state funded an additional engine back to us in the unit here, we decided to place it at Station 30 in Colfax to bolster that Interstate 80 response, because not only is there a tremendous threat from wildland urban interface to the communities, you know, up and down the corridor, but as you well know, with the interstate, the railway, and the petroleum pipeline, it's the target hazards are in the multi-billion dollars of values at risk along the 80 corridor, and to stop commerce on the Interstate 80 corridor is just not acceptable.
Right. So. Well, I'm very pleased that we've included the fire marshal position, that we've ramped that up. I had a question this morning when I was on a call with the meddlers in Auburn about, you know, what are we doing in regards to our hazardous vegetation ordinance, and I really appreciate the coordination with you and how we will move forward to trying to prevent more dangers, and it's such a critical issue. I mean, fire insurance and the danger of wildfire, and then fire insurance and evacuations are so critical to the constituents in the foothills and up the mountains. That really thank you for your leadership and your staff's commitment to this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Holmes?
Chief, thank you. I do want to thank you for your leadership in keeping the board informed, not only issues going in the Placer County, but in the unit and throughout the state of California. I also want to thank you for your relationship that you built with the Placer County Sheriff's Office, with the city fire departments, and also with our special districts. That means a lot as we're all working together for one common cause. I have one question about your technical rescues, and that's the ones on the trails. What kind of rescues are caused?
Yeah, great question. So if I was to establish kind of a rough percentage to our technical rescues across the county, about 50% of them are identified as happening within the ASRA. Now that's all the way from you know, the lower end of the American in and around Auburn, all the way up to, you know, Stevens Trail and Cape Horn. And then the other 50% is divided between what we generally call the mountain areas, which is, you know, Donner Summit down through Blue Canyon and those areas, kind of that higher elevation. And then the other 25% is Hidden Falls. Now, when we get out of the river and get into the more of the trail rescue and technical rescue, largely what we see is dehydration and overexertion from people who are not used to being in the canyons. I would say that's 90%. Every once in a while, we'll get a short or long fall from someone who is mountain biking, but overwhelmingly, it's people who are maladjusted to being in that environment. They're not prepared, they're not hydrated, and they reach a point where they have to be extricated. And about 50% of those, we're able to walk them out on a wheeled Stokes litter, which is a litter basically that has a giant flotation tire on it. So, but that Stokes litter, one person to pull them out takes 6 professional firefighters to get them out of some place like Stevens Trail or Hidden Falls. And then quite honestly, there are times where it just makes more sense safety-wise, time-wise, and efficiency-wise to hoist them out on helicopters. So we regularly will go to Falcon 30 with the SO, CHP, and in the last 3 days we've used Sac Metro Fire twice to hoist people out of the Stevens Trail area, mostly because the patient was outside of the limitations of the CHP helicopter. So it's very much kind of a regional response, and those sometimes those trail rescues, while maybe not quite as glorious in nature, they do have the same draw on the system that the more technical ones do. So.
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, you said one thing that I think is important for people to hear, a bit counterintuitive when you mentioned low water and people wading in and all the rest. As I informed my colleagues yesterday, in my misspent youth, spent a few years as a whitewater guide, and the number of injuries sustained by people on the river actually goes up as the water goes down, because as you're aware, our rivers around here run in a series of drops and pools, and as long as there's enough volume of water in the river, it can carry people over the hazards, and then when they hit a pool, they can get out. It's actually in the low water times where people slip, there's still enough volume of water to carry them, they hit a strainer, rocks and branches in the rocks, and they're stuck and they're done. And so people see on the surface something that appears a little more calm and than they would see in April, May. But this is really the dangerous time where there's not enough volume of water to actually carry you over the hazards. It takes you right into the hazards, and this is really when people need to be careful.
So I've got my application package for you for the Swiftwater Rescue Team. Can you start today? No, you are spot on. And this rescue that I was just painting the picture for, you know, as you well know, waist deep water, while it may look fairly benign to a person on the surface, the current is there, and the surface below you is incredibly unstable. And a half an hour in that water, even in July, you're going to start feeling early stages of hypothermia. You're going to start to lose a little bit of muscle control, and then all it takes is the loss of footing, and then you're going to be impacted by those rapids. While they may not be the the February or March rapids, but they can be more dangerous. Yeah.
They're running you with the low water level right into the obstacles that a high water level would carry you over. And so if you have any kind of flotation on you, you're still impacting. And so, yeah, it's really important for folks to understand this is actually a more dangerous time to be in the river.
Very much so. And this year is kind of an anomaly year. I was just talking to one of our more experienced technical rescue guys, you know, born and raised in this county, been on the river his whole life, and he said he has never seen a late spring, summer period on the American River like he's seen this year. Just the impact of just the thousands and thousands of people impacting. And they are in the river, and these low levels mean that our guys are in the river more too, which creates that increased level of exposure. So, Thank you for the comments.
That amount of visitation is happening, whether you talk to the Forest Service, state parks, everywhere
Yes.
in our state and
Yeah.
in our nation.
Yep.
People are just getting out of the urbanized areas and going to places they're not as familiar with, and it
Well, maybe if we had
creates
ball
issues.
fields and soccer fields open and kids out playing organized sports on the weekend.
He talked
then
about
it
his
wouldn't-
misspent youth, but not his
Yeah.
misspent adulthood.
All right, I'll get the application ready for Supervisor Yield.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
January 1st. It actually would be a pay raise, just saying. All right, let's go ahead and open it up to the public. Are there any comments from the public? Do we have any, Megan? We do have a comment from the public.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Diane Louise Alessi. I'm an authorized representative for the Christian Valley Park Residents Coalition. You'll be hearing from me again later. I would like to actually do a fact-finding mission here in terms of cooperative agreements with CAL FIRE. Christian Valley has a very kind of unique environment, as maybe Mr. Estes is already aware. We have a CTC camp that's actually one of our customers for our special district's water supply, and we also have another acreage piece for state of California. What I'm interested in as a candidate now for the Board of Directors for Christian Valley Park Community Services District is how possibly this district could, as a special district, dovetail into a cooperative agreement so that we can cover the residents here in the case of a catastrophic fire, and to point me in directions in terms of possibly having the CCC turn it over to the jurisdiction of CAL FIRE, the property to possibly install a fire station here, and what kind of revenue resources would the county be able to provide and help these very few in our water district to cover the cost of implementing that. We are being barraged with absolutely non-renewals of insurance, and if in any way a cooperative agreement with the district would help mitigate in any way, shape, or form the impact of those not so fair CAL FIRE plans that are being implemented here. I really appreciate any input that you could give us at this time, and I yield. Thank you very much for your attention, supervisors.
Thank you for your call. Do we have any other public comments?
We do.
All right, we're moving to Zoom, it looks like, for public comment.
Kathleen, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Kathleen Crawford, go. There you go.
Yeah. Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Chairman Clore. Thank you so much for spending the time on this informational item from CAL FIRE. As a former employee of the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, I am very aware of the great work that CAL FIRE does, and particularly for the unincorporated areas. And I think that this measure is both a cost savings to the county, where you would have a tremendous cost in order to create your own system for those unincorporated areas, but also it is a wonderful use of what's called mutual aid, and that is a very developed program between CAL FIRE and local governmental agencies. So I just want to congratulate you. I think this is a very forward-thinking measure, and I appreciate that you are working closely with the state government. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Kathleen. Next caller, please. All right, no more comments, so we'll close public comment and bring it back. There was a question, I don't know if y'all can answer that question, or maybe it's sort of follow-up conversations with, is it Christian
Valley Park District. Yeah.
If I understood the question correctly, she was asking if there would be an opportunity to enter into some sort of agreement with CAL FIRE and the Water District to better provide services in the Christian Valley area. You know, speaking from the state side, that's 100% SRA in there. We would love nothing more than to have a fire station deep in the heart of Christian Valley. We do have 2 Type 1 fire crews that operate out of the Placer Center, which she referred to. So there are some state resources that are there, and we actually have a very, very quick response into Christian Valley from both Station 10 at Bowman and Station 180, which both of those house 2 engines apiece. You know, I would love to have more discussions and talk about opportunities into the future, but it's hard for me to answer that right now as to whether that's an actual possibility.
Sure. Well, I think it's worth being aware that there's interesting conversations with that group, we appreciate her bringing that up. All right, with that, we'll bring this back to the board for action.
Supervisor Holmes?
Move adoption of resolution approving the California Department of Forestry Fire Protection Cooperative Fire Protection Agreement.
And I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Appreciate the update. Thanks for all the hard work to you and your team.
Stay safe.
All right, we move to item 5A, which is the Truckee River Raft Company third-party appeal of Planning Commission's approval of conditional use permit modification and rafting license. And good morning, I think that is Stacy. Hi, Stacy.
Good morning. I'm Stacy Wydra, and I'm here to present to you the third-party appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a conditional use permit modification and rafting license. Specifically, the Development Review Committee is requesting that the Board of Supervisors deny the third-party appeal filed by Kila Tahoe, LLC, and uphold the Planning Commission's decision and approve the conditional use permit modification for the outdoor recreations and rafting license for the Truckee River Raft Company to continue their operations for an additional 3-year term, subject to the conditions of approval and findings contained in your memorandum dated July 28th, 2020. To give you a little bit of background, the county, we have found records dating back to the early 1980s of when we first started recording entitlements such as conditional use permits, rafting licenses, a development agreement, and associated environmental documents. The rafting licenses are, however, governed by Chapter 5 of the County Code. And in this slide, this is just to get you quickly acquainted as to where the rafting is located. The point of ingress, or the put-in, is located in Tahoe City, and then rafters float down the river and exit just before the River Ranch. And I'd like to just point out the Hidden Valley parking lot, which is across the street from the River Ranch. So I thought that would maybe be hard to see, so I blew up the actual put-in so you could just get an idea of the location and how it works. 2 rafting companies actually put in at this location, or the 2 approved rafting companies, I should say. And the point of ingress that's pointed out here is the Truckee River Raft Company. The one to the right is the Tahoe Mountain Air Sports. And then the takeout, as I mentioned, is down near Alpine Meadows Road, directly adjacent to the River Ranch, and across the street is the Hidden Valley parking lot. So the Truckee River Raft Company operates in accordance with their conditions of approval that are laid out through many years of review and processing of the use permit and also the rafting licenses. And just a few items that I can raise about the operations. Each company is allowed 100 tags per company, so a total of 200 tags is allowed on the river. And rafts shall not be rented out before 9 a.m. or after 3:30 p.m. And so in other words, should a raft launch at 9:30 and not return until 4 o'clock, then that raft, let's just say raft 7, only had one opportunity down the river. Conversely, if let's say raft tag 99 put in at 1 o'clock but returned at 3 o'clock, then potentially raft number 99 could go back down the river. but again, if it's only launched within those timeframes. The rafting companies are also required to provide transportation and shuttles to and from the parking lots, and signage, extensive signage, not only at the put-in and takeout of the operations of the rafting companies, but also of area, sensitive habitats along the Truckee River, or areas that need to be, stay out of, and things like that. The rafting companies also have to monitor and maintain the trash and litter along the river. They also put out or pick up are required daily to pick up all the trash, and then also bring in the bathrooms that are located along the bike path. And so again, that's all the trash that's picked up from commercial rafters and private rafters, and maintaining those bathrooms that could be used by bicyclists along the bike path as well. Also, another requirement of their operations is to have a river monitor, and then the Environmental Review Committee determined that based on the project proposing no changes to its operations, that an addendum to the previously approved 2014 mitigated neg deck was the appropriate environmental document. So there's been some history with the rafting companies, or just rafting in general, and we've come a long ways. In 1991, there was an off-site parking approved. That was the Hidden Valley commercial parking lot, which I noted in a previous slide. Also, in 2002, an MOU was entered with the county and the Forest Service to basically address the management of the river and the use of the rafting. And then since 2002, and primarily as a direct result of that MOU, the rafting companies are required to pay a fair share of the costs towards that river cleanup, restoration, monitor water quality, and so forth. And then also in 2002, the river monitor was implemented. And again, just to ensure raft counts, discuss riparian zones that are, how they're doing along the river, and then compliance with conditions of approval. So on June 11th of this year, we took the two rafting companies to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission approved the conditional use permit for the Truckee River Raft Company and adopted the addendum for the project, and determined that it to be and determined it to be subject to the conditions of approval and based on the findings within the staff report. There was public comment received, many callers in support, and one in opposition. And the one who opposed is the appellant, and so I will be going through all of their items throughout the rest of my presentation. So the appeal was formally filed on June 15th, and then additional information was received on July 15th. And public correspondence has been received throughout the month of July. One of the items of the appeal was with regards to the off-site commercial parking for the rafting operations, specifically noted on parcels 095, 050, 052, and 095, 050, 058, and that it's prohibited under the Placer County zoning ordinance. 058 is not being utilized as part of the project, nor was it included in a listed APN on the application, nor in the project description. However, a portion of 052 is approved for off-site parking. Specifically, in 1991, your board, took action to approve a rezone and a development agreement together with the associated conditions of approval and rafting licenses to allow for these two parcels to be rezoned to commercial, so neighborhood commercial. A portion of that rezone to C1 was applied, as you can see in this county GIS zoning map. And for all intents purposes, in 1991, it was for both of those parcels, 52 and 55, to be rezoned. However, it didn't get mapped that way, and you can see it in the exhibit. However, past project approvals and the implementation of subsequent rafting licenses since the 1991 rezone, and also the specifically the improvement plans that were approved in November of 1995, which addressed the requirements of the development agreement, which was to allow for a year-round parking lot. Staff has determined that the use of the properties have been established by past approvals that the county has continued to apply. Another item of the appeal was the use of the Bechtold building as it relates to the rafting operations. And while, again, the Bechtold building was never listed as a project site or APN in the project description, it was brought to our attention just prior to the June 11th Planning Commission hearing. So I reached out to the applicants to better understand this use of the Bechtold building. And it was told to me that the Bechtold building had at one time in the past been used. However, the reason is, and it's going to be hard to show you guys, the buses used to, so before all of the improvements that have occurred, the buses used to have to make a U-turn right in front of Fanny Bridge to get to the light at Save Mart, and then make the left to head back down. The CHP contacted them and said, this isn't working, you're clogging the intersection, you need to find an alternative circulation route. And so the applicants owning the Bechtold building started going straight through the light and then using the Bechtold building as their turnaround, and then eventually evolved apparently into parking and picking up and dropping off rafters. However, the applicants have indicated to us that they do not want to include it at this time because they are currently in negotiations to sell that property. So they can't provide it if it does sell. So they won't be able to use it. So as provided with the Planning Commission, we did offer this condition of approval that is on your screen, which basically restricts all use of the Bechtold site for any of the Truckee River Raft Company operations. The Planning Commission did, however, elect to not include it. However, I am providing it to your board should you feel otherwise. Another item of the appeal was with regards to the expiration of the permit, and the appellant is claiming that the application has expired and that a new conditional use permit is required. However, the applicants filed prior to their expiration date of May 25th of this year. They filed on December 31st, 2019. And also the zoning ordinance does have a provision in it which basically allows that the conditional use permit to not have expired until a decision is made. So in other words, it's suspended until a decision by your board is made. And then additionally, it's also recognized that the conditions of approval of this unique rafting license are an ongoing implementation and or exercise of the permit. Another item of the appeal was with regards to the environmental document and that we should evaluate substantial changes. Again, there were no changes proposed to the rafting companies as a result of this new three-year renewal request. And also, it was again determined by the addendum that there were no significant impacts as a result of this three-year renewal. And the appellants also raised concerns about the COVID-19 pandemic, and the rafting operation is subject to all state and local regulations pertaining to that. And they have, but I know both companies have reduced their occupancies by 50% and other measures such as only online reservations, no walk-ups, and so forth. So another item of the appeal, also environmentally related, but was to the State Route 89 Fanny Bridge Community Revitalization Project. And as you see here in this slide, the Google Earth that they have shows it under construction, but as you can see, there's a roundabout on the, I guess it would be the west side of the river, and then it's sort of the highlighted sections. And so the Fanny Bridge project, not only is it improving that circulation problem that I addressed earlier where the buses have to make the U-turn, now the buses can make the right, go over the Fanny Bridge, head down West Lake Boulevard, hit the roundabout right at the end of your screen, and then head back over the river, and then head back down towards River Ranch. So again, no changes proposed to the rafting operations. The Fanny Bridge Community Revitalization Project also had an EIS for it to do all these improvements, which uniquely also include doing improvements directly in front of the rafting company's property frontages. And so because this is a 3-year license, and it's anticipated that the construction of the Fanny Bridge improvements are going to continue probably for another 3 years, we added to the existing traffic management plan mitigation measure just to inform the applicants that they need to be aware of conditions during construction and then conditions post-construction. So basically, the environmental impacts were analyzed in both the EIS prepared for the Fanny Bridge as well as the addendum for the rafting operations. And then another item of the appeal is that granting the appeal will not negatively impact overall rafting operations or have a negative economic impact on the surrounding community. And at the Planning Commission, they did consider public testimony relative to this very topic, and they also reviewed it as it related to denying the rafting license during their deliberations, and the Planning Commission did not find that the rafting company to be out of compliance with its ongoing operations and therefore approved the rafting license for another 3 years. So with that, the Development Review Committee is requesting that the Board of Supervisors deny the third-party appeal filed by Kila Tahoe LLC, adopt the addendum to the previously adopted 2014 mitigated negative declaration, and the mitigated monitoring and reporting program supported by the findings contained in your memorandum dated July 28, and uphold the Planning Commission's decision and approve the conditional use permit modification for outdoor recreation concessions and the rafting license for Truckee River Raft Company to continue operating their commercial rafting business along the Truckee River for an additional 3-year term, all subject to the conditions of approval and supported by the findings contained in your July 28th memorandum. With that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you should have.
All right, thank you very much, Stacy. So let's start with any questions from board members. Supervisor Gustafson.
Sure. Thanks, Stacy. Great presentation and thorough, and going back into some history because I asked for some of that to be researched. So in 1991, when these maps were, or when the development agreement was approved, the maps were not changed. And so to any member of the public who had looked at our mapping, you would have thought there was parking happening on residentially zoned property, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's been now remedied. Do we have them redrawn on our county maps, or?
We are working with our GIS folks, yes.
Okay, just so for public's information. And then did the Planning Commission have any background on why originally when the 2 concessionaires were granted kind of exclusive use for commercial rafting, that, and this goes back into the 80s, but why they had to have ingress and egress right there at the river versus having other parking lots throughout town being used? Because there were other people in town, just by way of background, there were other folks in town that were renting rafts at that time. And the board and controls that we put on it pretty much limited it to 2 concessionaires that would have this opportunity with ingress and egress, and required that. So, and this is relevant to how 243 North Lake Boulevard is used moving forward and why that happened. But the Planning Commission heard that and said, well, he owns the property, can use it, but there were some factors that maybe the Planning Commission didn't understand or wasn't as familiar with, maybe as those of us who get to live there and understand the wars that occurred many years ago.
And 243, just for to be clear, is the Bechtold site.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Yes, so the Truckee River Raft Company owns the Bechtold building as well, and it neighbors the Tahoe City Lodge, which is owned by the appellant Keela Tahoe LLC.
Right.
And so they are in negotiation. So I mean, as far as the
Well, I'm more interested in, did the Planning Commission, when they said, don't put that requirement to not use that parking, and I see that the appellant, or the applicant said, we were not aware we could not use it. There's a very specific reason why, in kind of the history of how the county got involved with regulating commercial uses on the river, that we excluded parking off-site without further study. And I just want to be clear that I don't want to overturn something the Planning Commission did or didn't do, but I don't know that they had that background, because I've asked a lot of questions and read a lot of documents in the time since then to understand.
Right. And I can't answer for the Planning Commission, but it did not come up.
It did not come up.
Detail. No, it did not.
Right. So that's really clear to me in just talking to some of the other folks that were involved in renting rafts that no longer rent rafts. They may sell rafts, but they don't rent them anymore because of those requirements, and trying to keep that. And then also in the disputes that are going on about access and ingress and egress to between those two properties, and there's litigation involved over there, but further creating more burden on that property at a time when we haven't studied it and was very consciously excluded, I think is wise for us to consider reinstating that. It doesn't sound like the applicant would be opposed, but I'm putting that on the record so that when they speak, they can address, would they be opposed to us putting that requirement back on, that parking lot not be used for rafting. And I think that honors the process and the long history of the regulations on rafting. The other question I had is, there's a comment that both rafting companies, and this one I didn't ask you in advance, so I don't know the answer. Since 2002, we've required a fair share from the rafting companies. I don't think the public understands all that the commercial rafting companies do in terms of mitigation, and I don't even know what they've contributed besides, they do pick up the garbage and the restrooms, but you talk about degraded riparian habitat restoration. Maybe you could give me a little more background on that.
Sure, and I'm learning more and more about this myself, and unfortunately I was unable to get that exact number for today, but I do understand it's been a couple thousands of dollars that they have been paying since 2002, and this fair share cost, and the applicants can probably elaborate a little bit more.
Okay.
And it's really intended to assist in the educating of rafters, so and then also for the Forest Service to go out and maybe do some improvements to the river. I don't know if you recall, and I forget what they're called, but they're like mats that you put down over to help erosion, and so those have been put down, and I would hope that is coming out of that cost that they are contributing, because that's really what it's intended for.
Yeah, and I know there's been a lot of grant funding that the PUD secured to help with public access and restoration with the Truckee River Watershed Council.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wasn't familiar with how, if any of those funds had been used for other types of projects. They weren't in that project, but they may have been in many other projects. I am concerned that our maps were inaccurate and the appellant used inaccurate county documents in order as a part of that process, so I'll just leave it at that. And I do know, because this item came up and because it was appealed, because of the issues that we discussed yesterday as we looked at banning alcohol for the remaining part of the season, the public's interest in what controls can be put on river rafting is very heightened. And I think the public isn't as aware of how what the county can regulate and can't regulate. and how the commercial rafting businesses, both businesses, have been the stewards of the river. I have a long history working with both of them, and certainly the previous owner of this company worked with us to get the Lakeside Bike Trail built and sold a piece of their property and removed their rafting operation on that side of the river in exchange for getting that Lakeside Bike Trail through. So long, good working relationship with both of the raft companies for many years, and I think the public is unaware that without commercial rafting on the Truckee River, there would be the public would be out there and the burden would be on the public agencies to try to clean everything up. So again, it's a great partnership and collaborative, but I don't think the public is aware of it, and some of the emails I've received, in addition to the public comment I've seen here, are more about what more can the county do to regulate than masses congregating on the river, and that's a separate conversation. I want to make that clear to any public, because I think often when we're up here, we're also trying to help educate the public, because people may be tuned in who aren't aware of that. So I just wanted to put that on the record too. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just have one quick question, and that is, so most recently, the Bechtel project or property has not been used by the rafting company for any type of access, turnaround, transportation,
That
et
is
cetera.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not being used, which I think is really important, and I don't know if we need to put a condition or not, but we want to make sure it's not being used, and it hasn't been, at least recently. Okay. Let's see, so it looks like we probably should take some public comment. I think that we need to go first with do we need to have the appellant speak? Yes, okay, that's what I thought. So we'll get him connected to us. I think he's on Zoom. What's that? I'm not sure who it is. Is it? We're going to the applicant, sorry. Who are we going, applicant or appellant? Appellant, we're going to the appellant. And so that is, no, the appellant, yes. So it's either, we're moving you over, it's either Greg or Samir. All right, we're moving Samir over to the panel so that we can hear you.
Samir, go ahead and unmute your mic and give any comments you'd like to give.
I believe Mr. Gatto phoned in, and he's the one that's going to be giving the comments.
Okay, great. Let's do that. We'll get him on the line. Thank you. And we'll leave you there so that in case you have any additional comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Gatto, is this you?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable members of the board. My name is Greg Gatto, and I'm appearing on behalf of Gila Tahoe LLC, owner of the property located at 255 and 265 North Lake Boulevard in Tahoe City. On the basis of recently discovered information by planning staff regarding the rezone of the Hidden Valley parking lot, my comments will be brief. One item I would like to point out with regard to the recently discovered rezoned parcels is that I don't believe either of the off-site Hidden Valley parking lots are identified as being a part of the project in the proposed conditions of approval. And if these sites are going to be utilized as part of the project, we would request that they are identified by their APNs within the conditions of approval so there's no further confusion down the line. Our primary concern relates to the applicant's continued and unlawful use of the Bechtel building site and the surrounding properties for off-site parking, circulation, and as a staging area for its rafting business. Placer County Code Section 5.16.290A5 provides the off-site parking for rafting businesses must be provided at approved locations. Similarly, prior conditions of approval for this project authorized parking only at approved locations, which did not include the Bechtel site. As Supervisor Gustafson mentioned, the requirement for approved off-site parking locations was a result of specific deliberation of the board to mitigate traffic and circulation impacts within Tahoe City. Despite being fully aware of the prohibition on using the Bechtold site for rafting operations, for years, the applicant has admittedly used the site and the adjacent Tahoe City golf course for rafting parking, show operations, and staging. While the applicant has stated it no longer intends to use this site, any continued use would substantially interfere with construction and operation of the Tahoe City Lodge and PCPUD golf course. Staff had previously recommended an additional condition of approval to address this issue, which condition was provided in staff's presentation. And we respectfully request that the board adopt this condition of approval. Absent an express condition prohibiting use of the Bechtold site, we anticipate increased conflicts relating to traffic, parking, circulation, and other impacts resulting from unauthorized operations of the site. Finally, as you've heard, planning staff recently discovered new information relating to a rezone of the Hidden Valley parking areas. Previously, this parking lot was identified as residentially zoned both by staff in its presentation to the Planning Commission and in the county GIS zoning maps. This information was not made available at the Planning Commission hearing or prior to filing this appeal. And based on this newly discovered information, we are respectfully requesting that the board authorize a refund of the appeal fees. And I thank you for your consideration of our comments, and I'm available to address any questions the board may have.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments and your presentation, Mr. Gatto. Let's see. So with that, we need to open it up to the public, or do we? Yes, we want to hear from the applicant. Thank you.
Aaron, go ahead.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Aaron. Is that Aaron? Yes. Okay.
Yes. Good morning, board. It's chair and all staff present. Quick little bit about Gatto's latest speech. We do not and have not parked on the golf course. Supervisor Gustafson was the head of the PUD for many years and knows that we've not used golf course parking ever. In fact, we've helped them when they've needed overflow, not the other way around. It's a little disappointing that we're here in the first place. You know, the head of our Chamber of Commerce is trying to shut down my business because of a dispute on separate property. And for someone with a newfound interest in following the rules, I certainly have some complaints about his brother's boat operation constantly blocking my property currently while going after me for these things. A lot of that, I don't believe that the Hidden Valley parking is new information. As far as I know, I was about 5 to 7 years old at the time, so excuse me, but that was all gone through with the county and Nick and everything. It might have been a misprint on the internet, but I don't think any of that was new. As far as I've seen in any old documents found, that's kind of been steady as she goes since it was first put into place. I've already submitted some comments. I don't really have much else. It was just disappointing to hear that, false statements about using the Bechtold. We absolutely have not used the Bechtold one bit this season. And same with the golf course and things. And I'm afraid he just, saying things just to say them doesn't necessarily make them true. But I would more importantly be here to answer any questions anyone from the board might have for clarification. And is it safe to assume you all have gotten comments from us and are kind of brought up to speed, at least on the bullet points?
Yes, thank you very much, Aaron. We have received all the public comments in your letter as well. Cindy, did you?
Yeah, I just had a question, Aaron. It's Cindy Gustafson. I wanted to confirm, because I had asked earlier that I make my comment publicly and see if you have any opposition to us adopting a condition that you cannot use the Bechtold parking. I know you're saying you're not using it, but for clarity for everybody, because it wasn't studied in any of the permit processes, can we put that condition on you? Would you have opposition to that?
Would that be for this period? And then if we did go through the motions and submitted it as far as a formal part of future, would we have the future option to use our property for that as well if it is approved at that time by the county?
Yeah, I I can't imagine, you know, of course, any applicant can apply and study and make those arguments, but it hasn't been studied to date, from my understanding from staff. And
Yes.
so- Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, I'm fine for formalizing that because I was asked by county if we were planning on using it. I did specifically say, no, we're not. So I'm fine sticking to that.
Great, thank you.
All right, let's see. Any other questions from us? All right, so are there any questions from the public? Public comment on this item, please. And it looks like we're going to the telephone first.
Caller, please go ahead and state your name for the record.
Hi, are you talking to me, Steve
Yes.
Topol?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Steve Topol. I pulled over the side of the road on my way to Tahoe City so I can make a comment. I just wanted to state that, first of all, I hope the Tahoe City Lodge gets built as quickly as possible and stop the needless litigation and the bad feelings between these two properties that are so vital to our growth and our economy. As far as Tahoe, the Truckee River rafting goes, they are such a important part of our tourist economy that we desperately need them. They are wonderful stewards of the Truckee River. I ran into Aaron Rudnick the other day. He was wet, and I asked him what was going on, and they did a rescue of a rafter that had hit a rock or something, and I don't know how he found out about it, but that's part of their stewardship is to, in addition to obviously the sheriff's office and the fire department, but he went down and they participated in a rescue of a rafter. Now, how he knew there was a rafting problem going on with one of the people, I have no idea. But there are so many rafts on that river, including private rafts. I've never seen so many private rafts on the river with donkey head rafts. I mean, the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. I know they're not the ones from either of the two rafting companies. So they're taking care of that rafting, that those people, those tourists that are there, these rafting companies that are there, and particularly, the one I'm familiar with is the Truckee River rafting with Aaron Rudnick and his family. It's unbelievable what service they do for our economy and for the public at large. And I would hope that the appeal is denied and that we can move on to more productive things than have this go on. And particularly, we want peace between these two parties. The business community wants the Tahoe City Lodge built. We want the rafting companies to flourish, and we're all on the same team. And I would hope that they would understand that and work together. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Steve, for your comment. Next caller, please.
It's going to take us 1 second to get the caller on the line.
All right, we're going to get the caller on the line, so
We have no Zoom.
bear with us. And it doesn't look like we have any commenters on Zoom. And as a reminder.
Oh, we do.
Yes, we do. So that's just a reminder. You can use the raise hand function if you want to make a comment on Zoom. And it looks like we'll go to the Zoom caller. Yes, Megan?
Sarah, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Sarah on Zoom? There you go.
Sarah, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Sarah, we're unable to hear you. Danielle, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, all. Thank you for your time. This is Danielle Poiret calling in from the River Ranch Lodge and Restaurant, which has been noted that we are the egress for the Orange Paddle Company in question, as well as the yellow paddles getting across the pond from us. So it's a little bit redundant at this point, but I wanted to back up what Cindy had said earlier and what Steve just said as well, that both of these companies are an integral part of not only the fabric of the economy around here, but also of our culture. And clearly they are a huge drive for the River Ranch specifically, but the stewardship is the big thing I want to note for both companies, that they go above and beyond to keep our river not only safe and clean, but also fun for everyone as a positive experience that people literally cancel their vacations if they can't go rafting. So I just wanted to reiterate the importance of both companies being in operation, and that it seems so trifle to be fighting over use of land that is not related to the rafting companies directly. And hopefully you will agree to deny the appeal, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Danielle. Appreciate your comment, and we are moving to the next participant.
Samir, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good morning, Chair Gore, members of the board. I just want to, just a couple of things, a couple of notes. With respect to the applicant's comments that the rafters don't park on the golf course, I personally have observed and spoken to rafters who were parking on golf course property and had been advised to do so by the rafting company. So there is a long history of this. We've asked them multiple times not to have people park there. I know that they say that they're not going to, but they also say that they weren't aware that it was a problem or that they weren't allowed to, which clearly is not the case. And so I would strongly request that that condition be added as proposed. One other comment that I wanted to make, the rafting company has repeatedly falsely accused me and my company of trying to shut down all rafting in Tahoe City. That simply is false on its face. We never in any way challenged the permit of the other rafting company. And with this company, we weren't looking necessarily to shut them down, but simply to comply with the law. And finding out what we did about the zoning certainly helps. But again, we do not want them using that property for rafting purposes. It interferes with our operations currently and in the future. And it has never been part of their application. So I think it's perfectly appropriate to put that condition on. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. And it looks like we have a caller on the line.
Caller, please state your name. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Tony Rudnick. I just wanted to comment that I personally counted votes this weekend, and just for the record, over 70% of the traffic on the river this weekend was public rafters. That means that both raft companies had less than 30% of that traffic. And I hope that helps with your thinking about the alcohol ban and just about how we take care of things. I just wanted to put that number out there so you'd have it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Caller, please state your name for the record.
This is Todd Mather.
Go ahead.
First, I submitted a letter late yesterday to the Board of Supervisors. Was that received in time for them to read?
Yes, it was. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was. I just wanted to make sure I was caught on record with that. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Todd. Do we have any other callers?
We do not.
All right. And nobody else on Zoom?
No.
Okay, thank you very much for the comments. We appreciate the input, and we'll bring this back to the board for any further discussion.
Okay. Well, I wanted to get the wording added back in. So what's before us in the recommended action is to deny the third-party appeal filed by Gila Tahoe LLC and uphold the Planning Commission's decision. I would like that one modification, limiting parking, and it sounds like it's okay with the applicant, and I think that is the historic approvals never allowed that parking to be used, so I want to make sure that that's included in my motion. So I will look to County Council to tell me how best to do that. And then I have a second request too.
Oh, okay.
So. The second request is to consider the refunding of the appeals based on our zoning, the appeal fee based on the clarification that the county's public records indicated the zoning was residential for those lots that have been rezoned commercial.
Okay, let me address the last request first. That was not the only basis of this appeal. There were several bases of appeal, and the hearing was still held in front of the Planning Commission, which caused staff time to prepare the response to that appeal and to hold a Planning Commission. Now, if the board so chooses to refund, the board can take that action, but I do want to point out there were numerous points of appeal, including on CEQA.
Okay.
What's the cost of an appeal?
I don't know.
Okay.
Over $600? Okay, thank you.
On your first request, staff has modifications to read into the record, and then we can go through the motions, and your motion on upholding the Planning Commission will be as amended. But we'd first read these into the record if you're comfortable with that at this point.
Yes, thank you. I knew you could do a better job than I would do trying to.
I'm beeping everyone. No one's talking.
We would be modifying condition number 1 to add the specific parcel numbers after the approved off-site parking locations. So condition number 1 would read as follows. This rafting license and conditional use permit authorizes the applicant, Truckee River Raft Company, to operate 100 raft tags on the Truckee River, outdoor recreation concessions, and authorizes the operation of a rafting business beginning June 11th, 2020, as well as approved off-site parking locations specifically on assessor parcel numbers 095-050-052 and APN 095-050-055, and subject to annual review for compliance with the conditions of approval. So that would be the first.
Basically, what you're doing is specifying what lots the parking can be on.
Correct.
And it excludes that piece of property.
Correct.
Okay.
And then furthermore, to also ensure that the Bechtold site, and I'm going to just go back so I can read it into the record, the condition we have. So this would be condition 14.A, or so 14.A as in apple, and we would add the following condition. Applicant shall not use assessor's parcel number 094-540-004 243 North Lake Boulevard, otherwise known herein as the Bechtold site, for any aspect of its Truckee River Raft Company operations, including but not limited to the use of overflow rafting parking, bus parking, or bus turnaround circulation.
All right.
Would you like?
All right, let's see.
So I'll make that motion to deny the appeal and approve the conditional use permit as amended.
Second by Supervisor Holmes, and do we need to take a roll call?
No, we don't need roll call, but I just want to clarify that upholding the Planning Commission decision is approving the conditional use permit as well as the addendum to the previously adopted negative declaration with the conditions as amended.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries to deny the appeal, right?
Yes.
All right, and then any further conversation about the cost of the refund of the appeal?
Yeah, I don't think it was that it was. The planning commission heard the item anyway for both rafting companies. I think the cost was bringing it forward to the board. And I guess the question is whether the appellants would have appealed if they, depending on how many grounds they would have had, would they have appealed it without that? So
Yeah, and I should clarify why I said you're right. This is the appeal. This is what they paid the appeal for. But we went forward with the appeal. We went forward on the appeal, again, on multiple different grounds, not just on the off-site parking. But again, if the board wants to consider a refund of that appeal, it's up to the board.
You know, I think it's more the principle that if the county's maps are in error and people rely on them, It's more the principle to me. I mean, the $600 is not the issue. They spent far more in that with legal time, I'm sure, and in researching and appealing. And you know, certainly all of us have been involved in the debate on this, but if an applicant relies on the county records, I just, out of principle, it may next time not be somebody who can afford the $600 but had to and relied on it. I would vote the same way if it was a homeowner with a situation where they misunderstood what was happening. But that's just my point of view as one supervisor.
Anyone else want to?
Yeah, I'm not going to support it only because there were multiple points of appeal, and I think in fairness and parity, we would take that into consideration.
Portion of it. Okay.
Supervisor Euler.
I'm just going to throw it out there and make the motion that we go ahead and refund the fee that he paid for the appeal based on the reliance on the information.
So that means I have a motion and a second. All right, so let's go ahead and take a roll call on that item, please.
Wygant?
No.
Holmes? No. Euler?
Aye.
Gustafson?
Aye.
Gore?
No. All right, motion fails. Thank you very much. And with that, we will move to our next item. Thank you, staff, for all of your work. We appreciate it. We'll move to item 6A, which is the 2020 fee program annual adjustments. Hello, Mr. Dave DeFonte. Nice to see you.
Just
All right,
sterilizing
so
the
much for
podium
being
right
on
now.
time.
Yeah, that's okay.
But, you know, it didn't last for very long.
Right. So, good morning, Chair Gore, members of the board, Dave DeFonte with your County Executive Office. The next item before you today is a request to conduct a public hearing and adopt 6 resolutions to make annual adjustments to the following fee programs: the Tier 2 development fee, the countywide traffic mitigation fee, the Riolo Vineyard specific plan fee, the Parks and Rec Facilities impact fee, the Parks and Rec Facilities Quimby fee, and the Placer County Fire Facilities impact fee. So first, just a quick bit of background. At the April 21st Board of Supervisors meeting, I presented an item to consider annual adjustments to these 6 aforementioned fee programs as required by county code. And during my presentation, I noted that the timing of these adjustments was very problematic given the COVID situation at the time. We also got a request from the Building Industry Association requesting a 2 to 3 month delay for those adjustments. So at that hearing, your board directed staff to return on May 5th with an urgency ordinance to extend the deadline to adjust those fees. We did just that, and your board adopted that urgency ordinance on May 5th, delaying the hearing for the annual fee adjustment until July. So given that background, we're back today with the recommendation to increase the fees pursuant to county code. And staff discussed this proposed adjustment with the BIA a couple of weeks ago. First, they expressed gratitude to your board for delaying the fee adjustments as requested. They also did not request a further delay, nor did they oppose adjustment at today's hearing. So with that, if your board approves these fee adjustments today, the new fee amounts would take effect on October 1st. And should your board want to further delay these fee adjustments, staff would return at your next board meeting with an urgency ordinance to delay further to a date later this year. So with that, happy to answer any questions and appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you, Dave. Looks like there are no questions from supervisors. We'll open this up to the public if there are any comments from the public. And it doesn't look like we have any. All right, so we'll bring it back to the board. Motion. Second. And a second. Motion by Euler, second by Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Holmes temporarily absent. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Dave. Item 7A, which is proposed county and non-county uses of coronavirus aid relief and Economic Security Act funding, the CARES funding. Good morning, Jane.
Good morning, Board Chair, Supervisors. Jane Christensen, Assistant County Exec. Here today to share with you a follow-up to the board's June 23rd action on what we're affectionately calling Placer Shares, which is our small business nonprofit grant assistance program funded by the federal CARES dollars. Named Placer Shares because Placer County has the distinction of sharing a greater percentage of its federal CARES money with the community than any other California county to date. Next slide, please. Guess that's me. Background. On June 23rd, as noted, we provide an overview of the Federal CARES Act, which was passed in March of 2020, officially known as the $150 billion Coronavirus Relief Fund. Many California counties received their monies directly from the federal government in late April. However, counties of less than $500,000 received their funding or will receive the funding via the California state budget process. And at last word, we are expecting our first monthly payment sometime this week. We'll certainly keep you posted. Funds will be distributed in monthly installments, again beginning this week, we hope, with another payment expected in early August and obviously monthly payments thereafter. At its June 23rd meeting, the board decided to essentially split the money, 80% going for county expenses tied to COVID eligible expenses as determined by the U.S. Treasury, and $8 million going for a small business nonprofit grant assistance program. In discussions with board members, the consensus was $7 million of that $8 million would go for small business relief and $1 million for the nonprofit sector. To administer this fund, we will engage our local community partners who have a vested interest and certainly many, many years of knowledge and working relationships with our area small businesses as well as our community nonprofits, specifically the Sierra Business Council. And I'm pleased that Kristen York of SBC is here today should you have questions, as well as our community foundations, who I understand are online. Veronica Blake of the Placer Community Foundation and Stacy Caldwell of the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. Specifically, this grant administration is as follows on this slide. SBC will oversee the overall small business grant program, including a lot of the back-end work. All of this will be online, so there is system design, management, implementation. There'll be an applicant hotline and translation services for an overall administrative cost of $300,000 or 4% of the eligible grant funding. The supplemental assistance for nonprofit grant review and eligibility determination will be done by our community foundations at a cost of $100,000. In order to qualify for these grants, both nonprofits and businesses will be reviewed for baseline eligibility, certainly that they are a Placer County business or their nonprofit area of service is here in Placer County. Prioritized for funding by those later stage opening businesses, i.e. those most impacted by COVID closures, high job losses as determined by the California EDD. In order to focus on small businesses specifically, we are specifying entities should have gross revenues for 2019 between $25,000 and $2 million. And we're really prioritizing those who perhaps were unsuccessful at accessing some of the other relief efforts, PPP, EIDL funding, and some of the other funding sources that were available to some, but not all, of those we're seeking to assist. Last but not least, we are also using the Small Business Administration eligibility guidelines. Because these are, in fact, federal funds at the end of the day, we want to make sure that anything or anyone to whom we grant funding will pass muster for any subsequent audit and or inspector general review for the appropriate use of funds. Our approach is also heavily data-driven. One of the advantages of going later than some of those larger California counties is we've had the benefit of learning from their experience and the things that worked and did not work. And so by sticking to data-driven metrics for the award of this funding, we feel Placer County will be well served. Again, those business sectors that were most negatively impacted, experienced high unemployment rates, and we also took the extra step of vetting our priority eligibility for funding with 24 Placer County business stakeholders, chamber CEOs, other business leaders to vet our list both against the data and with local stakeholders who know the landscape here in Placer County. Altogether, these factors informed what we know is our priority funding matrix, which outlines priority 1 funding, again, for those businesses most impacted, and then priority 2 funding. As proposed for both the small business and nonprofit, we will make our money go as far as we can for those priority 1 businesses, with priority 2 businesses as funding permits. Award details as proposed. Smaller employees, which we defined as 1 to 9, or employers, excuse me, as 1 to 9 employees, we're looking at $5,000 grants. 10 or more employees, we're looking at $10,000 grants. Awarded by lottery for the small business side because we anticipate that business demand will far exceed funding supply. And on the nonprofit side, community foundations will use their time-tested model to actually review and prioritize those nonprofit applications. It is worth noting every application will be reviewed, either for baseline eligibility on the business side or for full grant funding review on the nonprofit side. Our timeline is noted here. It is predicated upon board action today, so we don't lose a month in getting these funds out to our community. With your approval, the next month we'll be building again that back-end portal for our online process. During this time, we will also, as board members emphasize, focus heavily on outreach to those we want to reach, to minority-owned businesses, and to those that we want to make sure are advised of this grant funding opportunity. The portal will go live August 25th. Grant applications are due September 7th, so there's a 2-week window once that portal opens, with business awards announced following the lottery at the end of September, nonprofit grant awards in early October, with all funding dispersed by early October. As I mentioned, in discussing this with board members, many of you strongly emphasized the need for outreach to every nook and cranny of the county, utilizing traditional and non-traditional methods to reach these priority potential applicants, and also to working in partnership with our administrators, SBC and the community foundations, to get the word out about this opportunity so no one who is in need of these funds is not aware of this opportunity. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, and or our community partners who I understand are here in the case of Kristen of SBC, or on the line as for our community foundations. So thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Questions from board members at this point? Cindy?
Sure. Thank you, Jane, and hi, Kristen, and for those on the phone, hello. I did continue to urge us to look at outreach, and just this morning I was on a call before we started that the City of Auburn had emailed 100% of their business license holders on some assistance programs they were doing. Do we have email addresses for all of our business license holders?
We have done some outreach with our treasurer tax collector who administers that program about the availability of that information to make sure that we get the word out to the extent that we can. I know Sherry Conway has also done some follow-up in that regard to make sure we make every effort to get the word out to applicants.
Well, and as we learned throughout this pandemic, information is so critical, and moving forward, maybe our business licenses, if they don't already include an email address, that we get that, because it makes it so much easier to reach everybody, because some are members of chambers, some are not, some of our very small and fragile businesses don't have the funds to pay for membership and dues and do anything except run their businesses, and I want to make sure those that most need these funds are aware of this program. My second question is, what if we don't get all of our, or don't get the CARES Act funding? So are we making sure the businesses are aware that we may not get all of our funds, or are we allocating the $8 million today and saying we'll take it out of reserves in case we don't get all of those funds? And that's a question to my peers up here more, and the CEO.
Well, I would contend that we should still move forward because this is vital to our businesses, and I think it's something that we as a board, if we've got reserves, we utilize those reserves to make sure that we help our business community. So to me, it's worth doing regardless. I know we have a number of contracts out there that will utilize the CARES dollars, And, you know, I'm hopeful we get those dollars. Depending on what the landscape is, we don't necessarily know we will get those dollars. And so we have to be aware of that. And so in this instance, though I'm willing to use the dollars that we already have to make sure we move forward.
Let me do, I just want, and this may be a question for Karen, is there an issue about using general fund money towards this program?
This is characterized as a grant program, and in the context of a grant program, no. Now, if general fund money needs to be used in the future, staff would have to come back with a budget amendment to move the money over, but at this point, there would be no problem in using it, provided we continue to characterize it as the grant program.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you had options and these aren't legal issues that we may have to come deal with later on.
Thank you. And well, my main concern, of course, is we've been being told we were about to get a payment. I thought it was July 1st. Now it's July 28th. And we're, you know, hopeful that now this payment plan has been worked out and that counties like ourselves that fall right below that 500,000 cap can start to receive our funding. Other counties have been able to deploy this sooner to keep businesses alive during some of their efforts, and we're late, actually. I mean, we've learned a lot, that's a good thing, but we're late in helping some of those that are the most fragile and have now been shut back down. So, you know, I want to move forward, and I agree with, would be supportive of taking it from whatever source so we can honor the commitment to help our businesses, whether or not we get the CARES Act. But I just wanted to make sure we discuss that publicly so the public knows we may not get this 100% of this money, and we don't know the timing of it. So
Certainly, Supervisor Gustafson, I appreciate the question. I would simply add that in every webinar and meeting I've participated in with the State Department of Finance, CSAC, and others, we have every expectation of receiving this money.
Okay.
It doesn't seem as if it is planned to be punitively administered in any way. I hope I'm proven right.
I do too.
Thank you. Supervisor Wygant, then Supervisor Holmes.
So one comment, I guess, is in that we would need a general plan amendment anyhow, potentially, if we were going, budget amendment, excuse me. General plan.
Wonder where you're spending the money.
Too much land use planning these days. Maybe we could just cross that bridge. I mean, I agree with you, Bonnie, in terms of your comments and intent, but I think, you know, why don't we just, we don't know a lot of things that are going to be happening between now and about mid-September, so let's just kind of see what's going on by then would be smart. And then secondly, I would appreciate any feedback that you're going to get. Obviously, this isn't a research project, but anecdotally as it relates to what you're hearing from our businesses. To me, Kristen, this classic break-even analysis, which if you're looking at restaurants, for example, a lot of them are just doing takeout. They had a business model prior to this where it was much more intense, and their profit margins, I'm sure, weren't exorbitant to begin with. So are we allowing them to stay alive for a period of time? What kind of time frames are you coming across? Can they, some of these people might be able to perpetuate these models forever? I doubt it, but any and all of that kind of information I think would be really useful to us as we craft reacting to different strategies and policies going forward.
Certainly, and I'm happy to ask Kristen to step up and speak to the analysis that her staff will go through on the business front. I was certainly gratified to hear at yesterday's meeting when Supervisor Euler asked Jeffrey Hentz about how are the businesses looking up in Tahoe to receive a fairly favorable report. So certainly understand the importance of that metric.
Right, and then last, I just want to thank you again for staff overall for being able to provide a platform by which we can disperse so much money to the private sector compared to what we're going to reimburse ourselves for, one, and then secondly for great work on how we're going to provide for implementing the grant program.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take other questions from supervisors, and then we can have Kristen step up. So go ahead, Supervisor.
I just wanted to piggyback on Supervisor Wygant's comment about waiting until we know for sure we don't have the money before we do a budget amendment, and I have no objection to using general fund money to support those businesses, but I'd rather wait until we actually know whether or not we have it or not.
Thank you. And I think as much as we can move that timeline ahead even faster, that'd be great. I know that you've got work to do to build the infrastructure, but sooner is certainly better. Supervisor
Yeah,
Bueller.
just a thought that I had shared with Todd, and then a very uncommon editorial comment. First, the thought that I had shared with Todd, as my colleagues know, due to the foresight and planning of this board, when I actually wasn't on it, but Supervisor Wygant was, our participation in the Middle Fork has begun to bear fruit. And this year have we received the distribution?
We received the wire, I believe, last week.
Okay, of approximately $6 million, correct?
6.1.
Yeah, a little over $6 million. And as Supervisor Wygant and Holmes will recall, there was a healthy debate on our board in the first decade of the 2000s about what we would do with those dollars. And a number of cities expressed that since the cities buy water and all that good stuff that comes out of the Middle Fork, including power, that they should be the beneficiaries of some of this as well. And so what we committed to at the time was that these dollars would go to infrastructure-related projects that had regional benefit. And I can think of no better project maybe to launch with those first $6 million should we find ourselves absent the state money. Maybe using that first $6 million for this purpose might be something that we could look at. But dollars being fungible, obviously, to Supervisor Wygant's point, when we have that conversation, we'll find it somewhere. My editorial comment really goes to the fact that we are sitting here today having to have this conversation about prospectively receiving funds, when $5.8 billion has already been distributed to 16 California counties and a handful of cities. Sacramento County has already received, when you add what the city of Sacramento received in a direct allocation back in April to what the county received, they're sitting at about $174 per county resident, Sacramento County. They've already received as of April. Here we're saying we'd sure like to get that money because we want to get it into our business community as quickly as possible at the end of July. And so this governor playing games with 42 counties and the funds that were allocated from Congress, which we're all going to pay for in the deficit spending that Congress authorized in order for these dollars to be made available, for the governor to play this game is disgraceful. These dollars should already be in the coffers of the counties that are bearing the impact of the costs of implementing the services associated with this COVID-19 pandemic, and for him to then further allude in numerous press conferences that those dollars might also be contingent upon whether or not we adhere to his ever-changing demands is disgraceful. And so I would ask that our board make it clear to the governor's office via a letter from the chair that we intend to directly allocate 20% of these dollars straight through to our business community, and we'd like those funds released to us at the earliest possible time so that we could provide the benefit to the business community to help them mitigate the damage that's being done by these requirements.
I certainly don't have a problem with that because I would like to get the funds out as soon as possible, and we need to advocate for our community. And we've certainly had this conversation about the frustration of when we're getting these dollars, right? Because it keeps changing. So I'm certainly on board with that. So let's make sure we do that. Thank you.
Right.
I'm sorry. I had a couple of other questions, but
No, go ahead.
so two things. One, I see that the chambers are included in the nonprofits, our 501c6s, which I think is really important because they have been doing a yeoman's job trying to help our business community. They are meeting weekly and doing whatever they can to get signage out and regulations out and order, information out. So I really think that is important. We had a conversation about restaurants and the work with Health and Human Services about permits for our restaurants and some regulatory relief there. I had a conversation with Jeff Brown. Jane, if you could give me sort of where we landed on that, if you're aware, that would be helpful, because I do think these are businesses that opened up with guidelines and they had to spend money, and now they've had to shut down indoor again, and they are definitely struggling. So I wanted to see if there was a way, and we actually had a request from one of the chambers and some local restaurants to look at, could we provide some regulatory relief as far as the health permit or their occupancy permit, just because every dollar counts at this point, because they have spent so much just to get themselves back open.
Certainly. Thank you for the question, Supervisor Gore. You and I both had a conversation that HHS, of which environmental health is a part, stands to receive the lion's share of the $32 million that's going for county operations. The HHS director and I have spoken about using some of those funds for regulatory relief for restaurants that are regulated by environmental health, one of his divisions, and having that be a direct program as opposed to something the businesses had to apply for through our Placer Shares grant program.
Great. So I think that's going to move forward. I don't know if they need approval from us on that, Todd or Karen, but I think that's something that's in the works. I want to make sure we move forward, and I would guess that I'd have the support from this board to help those businesses in that way. And that's relief that can happen sooner than later. If they've already paid for their permit for the year, maybe it's a credit for next year.
Certainly. And one of the 3 actions before the board is to approve the revenue and expense disbursements and reimbursements for both the county and non-county uses. And certainly any changes to that will be bringing forward as part of the first quarter budget financial report in October.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Cindy.
My only other comment was, to me, this is a minimum. As we know, we have to have eligible cost in order through the CARES Act for the county services and some of the county programs. So whatever we don't use, I would be an advocate of continuing and expanding what we're able to help the business community with, because those direct costs coming back in, I mean, their success directly benefits the rest of the county. So.
Certainly, we committed to the board in your initial June 23rd discussion that if the county, in fact, does not expend that $32 million, we would revisit that in the first quarter financial report in October, and if there's any funding left over, redirect or repurpose that to additional grants, which, again, we would likely not run another process given the advance time required, but simply move further down the list of those who weren't funded in this first go-round.
Thank you.
And we will learn a lot through the needs assessment, because we might get valuable information that 5,000 just isn't beginning to be an adequate amount. So I would be open to revising the program as we learn from the business community and nonprofits what their needs are.
Great. So why don't we do this? Let's go ahead and have Kristen come up. I think there was a question, right, from Supervisor Wygant. So if you can answer that, that would be great. Any other things that you want to share, and then we'll open it up to the public. Appreciate you being here.
Sure. Thank you very much. And I would just like to add that it's been a delight to work with the staff, Sherry, Jane, Joel, Hillary. So really great to work with. Anyway, thank you for this program. And there was a question that I can...
I just actually was a request to kind of collect mentally and maybe in notes any anecdotal information that you learn as you're reaching out to our businesses that would help us with policy issues as we go forward.
Absolutely, would be happy to do that. And just as a reminder, we our Small Business Development Center, since roughly the beginning of March, but definitely since March 13th, we have been in very close contact, all of our counselors with our businesses. So we have a really good pulse on where the pain points are, where the funding challenges are, which businesses are likely not to survive, the characteristics. Your comment about restaurants, the concern is valid. The very, very high fixed costs for restaurants, and that's definitely something to overcome. I would imagine these monies will go to rent. The ones that have been able to pivot and move to takeout are actually doing okay. I'm pleased to hear that Jeff say the economy as well. I do know that Truckee and Tahoe are absolutely slammed right now with people. However, then comes the snow, and all that outdoor activity will go away. So we've been advising those businesses to please reserve funds and anticipate that it will be much slower in the winter, regardless of a ski season happens or not.
And another restaurant example, Kristen had a conversation, just a conversation, but it's an idea. So there's a restaurant that I know and love in Lincoln that doesn't have any outdoor seating capacity to speak of. So there was discussion, I think it's been done in Sacramento, according to a friend of mine who told me this, that working with the city, they may be able to create street space.
Absolutely, that's happening all over Nevada County, as a matter of fact. And so the parking ordinance have kind of gone out the window. Everyone seems to be managing, even in the heavy hit tourist areas like Nevada City and Grass Valley, and it brings people out to walk in the streets. It also helps the merchants. At first, the non-restaurants, the merchants were a little concerned that they were not getting that. Now they're seeing the street traffic. And as long as people are social distancing and using their protective gear, it seems to be going well.
And that's the kind of thing we can help with, so.
Absolutely. Yeah, it comes down to a policy issue, but it's sort of, we call them pop-up policies, where sometimes in disaster times you have to do that to save your businesses.
Thanks.
Yeah. And I would like to add it in our scope of work at the end is we will provide back the type of reporting you're asking. So the anecdotal evidence that we do collect.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much,
Sure.
Kristen. All right, let's go ahead and bring this to public comment. And where do you want to start, Megan? It looks like we'll start with the phone line, so we'll take public comment now.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, hello, Supervisors. Again, this is Diane Louise Alessi from the CVPRC, Christian Valley Residents Coalition. And you have, at this point, I believe, my formal statement. What I'm going to just abridge with is nowhere is there any provision by the governor or anybody for taking care of water. All water agencies, special districts, I've spoken with PCWA, are all burdened with non-payment of bills, and which encompasses. What I'm asking the supervisor to consider is...
Ma'am, you're cutting out. We can't hear you.
Sorry?
You're cutting out. We're unable to hear you.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Hopefully it will improve. At what point would you like me to pick up?
What should I guess to consider?
What would you like the board to consider? That's where they wanted you to pick up at.
All right. We would like to bring to the board's attention that although maybe the COVID relief is not specific enough to special districts and water agencies and services that are basic human rights, that they also consider us for grants so that we can do debt forgiveness for people that are unable to pay their bills. Even small business owners that live in our community are not able to pay their bills because of the impact on their businesses. We're expected to bore down all of those on our balance sheet. We cannot shut off water, we cannot threaten, we can't do anything. So our district is a special district, and there are, at this point, no eligibility. There is a bill on the floor to be considered, H.R. 7073, but that is a far off in the distance hope of relief, and the way the bill is worded, it would probably not really amount to much. So what we're asking the supervisors to consider is to add us as a grant program so that the districts that are impacted providing water and or other services in those capacities have an account where they can actually have debt forgiveness for people that are unable to pay their bills at this time. If the board has any questions about that, I would be more than happy to take them at this time.
Thank you very much for your comment. We appreciate it. And we'll take the next caller, please.
We lost the caller. We'll shift to Zoom. Kathleen, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good morning, just barely. My name is Kathleen Crawford. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm very happy with most of what the staff has presented in terms of details as to how you would be dispersing this $8 million. The one point that I would quibble with you with is just $1 million for nonprofits. The nonprofit agencies are suffering greatly, as much as any business is suffering in this community in terms of their ability to fundraise and support their local programming. And it would seem to me that 1 million is an absolute bare minimum. And I would really hope that if there were additional funding later, that percentage would be greatly increased to help support the nonprofit community. I think that there are vital services that are provided, and it is absolutely essential for quality of life here in Placer that we also support the nonprofits in addition to the businesses. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
We have no more on Zoom. We're trying to, and we have.
All right, we have no more on Zoom, and we're trying to
Last
find the caller that we lost a moment ago.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, it's Bill Halden from Rockland. And first, I just wanted to thank the board and the county for making these funds available countywide to businesses. I think it provides a bit of a lifeline. Many of the challenges for our businesses are very big, but stepping up in this way, I think, is a great help to them. There was one element that I just wanted to provide some feedback on. Currently, the proposal is that no business that was, or any business that was not in business last year would not be eligible for any funding. And I know of several businesses in Rockland who opened up in the first quarter before COVID hit us, spent family-owned businesses that spent a tremendous amount of money to get open, only to be closed in March, to have a chance to reopen, and then closed again. And I know, particularly businesses that have been following the rules, with everything that's been thrown at them, they've made a substantial capital investment, and I just wanted to put forth the idea that perhaps there could be some consideration for businesses that opened up prior to the March 13th date to be considered in some way, because these people in some ways put out the capital investment to get their business started, and then were kind of cut off at the government's request. They're not eligible for the PPP. They're not eligible for other government programs because of their late opening. But I just wondered if you could make some provision where there'd be at least a look at these businesses. I certainly appreciate the idea that maybe some new businesses you wouldn't be able to measure anything, but I think in others you'd see the substantial investment that people made and have been, frankly, kind of twisting in the wind now for 5 months as they go through this. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate your comment. Any other callers? All right, great. Jane, you can come back up. I'll make a comment or sort of a response about a conversation we had about nonprofits, which I think is important. We have some amazing nonprofits. A lot of our nonprofits are already safety net organizations and already have grant funding from state and local partners, which is terrific. And they also are able to raise money and go out to the public and do fundraisers. And a number of our nonprofits have been able to be successful, which I think is great. And everybody's struggling. And so when we had this conversation, I really had to look at a balance of, I want to help our nonprofits, but our businesses can't go, well, maybe they could do some crowdsourcing or funding on the internet, but they don't have donors they can go to help fill those gaps. And we already have these safety net services that are able to continue on. So I felt like it was a balance that I wanted to see more of our businesses have some assistance than $2 million worth for our nonprofits. So that's my thought about the nonprofits. And they're obviously very valuable. They're really important to have, but we only have so many dollars, and we've got to decide how we utilize those. there was a question from Councilmember Halden.
Yes, for the gentleman from Rockland, please know that if you were in business before COVID in 2020, you are eligible for this program. The line under baseline eligibility was simply to clarify how we are defining small business as 2019 revenues between $25,000 and $2 million. But it does not mean if you went into business in 2020 pre-COVID that you are not eligible for this program.
Great, thank you for that clarification, Jane. Appreciate that. All right, any other questions or discussion? Supervisor Gustafson?
I wanted to agree with you on the issue with the nonprofits. It's not that they're not needing assistance. I've tried to also look at the proportion of economic activity and proportion of numbers of nonprofits versus numbers of businesses impacted and the duration. No one shut down a nonprofit from changing their mode and how they would be able to raise money virtually. I've been contacted by many to donate and do things in a different manner in my donations, which I, have done personally, but I do think many of our businesses were just shut down and couldn't operate and create those opportunities to say, hey, give me money, And so I think this is a priority, but not the end of the funding. I am very hopeful we can supplement this funding moving forward.
Great, thank you. And then I think just my last comment was I really appreciate the change in priorities of really actually reaching out and emphasizing our minority-owned businesses and really making sure we do outreach to those communities because they often are not connected to our chambers. They're small, they're struggling, don't necessarily have the same assets as other businesses if they're a minority-owned business. And so I appreciate and really want to make sure we do as much outreach as we can to our minority-owned businesses. I appreciate that. Supervisor Holmes?
Oh, I just wanted to point out that there are many nonprofits that the county contracts with, particularly in health and human services. So I just didn't want that to be missed in the conversation.
Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, and then just on that issue of the nonprofits, when staff was posing the question to us in regard to that distribution, it is vital to the long-term success of the nonprofits that our businesses be successful. Yeah. I mean, how many of us go to fundraisers, Taste of Excellence, where it's nothing but restaurants donating their time there, and in order for our nonprofits to be successful, we have to have a thriving business community.
Yes, well said, thank you. All right, with that, looks like there's no more conversation, but we have some actions before us.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Wygant. And all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Oh, do I need a roll call? Yes, I had a feeling. She wasn't looking up at me, so we'll do a roll call, please.
Wygant.
Yes.
Holmes. Euler. Gustafson. Gore.
Aye. Great. Motion
Thank you.
carries. Thank you very much for the hard work. We really appreciate it. All right, we're going to move to item 8A, which is the prohibition on possession or consumption of alcoholic beverages on Placer County Government Center ordinance proposal. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Chair Gore, members of the board, Becky Riggin from the County Executive Office. The next item on your board's agenda is a public hearing regarding a proposed amendment to County Code Chapter 9, Article 9.08, adding a subsection prohibiting the possession or consumption of alcoholic beverages on the Placer County Government Center with certain exceptions. As your board is aware, California Business and Professions Code, Section 25620, authorizes a county to prohibit consumption or possession of any alcoholic beverage in any county-owned park or county-owned public space. The county previously enacted Section 9.08010 to the Business and Professions Code to reduce alcohol-related misconduct and associated public health, safety, and environmental degradation. Presently, this section addresses an alcohol ban on designated county-owned beaches in Tahoe. On April 23, 2019, your board adopted the updated Government Center Master Plan, proposing a mix of uses, including county offices, affordable housing, and private development. The Mercy Housing Project was initiated in July of this year, and the Government Center will remain a central county campus within which employees work, convene meetings, and members of the public visit on a daily basis. To ensure a safe environment for current and future planned uses, staff propose an extension of the alcohol ban to include the Placer County Government Center. A map of the affected areas included in your staff report. This extension would enable the Sheriff's Office to enforce the ordinance campus-wide, and any individual found in violation would be guilty of an infraction. The following exceptions are noted in the proposed ban. 1, any event, including a temporary event, permitted pursuant to Placer County Code, Chapter 17, and licensed by the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control. 2, any non-government use as defined in the Placer County Government Center Area Plan, licensed by Alcoholic Beverage Control. And 3, any real property subject to a ground lease between the county and a private entity. The first 2 exceptions would allow future hotel or restaurant uses or events that may occur in the Government Center. Exception 3 recognizes that the county does not regulate alcohol consumption within ground leased areas, and that the lessee has exclusive control over the uses within its leased area. Should additional property be leased for residential or commercial uses, future amendments could, of course, be proposed and considered by your board. The proposed ordinance is exempt from environmental review under CEQA, and there is no fiscal impact with this item. That concludes staff's presentation. Unless there are any questions, I will return the item to your board for action.
Thank you very much, Vicki. Appreciate it. Supervisor Holmes?
Yeah, this item, thank you, Becky, for bringing this forward. Thank you, Karen, for your office's participation. This item arose. There has been quite a lot of homeless activity out on the Government Center in North Auburn. These individuals don't qualify for the shelter because they're drinking, and I've personally seen some activity with alcohol involved. And so I think this gives, we should have done this a long time ago, but it gives the Sheriff's Department some tools. If they see this kind of activity, they can cite the individual or take their alcohol away. And it's just kind of another tool that we can manage the homeless population out in North Auburn. So appreciate the board's support on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes. Any other comments? Let's open this up to the public. Do we have any comments from the public? It is a public hearing, so we are opening the public hearing. And it looks like we have no members from the public, so we will close the public hearing and bring it back to our board. Motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Wygant. And Megan's looking at me, so it means we need a roll call.
Wygant.
Yes.
Holmes. Yes. Euler. Gustafson. Gore.
Yes. I do know your name. She was just...
It was my fault.
It's Megan's fault. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate the efforts there. Oh, my goodness. All right. So our next time item is at 1 o'clock, but why don't we take a few department items so that we can get those off of our plate. We'll start with 11A, which is the Sheriff's Office Booking and Jail Services Contract Amendment with Nevada County. If they are on the line, it looks like they are.
Hello, can you guys see me?
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Gore, members of the board, Mr. Leopold, Mr. Schwab, I'm Jerry Rogers with the Placer County Sheriff's Office, and I come to the board asking your approval of an amendment to the contract between the Placer County Sheriff's Office and the Nevada County Sheriff's Office for booking and jail services, adjusting the amount to $473,796 for the term of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. This increase represents 3% or $13,780 over the prior year. And with that, I also have Katie Orsino on the line to help answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate the update. Looks like there are no questions from, oh yes, there is. Go ahead, Supervisor.
I'm sorry, I'm not fast enough.
I can see you reach, so that's good.
Hey, thank you, Jerry. I wanted to ask how this cost compares to our services per caseload with other areas of the county? I mean, I assume that we've looked at that in the past.
I don't have that number off the top of my head. Let me see if Katie might have that information. She might be on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't believe we do, but I'm not also sure that I completely understand the question. Can you repeat it for me?
What I was looking at is the number of folks served, the number of cases you actually book there, and how that cost compares to our services on the other end of the county. As we're looking at the Sheriff's Department and the jail project, I just want to make sure I understand the magnitude of caseload for $500,000 a year. And
Sure.
I don't need that to make the decision today. I think moving, if you don't have it, I just would be interested in looking at that moving forward.
Sure, we can certainly pull the number of bookings that have occurred over the last few years on our behalf by the Nevada County Sheriff's Office and provide you with those booking stats along with the contract costs associated with them, if that would be of help to you.
Yeah, I think it's a good context for our community to understand the issue. So, thank you.
You're welcome. We'll follow up with the report.
Okay.
Thank you. We will open this up to the public. Are there any comments from the public? Not at this time. All right, we'll close public comment and bring this back to the board for a
I'll
motion.
approve. I'll make a motion to approve the action requested.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move to item 12A, which is permanent local housing allocation funding application. Good afternoon, Shauna.
Good afternoon. Shauna Purvines, Community Development Resources Agency. Okay, I'll just leave my mask on since it doesn't want to come off. So the first item I have for you today is the permanent local housing allocation funding application. This actually, the board did approve the application to submit back in April. As part of that application, it does require that the board approve a separate resolution for a 5-year funding program or proposed funding program. Just as a quick reminder, this is what we call the SB2 funding or the recorder clerk funding. That is a allocation, non-competitive allocation of funding to the county that will result in what they're estimating to be about up to $4 million over a 5-year period. So what you have before you today is the proposed 5-year plan, which looks to support home buyer assistance as well as low-income housing, which we are targeting or looking at supporting the Dollar Creek Crossing project or the NAHA site up in Tahoe. At any point during those 5 years, if we feel like we need to modify that agreement, we would just need to bring back and revise that resolution.
Great, thank you very much, Shauna. Supervisor Gustafson?
No, I'm
No
sorry.
questions?
That was on from before.
Shauna, you did mention the Dollar Creek, but there are other things that we're going to use these funds for, right? So
We can, absolutely, yeah. It's to support low-income housing, pre-development loans for multifamily, low-income housing, as well as home buyer assistance.
All right, so it wouldn't necessarily just be for that project
Doesn't have to
only.
be specific.
We can use it for a number of other projects, and I want to make sure I clarified that. All right, thank you. We'll open this up to the public. All right, no public comment. Oh, open up the hearing to the public comment, Open up the hearing. No comments. We'll close the public hearing, and with that, bring it back to our board.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Right, motion by Gustafson, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much, Shauna. Appreciate it.
No problem. I got two more for you.
You don't want us to go to lunch right now?
I know.
Okay, we
I
won't
can
go to
make
lunch
these
right
quick.
now. Do the work you need to do. Let's take item, let's see, 12B, which is the Local Housing Trust Fund funding application.
So again, Shauna Purvines, Community Development Resources Agency. In support of our more recently adopted private housing trust fund or housing trust placer, they had originally wanted to apply for these these funds. Unfortunately, their 501c3 application has not been completed in time for them to apply for this application. So they have asked that the county apply using our public housing trust fund in an effort to not let a funding opportunity get by. So that the county is that today we're asking you to support the application or adopt the resolution for an application of $1 million that does require a dollar for dollar match if we are awarded. The funding for that will be is proposed to be used for, again, down payment assistance or home buyer assistance, as well as new construction or rehabilitation to create ADUs or accessory dwelling units.
All right, so any questions? No questions, we'll open the public hearing. And are there any questions from the public? All right, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to our board.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Thank you very much. Let's hope we can get some of those dollars. And we'll move to item 12C, which is the Community Development Block Grant Assistance, Business Assistance Funding Application.
Correct. So again, Shauna Purvines, Community Development Resources Agency, with I believe my last item for the day, is that, again, your board did approve a resolution for applying for the Community Development Block Grant application in April. As part of that resolution, we had applied for 2 technical assistance grants in support of some studies for the government center, as well as what we anticipated at that time was for an infrastructure grant in support of a commercial project in North Auburn. Unfortunately, that applicant wasn't prepared to meet this cycle for that funding. So we, in addition to that, CARES funding has come down through HUD and through HCD for business assistance. So what we're asking is to essentially modify that resolution or the request to submit an application to the state that would support an application for the formula funding for the CARES, which is roughly or just short of about $400,000, in addition to a competitive application for $500,000 in support of business assistance as well. This funding, at least the $400,000, and if awarded the $500,000, would complement the Placer Shares funding that you just actually approved.
Right, because these are loan programs, not grant programs.
They are, although under the kind of new rules that are coming down through CDBG, particularly as far as CARES, they are looking at forgivable loans as part of this process. So that would, in a sense, be grants.
Would you be able to piggyback some of the effort and the work done by our team already as far as what businesses are out there to identify businesses for this program?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. And some of the program guidelines and requirements will be very much the same because we all use the SBA or Small Business Administration guidelines.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and open the public hearing. And do we have any comments? All right, we'll close public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion. Motion by Euler, second by Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Shauna. Let's move to item 13A, which is South Placer Adult Correctional Facility and Auburn Jail Approval Award of Jail Maintenance Services Agreement. And I think we see you up on the screen.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, Dennis Hughes, Building Maintenance Superintendent with Facilities Management. Thank you for allowing me to come before you today to request the following actions. Approve the award of competitive request for proposal number 20065 to CGL Facility Maintenance LLC for maintenance and operations services for the Auburn Jail and South Placer Adult Correctional Facility in the maximum amount of $2 million, period of August 1, 2020 to July 31st, 2021, funded in the fiscal year 2021 building maintenance budget. Also approve the option to renew the resulting award for 2 additional one-year periods in an annual amount not to exceed 110% of the original award, subject to the Director of Facility Management approval and concurrence from County Council. Third, authorize the Director of Facilities Management or designee to sign all required documents. A little background on this request. Since 2012, Facilities Management has historically provided maintenance services for the jail, Auburn Jail, and South Placer Adult Correctional Facility through contracts with a third-party vendor. Prior to 2012, Facilities Management provided maintenance and operations services for the Auburn Jail by county staff. The South Placer Adult Correctional Facility opened in 2012 with maintenance and operations performed by a third-party vendor. The current agreement expires July 31st, 2020. Procurement and Facilities Management collaborated to develop RFP number 20065 to solicit proposals and identify the most qualified firm to provide these services for a new agreement. Notices announcing the availability of the RFP were distributed via procurement's online bid system, Bid and Tenders. Additional notices were distributed via procurement's previous platform, Public Purchase. In all, over 270 notices were sent. Proposals were submitted by two firms, CGL Facilities Management LLC and George S. Hall of Vacaville. An evaluation panel consisting of subject matter experts evaluated both proposals in accordance with the criteria published in the RFP. Following interviews of both firms, CGL Facility Management LLC was identified as the top-ranked firm. Facilities Management has negotiated the agreement with CGL pending your board's approval. And with that, I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Looks like there are no questions from board members. Anything from the public? All right, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 14A, School-Based Wellness Centers Contract with Placer County Office of Education. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Gore, Supervisors. Jennifer Cook, Assistant Director for the Children's System of Care, and I am pleased to be here today to present this item. On June 9, 2020, the Placer County Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution for a revenue agreement with the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission, known as the OAC, for delivery of school-based mental health services. This revenue agreement was a result of a competitive grant in which Placer County was awarded $4 million over 4 years. This morning, on consent, the resolution was updated to change the start and end dates that will run consecutively with this agreement. The Mental Health Student Services Act program funds partnerships between county behavioral health departments and local education entities for the purpose of increasing access to mental health services in locations that are easily accessible to students and their families. This grant is intended to be a complement to an earlier OAC grant and will allow Placer County to fund additional triage and wellness services on more school campuses. Through this contract before you today, Placer County Office of Education will hire school-based mental health staff to provide a continuum of integrated mental health services in 4 schools serving students in transitional kindergarten through grade 8 in the Auburn Union School District. Staffing will include mental health specialists and family and youth liaisons to work at each school site, 1 project coordinator, and 1 clinical supervisor. These staff will lead each wellness center project to provide on-site clinical intervention and prevention services, such as individual counseling, group counseling, and other interventions to engage youth and family members. We request that your board take the following actions. First, approve a budget revision in the amount of $4 million for expenditures and offsetting revenue from the OAC from the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission competitive grant. And second, approve a contract with Placer County Office of Education for school-based wellness centers from September 1st, 2020 through August 31st, 2024 in amount not to exceed $3,639,399. authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the contract with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and to sign any subsequent agreements not to exceed $100,000 consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. All revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 2021 will be included in the department's fiscal year 2021 budget revision, resulting in no additional county fund expenditures. Additionally, revenues and expenditures for subsequent fiscal years will be included in the department's future budgets for respective years. I'd be happy to answer any questions about this item.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate the presentation. I do have a question, which is, I hope to goodness schools open up sooner than later and in the fall, and we're not waiting for an entire year. If they are delayed, how does this work, right? I mean, maybe they'll still be able to provide mental health services to families. It'll look a little bit different. But do we end up expending funds that aren't being utilized? If you could clarify, that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Gore, for the question. As a matter of fact, just this morning, we were having a meeting about this, and these staff are reporting for work. They will be working both in at-school sites while we await children to return to their schools, because that is also all of our hope. And they will do a combination of on-site and off-site telehealth, and to prepare schools and families to come back. And just so that folks know, under our current grant, even throughout the summer and during time when school was out in the spring, staff continued to provide mental health services to families and their children via telehealth.
Thank you, Jennifer. We'll open it up to the public. Any comments from the public? All right, we'll bring it back for a motion, please.
Move approval.
Motion by Wygant, second by Holmes. Roll call vote, please.
Wygant.
Yes.
Holmes.
Yes.
Euler. Gustafson. Gore.
Aye. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Item 14A, school-based wellness, oh wait, we just did that. Let me go to the next page. 14B, meal delivery services, amend master agreement with various suppliers. Good afternoon, Amanda.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mandy Sharp, and I'm the Director of Human Services, and I'm here to request action on 2 items on behalf of Health and Human Services. The first request is to approve an amendment for a master agreement with 8 suppliers for meal preparation and delivery services related to our COVID-19 response. And the second is to authorize the purchasing manager to sign all the required documents for that approval of amendment. The amendment before you is essential to Health and Human Services' ability to support our public health response, meet our state's requirement to keep Placer County businesses open, and to support local restaurants and catering companies by engaging with them to prepare and deliver meals to our guests, temporarily sheltering in our Project Room Key hotels in Placer County. Going forward, meals will only be provided to those guests who are at high risk or under isolation or quarantine during recovery from COVID-19. Placer County's ability to provide adequate shelter in hotels for this population is an element of our variance attestation and impacts our ability to open businesses under stage 2 and 3. Project Room Key was designed as a way to relieve pressure on hospitalization by providing a safe and temporary location for recovery, isolation, and quarantine. This amendment is for our contract to provide meals at these hotel locations. Funding for the meals portion of this project is provided by federal funding sources with no impact on county funds. Federal pre-approved sources include FEMA reimbursements through Project Room Key, with additional resources from the CARES Act dollars earlier mentioned, and they've already been identified for expenditure through HHS. This program will be evaluated throughout the summer and fall months to identify capacity needed to meet the currently increasing infection rates, but we also hope the decline in those rates. This is not meant to be a permanent program. By approving this amendment, your board will align the timelines in our existing hotel agreement with this meals agreement, both of which have options to extend to January 1, 2021. As mentioned earlier, the total cost of this amendment is related to COVID-19 and is anticipated to be fully reimbursed by CARES funding and other federal and state funding as needed. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Amanda. Actually, I have a question. That is, so originally $100,000 was set aside, correct, for this? And now you're increasing it by 600,000. I'm just curious on the numbers because it seems like a very large increase.
It does seem like a very large increase. Originally, the amount set aside, what we're asking is to expand the original amount set aside by $100,000, and then to authorize an increase of an additional amount of money that would allow us to carry the program on forward through January 1 of 2021. Should we need to continue to provide meal services to those temporarily sheltering in the room key hotels.
And if you don't, then you have the option to cancel these contracts if there isn't a need or if the dollars aren't there.
Yes,
Correct.
and also the meals portion of the Project Room Key efforts related to this particular amendment, the meals portion meals are only provided to those who are actually in the hotel. There isn't a flat rate that we're paying regardless of the occupancy.
All right, thank you for answering that. We'll open it up to the public for comment. Yes, we have a person on the line.
My name is Pam Salcedo. I'm hoping that I can be heard.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yes. Good afternoon, members of the board, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you today. On April 24th, 2020, about 2 hours after the governor's press conference where he announced the Great Plates program, I followed the instructions that were provided and called Placer County's 211 number. At that time, they had no information on the program. The 211 people tried to be helpful and eventually referred me to CalFresh. Please note that one of the criteria to qualify for the Great Plates program is that recipients cannot be participating in a federally funded program. There was also a minimum income threshold to be provided the services, as well, of course, a maximum income, which was very high, 600% of poverty. During the balance of April, I received return calls from agencies such as Meals on Wheels and the Food Bank. I believe they were following up on a 211 referral. When I asked about the Great Plates program, no one knew anything. In May, I began to make more calls, again, to ask what had happened to the program. The people at 211, CalFresh, Food Bank, Meals on Wheels, and had no information. I was at one point referred to California Department of Aging, because I probably qualified for some of their services, which really wasn't helpful, although they tried to be helpful. At one point, I was told that Placer County didn't receive these funds, so I called the governor's office to ask how these funds were distributed, and was told that every local government agency that applied received the award. I also seriously was concerned about the number of local businesses, restaurants, and resulting jobs that could have benefited from the program. But of course, it turns out that the Placer County did apply and receive funding for the program. But among the approximately 7 to 9 people that I spoke to at least once, no one knew anything about the program. So I have a question, which is, how was outreach done to the community for the program? And then also, how does one qualify if their income is so low that they needed the program that is being described now?
Great, thank you very much for your comment. Are there any other comments? So Amanda, hopefully you heard that. Actually, it would be helpful for you to clarify. We actually did have an extensive discussion about the Great Plates program and how it was not easy to implement, and the timelines continue to change, and the eligibility requirements were very difficult. So our county actually corrected not apply for those funds. And we had some other methods to try to provide some outreach to folks. So Amanda, if you want to follow up on that, I think you were on that conversation that I had with you a couple of months back. If you could clarify what we did as a county. And I do think it's important if somebody's asking for questions about food programs, we want to make sure that 211 has that information, because I know we've got some programs available. So let's make sure that happens as well. So Amanda, if you can answer that.
Sure. First of all, you're correct, Chairperson Gore. We did not actually seek any reimbursement. The program was not an award program, it's a reimbursement program, and the funding, as you mentioned, seemed to our understanding to be quite a complicated process in order to receive the limited funds that we would have expected. And in addition to that, the eligibility requirements were so complex that we were concerned that people who truly needed food were not going to be able to benefit from the food, this Great Plates program. So you're correct. Placer County did not engage in the Great Plates program. My understanding is that more than 40 counties statewide did not participate. To answer your question, we did provide information to 211 about the services that we have in the community that can assist individuals. There is a senior meals program that provides delivery services that is not implemented through the county, but through nonprofit organizations, the senior nutrition program, Meals on Wheels. That information is provided whenever individuals contact us through CalFresh, and we hope through 211. My understanding is that they are very competent in providing those resources and information. With regard to the services you mentioned that we did provide, we had a number of individuals, it seems similar to maybe this caller, who contacted the state or did other efforts through 211 to try to see if Placer County was going to participate. And we did as thorough a job as we could by evaluating and contacting those individuals directly through that resource, through the state, which received some contacts, and also folks who called the Board of Supervisors or other community groups and identify those individuals to try to make sure that they were referred to any program that would help them get the food they need during COVID, and especially if they were unable to acquire or prepare meals themselves. And what we did was we were able to stand up with a small portion of funding, a small program that lasted just about a month to individuals who we could find no other resources. And that program is actually ending on the 31st of July. There is not a significant funding stream associated with that temporary program. And we did our best to make sure that all that were informed were referred. As to the comment of the restaurants in the community, the 8 providers that are going to be served through this amendment are all restaurants or catering organizations. And so we feel that there is a effort here to help support local restaurants and catering organizations that submitted their applications through our open RFP process. So we do think that the meals that are being provided are helping to support some of our local restaurants and catering companies.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that update, Amanda. Let's see. So no other questions, comments? We can go ahead and take a motion to move forward.
Move approval.
All right, motion by Gustafson, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. Okay, I think that we are going to go ahead and take a break since we have a 1 o'clock timed item, which is an appeal, and so I want to respect that time. So we are going to stop now, take a break, come back at 1 o'clock. And sorry for those departments that have to wait until later this afternoon, but we will get to you. Thank you.
been a while, so.
All right.
I'm not used to sharing.
You can move this way if you need to. All right, welcome back. We will continue with our board meeting. We are moving on to our 1 o'clock timed item, which is a TOT appeal hearing with Mr. Jeffrey R. Williams, who is the appellant. So I am going to, we're going to have a public hearing, and so I am new at this, so bear with me since I am new, which is why our county council is sitting next to me, because I haven't had years of experience like some of my other colleagues. But with that,
You can just walk through and say what the procedure will be.
all right, so I'm going to just go through the procedure and just so that everybody knows what we're going to do. First of all, we will open the public hearing and we'll announce the amount of time for each side. So I will ask you, Mr. Williams, how much time you think that you need. We'll have a presentation by our staff and they'll present their information. We'll have the appellant, Mr. Williams, present your position. And we are not supposed to include any new items or new introduction of new documents according to what the procedures are. We will then have public comment. Next, we'll have any type of corrections by staff and by the appellant if needed. A summary and recommendations by staff, board questions to staff. We'll close the public hearing, and then our board will have conversation and then take action. So with that, just a quick, so we're going to open the public hearing, and I just want to get a sense of how long each of you anticipate your presentations to be. So if you can let us know, Clayton, and how long you anticipate, and then we'll know by Mr. Williams.
I think no longer than 15 minutes.
15 minutes, and Mr. Williams.
Well, I've got notes on the entire transcript from 129, and I've got page number marked. I've got the line item number.
Okay.
And, I don't know how long it's going to take to go through the whole thing. It's not, the whole thing is 92 pages. I've probably got notes on 90% of it.
Well, Mr. Williams, what we want to do is have a public hearing, but we can't go through line by line every item that you might disagree with. So what I'd like you to do is to present your case and why you have appealed what the county has, or what happened at the hearing, or wherever it was.
January 29th.
January 29th. So I would like you to do that. We all have a copy of the hearing in front of us, but I think what's going to be most important is really your comments about why you are appealing the decision that was made, so that we can really focus on that, because that's most important. The little disagree here and there won't ultimately affect our end decision. So we need to know, so we want to focus on those items, okay? So I think we'll give you no more than 30 minutes so that we can move this along. So I appreciate that.
All right.
Thank you very
I can't
much.
do it from here?
No, we'll have you do that, and you can present at the dais here in front at the microphone when we're ready. Okay? So first, next then, we are going to have a presentation by our staff about the issues. So we'll go ahead with Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Clayton Cook, Deputy County Counsel, here on behalf of the county's Transient Occupancy Tax Administrator, Doug Jastro. And just before I get started, I believe all of you did receive a binder that should have the full record for this appeal. Exhibit A would be all of the documents that the county provided in the underlying hearing on January 29th. Exhibit B would be all of the documents that Mr. Williams provided. Exhibit C is a transcript of that hearing, the full transcript of that hearing, and Exhibit D is the decision of the administrative hearing officer in that decision. So, and there also should have been a memo sent by Ms. Schwab to the board, I believe on July 24th, that indicates some extra documents that Mr. Williams has provided. And so that would be the full context of the record that we'll be going over today. As for this appeal, the facts are fairly simple. Mr. Williams owns a short-term rental property. As a short-term rental property owner, he is required to forward to the county a 10% transient occupancy tax. And that tax comes from any revenue he receives, and he also needs to provide a worksheet that identifies all of his rental revenue. And that worksheet is provided either on a quarterly basis or sooner for operators, but for Mr. Williams' case, it's on a quarterly basis. So Mr. Williams complied with the transient occupancy tax requirements for almost a year and a half, from January of 2018 to March of 2019, then suddenly decided to stop sending in the occupancy tax. There was no change in county policy or legal requirements that occurred. Mr. Williams just simply elected to stop paying. He thinks that he should not be obligated to pay because he wants the county to enter into an agreement with the vacation rental booking site that he uses, Airbnb, so that Airbnb will collect the tax and then remit it to the county so that he doesn't have to be responsible for sending it into the county. There are reasons why the county hasn't entered into an agreement with vacation rental booking sites, which I'll explain during this presentation. But that point is irrelevant for purposes of whether or not Mr. Williams is obligated to charge and remit the occupancy tax to the county. The fact is that Mr. Williams is required to remit the tax. He's aware of the requirement and is plainly refusing to do so. As a result, staff will ask for this board to deny the appeal and require Mr. Williams to pay the transient occupancy tax. And just a side note, this appeal is only for the period of April to June 30th, 2019. So that's the time period at issue for purposes of today. So a brief background on transient occupancy taxes. The transient occupancy tax ordinance is in the county code in chapter 4. It's also at pages 1 to 19 of your record. A brief synopsis is that these taxes are paid by the transient or the person renting the room to the operator, who is the property manager or the owner. And the operator is required to issue a receipt to the transient and also turn those amounts into the county. If an operator fails to report through that spreadsheet that we talked earlier, or fails to send in the taxes, after 15 days, the tax administrator will send out a notice alerting the operator that he missed the payment. And that notice goes out after 30 days. So once you have a quarter of revenue or rent that's charged for each transient, they then get 30 days from the end of that to turn that into the county. If they don't turn it in within that 30 days, then the tax administrator after 15 days will send out a notice saying, hey, we didn't receive anything. 30 days after that warning notice, a second notice is sent out. And then 30 days after that, if the operator still hasn't complied and responded, they are then sent a letter by the tax administrator with a determination of the amount of taxes that should be owed for that quarter. And the way that the determination is made is that they, and this is set forth in the county code, the highest quarterly use in the prior fiscal year is looked at, and that's the amount that's determined for purposes of the determination for that period. And this only occurs if the operator has not provided anything. So with respect to Mr. Williams' history, he was flagged by Revenue Services in 2017 through host compliance, along with many other operators who were operating without a transient occupancy tax license, and for failing to pay the tax. In specific, he had failed to pay the tax for the period of January 2016 to March 2017, so a little over a year. He was sent notices of non-payment and was issued a tax assessment in February of 2018 for those delinquent periods. At that time, there was a lot of back and forth, but Mr. Williams and the county ultimately agreed that Mr. Williams would apply for a TOT certificate, TOT being transient occupancy tax certificate, and he would pay the overdue tax. In exchange, the county would waive any penalties and interest that had accrued during that time. As part of that agreement, Mr. Williams expressly agreed that he would pay the assessed amount and also that he would pay all future transient occupancy taxes from that point forward. In specific, on page 23 of the record, there is an email dated March 14th, 2018, where Mr. Williams writes, "I will also agree to pay all future TOT that becomes applicable." After that agreement was entered into, Mr. Williams remained compliant with the TOT ordinance for 5 quarters, 15 months, from January 1, 2018 to March 31st, 2019. He provided the worksheets during that period and identified TOT that had been collected and remitted to the county. However, for the period of April 1, 2019 to June 30th, 2019, he submitted a worksheet, and that was submitted in August of 2019, where he indicated that no tax was owed for that period. In specific, he wrote on the worksheet, Placer County provides no legal way to collect TOT per PC's ordinance. And that document is on page 32 of the record. As I noted earlier, there were no changes to the transient occupancy tax ordinance for collection during that time period. So the county provided Mr. Williams a first and second notice of failure to remit the tax. Then the tax administrator calculated the highest remittance quarter for the previous fiscal year, which was an amount of $1,671.20. He sent out a determination of that amount owed plus a penalty of $334.24, which is in accordance with County Code Section 4.16.090A and B, and also charged $75.21 interest, which is also pursuant to that same section. So the total amount, $2,080.65. It's worth noting that the interest on that has since increased to $300.83 for a total current balance of $2,306.27. So after that tax determination was sent out, Mr. Williams filed an appeal by returning the determination with a request for a hearing. He made the request. It's on page 34 of the record. Under the transient occupancy tax ordinance, that appeal went to the first layer of appeal, which was with the county's assistant county executive officer, who affirmed that amount owed. And also the amount for the following quarter, which was delinquent as well. And that ruling is on exhibit, it's in the record at page 36 and 37. Mr. Williams then requested a second level hearing after that determination, and this second level hearing was in front of an administrative hearing officer, which occurred on January 29th. At that hearing, witnesses were called to testify, including the tax administrator, Doug Jastro, and the assistant county executive officer, Jane Christensen. Mr. Williams presented his case, and the hearing officer issued an opinion. That opinion is on exhibit D of the record. There's a portion of that record at pages 2 to 3, which I'd like to read for you, which provides the reasoning behind the hearing officer's decision. And it states, the operator, that being Mr. Williams, cannot avoid his responsibilities under the ordinance by blaming the company, Airbnb, with whom he elected to list his property. If he truly believes he cannot comply with the ordinance, then he must either stop renting his property, list his rental with another company, rent the property directly himself, or otherwise find a way to comply with the ordinance. One cannot avoid compliance by hiring a company that he says will not comply, and then attempt to justify the failure to collect the tax by claiming it's impossible to comply. The documentary evidence and the testimony demonstrate compliance by other operators listing their property with Airbnb. Other operators prominently displayed the tax obligation on the front page of their listing and included the tax in the listing price, which the administrator stated met the requirements of the ordinance. Others contacted the transient directly with a separate agreement to collect the tax. Others included a provision that transients would be contacted upon check-in to pay the tax. The administrator testified that all of these methods satisfied the requirements of the ordinance. So that's from the hearing officer's decision, and it sets forth a lot of the potential options for collection that Mr. Williams could look at. The first, and probably the most commonly used practice, is to display the tax amount on the listing and include it in the listing price with the platform. Mr. Williams complains about having to do this because Airbnb collects 16% from the amount. So, for example, a $100 room rental would have a transient occupancy tax of $10, and the Airbnb portion of that tax would be $1.60, which, given the minimal amount, may be worth it to the operator to not have to deal with the administrative processing. Another option is that after the room is booked, when the renter shows up to use the room, the operator could collect the tax at that point. And that certainly would be the easiest option for Mr. Williams because he lives on the property that he rents out. He lives upstairs and he rents out 2 rooms on the downstairs portion. A third option would be to collect it separately from the renter through an agreement prior to renting or noting some sort of arrangement on the listing. These options have all been provided previously to Mr. Williams as a permissible means to collect the taxes, both from the county and from Airbnb. Either way, none of the options above provide a basis for Mr. Williams to claim that he cannot comply with the requirement. Mr. Williams makes a couple other arguments. He claims it's illegal to collect the tax, since the tax should be collected at the same time as the rent and listed on the same receipt. And these are portions out of the transient occupancy tax ordinance. One of the options that I mentioned for collection would be to include it in the amount charged for the rental, which would be charged at the same time that the renter pays for the room. So that would deal with the issue of rent being collected at the same time as the tax. The county tax administrator, who's tasked with the authority for creating procedures and schedules for the collection of tax, has determined that collecting it prior to renting or at arrival are all in compliance with the county's requirements and the transient occupancy tax ordinance. And specifically, I'd like to highlight Placer County Code Section 4.16.020, which is page 5 of the record, which provides that the county tax administrator shall have the authority to adopt procedures and schedules for the collection and payment of the tax and issue guidelines to clarify this article. With respect to separate receipts, the language of the code requires that the tax be separately stated on any receipts provided by the operator. That obligation is on the operator to separately state the amount of the tax from the room rental cost. Nothing prevents Mr. Williams from issuing a receipt to transients or renters that identifies the tax separately, and it's not a basis to either not collect the tax or not to remit it to the county. In fact, there's currently 600 to 700 online short-term rentals in the county, and the majority of those renters have not had any issues complying with the transient occupancy tax collection or receipt or reporting requirements. So the question of whether the county should enter into the agreement with the vacation rental booking platforms. I would submit that the existence of an agreement or not isn't relevant for purposes of this appeal, but there is no dispute that the county does not have an agreement with Airbnb for collection of transient occupancy taxes. And the reason for that, there's a few. One is it's likely a large task to enter into an agreement with all of the potential platforms. There are hundreds of them, which would result in many agreements that would need to be entered into and would likely include negotiation over the terms. So therefore, potentially different arrangements of payments for each hosting platform. There are also other means for booking, not through those platforms, and many operators list on multiple platforms, such as through online platforms that wouldn't have an agreement, or through Craigslist, or through bulletin boards. And in that situation, if an operator listed on multiple platforms, they would need to remit taxes for some of the bookings that they have, but not remitting for others, because those would be collected through agreements for those platforms, which basically creates logistical and tracking issues for both operators and the county. The third reason, which is one of the bigger reasons, is specifically with Airbnb, and that is that Airbnb is only willing to provide the amounts that it collects in the aggregate. So the county wouldn't be able to ascertain individual collection amounts from each operator. As a result, the county would not be able to determine which operators are complying and which are not, and which ones are skirting the requirements. It should be noted 9 of the 58 counties in the state have an agreement with Airbnb, and that includes Nevada and El Dorado counties, our neighbors. That means roughly 85% of the counties have elected not to enter into an agreement with Airbnb. As far as we can tell, all the ones that have agreements with Airbnb are only receiving aggregate data. The town of Truckee has specifically not been interested in entering into an agreement with Airbnb on that basis. This was a discussion that your board had when it actually evaluated the host compliance contract at the board meeting on October 23rd of 2017. And the decision of the board was to move forward with the host compliance contract. But if there are more questions on that, Mr. Jastrow can answer those. In any event, there's multiple avenues for Mr. Williams to collect the tax, and he has not provided a supportable reason for not paying the tax owed. The basis or reasoning for the county not entering into an agreement with Airbnb doesn't excuse him from his obligation to pay the transient occupancy tax. As such, we would request denial of the appeal and that the board demand payment of the transient occupancy taxes for the amount of $2,306.27. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Clayton, appreciate it. Should we take any questions now, or, okay, any questions from board members? Supervisor Gustafson?
Yes, probably a question for Doug. Doug, do you know how many listings we have through Airbnb at this point? Specifically, I know we have a lot of online platforms, but.
Yes, currently, what we have through our information from Host Compliance is that a total of 3,209 Airbnb advertisements of properties within Placer County.
So 3,200 advertisements, and we have how many TOT certificate holders?
Approximately 5,300.
5,300.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? So can I clarify, so for all of those that have Airbnb and run out through Airbnb, they have to do a separate collection of the tax and remittance of that, the TOT tax, correct?
Correct. That they have to do a single remittance quarterly from either whatever online platform they're using,
Okay.
on that, whether it's Airbnb or any of the others.
Thank you. All right, looks like there are no other questions, so now it is the opportunity for you, Mr. Williams, to come before our board, present your position, and we've got the microphone there, and you can set yourself up, and then, and we'll give you 30 minutes to do that, so we appreciate it. We still have several hours of work to do after this hearing. And by the way, thank you for making your way here. I know we wanted to have the hearing in Lake Tahoe, but we were not able to do so because of just all of the COVID. So
Okay.
appreciate you making your way here to Auburn today.
Yeah, okay. Hang on a second, I gotta find my reading glasses.
Certainly.
Oh, they're on. That's the second time I've done that today.
That's all right. You're not the only one. Many of us do it as
Yeah.
well.
Okay, I want to read, the ordinance, okay? Section 4.16.050, collection and advertising that payment of tax not required, prohibited, receipt requirement. Each operator shall collect the tax imposed by this article to the same extent and at the same time is important, at the same time the rent is collected from every transient. The amount of the tax bill shall be separately stated from the amount of the rent charged on all guest receipts, which must be made available to the transient by the operator. No operator of a hotel shall advertise or state in any manner, whether directly or indirectly, that the tax or any part thereof be assumed or absorbed by the operator, or that it will not be added to the rent, or that if added, any part will be refunded except in a manner hereafter provided, which I don't know what the hereafter provided means. But here, basically what it says is, and then on 120, I should get my notes out here, but on 129, I told, and everybody up here's bought things online and through Amazon and whatever, and nobody ever punches that last button until they see all the charges, okay? So basically, I have no power to get the itemized tax amount on the receipt. And what these people do, and I've got sample receipts, number 38 in the record, shows what a receipt should look like, and I don't know what, what's your name? Clayton? I don't know what Clayton meant, but there's, when Doug and I first started talking way back in 17, there was about 28 areas in California that had Airbnb agreements, okay? Now, there's 72. The last time I came here, there were 68. So I don't know where he's getting 9 from. But the whole list is in the record, okay? The whole list is in there. And the thing is, it works 100% seamlessly. Now, when I first talked to Doug, he told me that the excuse was that we have 29 zip codes in Placer County, and, we have to divvy the revenue up by zip code, okay? Well, I quickly debunked that one because Leslie Lau, who was the attorney for Airbnb, I got in contact with her only through my own research and investigations because Doug didn't even know who she was. I hooked Doug up with her, and the thing is, she told me they're glad to do per zip code disbursements, okay? The other thing too is so basically there's 72 of them right now. Okay, I have no way to get that on the receipt. That is the law. It's very concise. It's very well explained. It's in black and white. And when you, like I said, when you go to punch your last button when you're buying something, anything, you're going to see all those charges on there. And if you look at number 38, I believe it's 38, there's an example of a receipt from a place that has an agreement, and the occupancy tax is clearly stated on the receipt. And that's the way it has to be according to your law. Okay, now, all the way through this last hearing on 129, okay? Oh, everybody has all these ideas. Oh, you can do this, you can do that. You can pad your room price. You can collect it when they come in the door. Yeah, that'll work out real good. The guy thinks he's paid his whole thing, and maybe he's traveled from another country or across the whole United States to get to your place. He gets there, he's tired, you open the door and you hold your hand out and say you owe me another 10%. Okay, first of all, that's going to put a damper on the whole trip. You're going to get nothing but bad feedback, okay, because feedback is important in Airbnb, okay? Because everybody does feedback after the booking and everything. Okay, and then what happens if they say, you know what, and they cop an attitude and say, no, we're not paying that. What do? You say, okay, well, you can't come in then? I mean, that all these other reasons that they've told me how I could do it. Mr. Wright said, oh, there's a lot of, in the transcript, there's a lot of where it says, you can find a way. You can find a way. That's not what the law says. Your law is 100% specific, and it cannot be added to the rent. And no matter what you do, it will never be on their rent receipt. It's impossible, because I not only have 1,000 hours in this thing, I talked to Airbnb multi times trying to get them to, hey, look, you don't need an agreement, just auto-populate it for the 10%, send it to the host, okay? We'll forward it on to the county. They wouldn't even hear of it. Okay, now, you allow Airbnb to operate in Placer County. Okay, they probably have a business license. So they signed an agreement with you guys to get their business license. They are the biggest. I mean, Mr. Wright saying, oh, you could put an ad on Craigslist or start your own website. Well, I could just tell him, why don't you just go take your law practice and stick it up on a mountaintop on a dirt road and hang your shingle out. I mean, you go with your best opportunity, okay? Now, Airbnb is a brand, okay? That's where everybody goes to look for rooms. They're not going to look on your little website that you may have thrown together or Craigslist, okay? Thing is, and by the way, there's only one place, and VRBO and HomeAway are the same company, but there's only one place that allows somebody like me to rent rooms out. Nobody else does it, okay? And I have a tape to prove that. But Karen wouldn't let me introduce it as evidence, and she never even listened to it. But the thing is I called VRBO/HomeAway. You have to rent your whole house out. You can't even be there. And that's the same way it is. And there's no 600, when they talk about 600 different STR agencies, most of those are small real estate offices that operate in a local little area. There's only a couple big ones, okay? Airbnb is the biggest. They provide me with $1 million worth of liability insurance in case somebody gets hurt. They handle the calendar perfectly. they handle the money, they do all that, and you know what? The reason that this thing isn't going seamlessly for Placer County is because of Placer County's irresponsibility in not entering into an agreement. And you cannot say that, oh, well, you know, then we'd have to do it with all these other 600 people. You don't have to do that, okay? Because the thing is, you get most of your revenue from Airbnb and VRBO and whatever they're called, HomeAway. Okay, those are the big ones, okay? All you have to do is sign an agreement with them. I have proof with me right now. Well, first of all, Doug has told me there's no agreements with any STR agency. You guys don't have any with anybody. Okay, so why are these other 72 places, it wasn't any problem for them. I even downloaded the application and sent it to Doug. It's 7 pages long. I could fill it out in 20 minutes myself, okay? And Leslie Lau, who is the attorney that I talked to that works for Airbnb, says they would have had an agreement in 4 weeks, okay? Then the money gets collected the way it's supposed to be. It shows on the guy's receipt. There's no surprises. There's no, oh, hey, you owe another 10% thing. None of that. And for the attorney here, what's your first name, Clayton? For him to say that all of this is on page 1, none of it's on page 1. Okay? And it doesn't matter where it is on their listing. It's not on page 1, I guarantee you that, because I know what these listings look like. Okay? And the thing is, even if it was, you can't do it that way. According to your law, it has to be on the rent receipt. So it has to show up. And when I did a test rental in San Diego, one of the places that have an agreement, and there it is, sitting right there, right in front of your face before you hit the final button, okay? By the time they paid their rent, I don't even know who they are yet, okay? So the thing is all you guys have to do is sign an agreement. First of all, you'll make a lot more money, okay? Because, you don't even need this home compliance. That's a waste of the taxpayers' money. You're paying them $250,000 a year, and you wouldn't even need them if you just signed the agreements, okay? Because it would be automatic. And everybody in Placer County would be paying it, okay? And it's automatic. And when you get a chunk of money laid on you, per zip code, I don't see what the big problem is. I don't know what his aggregate meant and all that. I'm not up on that part of it. But you get a ton of money laid on you, and you don't have to hire a host compliance. I mean, to me, that's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer, okay? And I'm right because, let me ask you something. I'm being punished by following the law. That's basically what it is. I was duped into paying that first $1,600 and some odd dollars. Me and Doug get along great, okay? I've known Doug since 17, and we talk a lot. There's probably been 200 emails going back and forth between us, and I like Doug a lot. But the thing is, I was duped into paying that money because, first of all, I didn't even know what TOT tax was then, okay? Thing is, and then this host compliance was doing a lousy job because I knew a lot of Airbnb hosts that never heard from Placer County. They never heard a word from Placer County. I'd ask them every time I'd see them. So basically, they're doing their little hit and miss job. They're putting everybody on an unlevel playing field, okay? And so you're trying to charge an extra 10% for your rooms, and the guy down the street isn't. Okay, you don't need host compliance. It's a total waste of money. And all you got to do is sign the agreement. You get your money. Everybody be happy. Everybody see it up front the way it's supposed to be. And none of you up there would buy something online or sign up for anything like that if you didn't see it on your receipt before you hit the final button. That's my argument, okay? And then, Mr. Wright, some of the stuff he said was absolutely ridiculous, saying that, nobody cares about having an Airbnb. Placer County's supposed to sign an Airbnb agreement just to please one host, and he was referring to me. Well, that's not the case, because every single host would love it if you guys would sign an agreement. I've talked to Doug about this for years, ever since I got the first time around, Doug, you remember that. And I've talked to him about that for years. And he's always telling me, it's in negotiations, it's in negotiations. Well, it's not even in negotiations. No reason not to have it. It's a no-brainer, for crying out loud. That's my argument. I'm doing it by the law, and every single suggestion that they have, throughout that whole 92-page transcript is not in compliance. Now, Doug, when Brian Wirtz, I guess that's his name, isn't it? When he presented every one of those listings, there's about 7 of them, I guess, and every time he'd read one, he'd act like it was on page 1. It's not on page 1, believe me. It's buried in there. People don't even see it. You know, when I was doing it, when I was trying to do it the way you guys wanted me to do it, it was a big surprise to everybody, and I had it in the only place I could put it in my listing, okay? And it was several pages, there's not several pages, but a few pages back, and you know what? Nobody ever reads that stuff. It's like when you get a new iPhone and they got the terms on there, do you read all those terms? Nobody does. They just punch the button and go on. They look at the pictures of the house, they look at where it's at, and they look at the price. And that's all they look at. So they're being caught by surprise, okay? And that's not the way you do business. That's not the way you do business. I mean, I guess I spent a whole day yesterday, a day and a half, typing all my notes up, but that's pretty much it, okay? And all I can say is, you guys want to bend and twist the law and skew the law the way you want to do it, so maybe I should ask for a list of all the laws that really don't apply that are ordinances, because an ordinance is a law. And this law is so easy to read, it's so short and concise, and it says it exactly how it has to be, and no TOT tax ever collected from a short-term rental ever complied with the law, except I'm talking about the the people like me that do their houses or rooms. I'm not talking about hotels or anything like that. But no short-term rental has ever been in compliance. Okay, so all the money you guys have collected, all that money was not collected in compliance with the law. That's it. That's about it. That's all I can think of. I mean, I wish I hadn't done all those notes now. I didn't even need them.
Well, thank you, Mr. Williams. I really appreciate it and appreciate you sharing your position.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I got to obey the law, but Placer County doesn't have to obey the law. That's basically what it comes down to. The law is concise, the law is crystal clear, and it says it has to be done a certain way, and none of it is being done that way. Okay, you get all these suggestions, suggestion after suggestion after suggestion. You can do it this way, you can do it that way, you can do it whatever way, you can pad your room price, you can do this, you can do that. Can't. Not legally.
Thank you. So
Okay.
you have raised some questions for us, and I know we've got some questions of our staff. So with that, why don't we go ahead, we will open public comment so that we can take public comment. I don't know if we've got any public who wants to make any comments, and anybody out there who's with Mr. Williams? Okay, so we'll close public comment. Oh, we do have somebody. All right, good, thank you. Is that on Zoom or? All right, so we do have a public comment from somebody on Zoom.
Catherine Clune, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
All right,
Catherine?
She's unmuted.
Is it Catherine? You are unmuted. Let's see if we can hear you, because we're not hearing anything. Oh, love Zoom.
There's something wrong with her mic.
We think there's something wrong with her mic. Okay.
Can I say one more thing?
Well, we've opened up public comment,
Okay.
and you'll have an opportunity to make another. You'll have another opportunity, I believe, right?
It's very
Yes. Yes. So let's see if this person wants to call in, and we can't. We can probably. We can get her through the other number, correct? So let's do that.
Or the Zoom number is an offer as well.
All right, so somebody can get a hold of her. I think that would be important to hear what she has to say. However you're going to do that, I'll let you take care of that. We do have some, okay, so we do have some questions, or actually he's brought up some questions. So did you want to have any clarifying, any response to the things that Mr. Williams had to say?
Yes, a couple brief ones.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Mr. Williams referenced 72 different places with contracts with Airbnb. That's in your record at page 144 to 162. There are other ones other than the counties I mentioned. Those are cities and towns. There is only 9 counties. So my reference earlier was to 9 of the 58 counties have a contract with Airbnb. I didn't categorize the cities and towns.
So number of local cities of the 58 counties, only 9 of the 58 counties utilize Airbnb.
Right.
Or have a contract with Airbnb.
Right.
Okay.
But there is a full listing if you want to see all of the towns and cities that have an agreement.
Yes, I saw them highlighted in your record, Mr. Williams.
It's a few short now.
Mr. Williams raised some concern about misrepresentations of costs to the renters. I think it's worth noting that the amount of the tax can be included in the total listing price. He would just have to pay the 16% Airbnb price. He can also list it in his posting that the occupancy tax needs to be paid, but will be paid at time of arrival or through a separate agreement. So anybody renting would read that and know that by renting that property, they would have to pay that tax at a later time. And with respect to host compliance, he had some concerns that host compliance wasn't effective and the cost was too much. Host compliance does more than collection. They also do monitoring and enforcement, so there are other things that they do. And I think it's worth noting that host compliance did notify Mr. Williams along with 1,000 other people that were renting without a license in 2017. And so there was some value to their services at that point, specifically with respect to this appeal.
Thank you.
Other than that, I did touch on the concerns about receipts at the same time and collecting the amounts at the same time, but I can go back over those if you'd like.
All right. I think we might have a couple more questions, but I don't know if you got a hold of the public comment, Megan, person.
Catherine, go ahead and try unmuting your mic one more time to give your comments.
Yeah, her,
Not working, is it?
it is not working.
Okay.
I
This.
just sent her an email.
Okay, if she calls in, we'll allow her to do that. Mr. Williams, you did say you wanted to make another comment, so I have the discretion to, if there's some factual corrections you want to make, I'll let you do that.
Well, can I?
And if you could stand up, that way you can be heard. I appreciate it, thank you.
In every, like I said, when Brian, glad he came back up here, I would have left my iPhone here. When Brian, the attorney from the last hearing, went through all, with 6 or 7 listings, and he kept asking Doug at the end of each one, in your opinion, are they in compliance? And Doug would say, yes, every time. But that's just Doug's opinion. That doesn't mean that the law that I read you, I mean, it's not going by the law. And nothing Clayton said is either, okay? Because there's only one way to collect it, and it's the way the law states it has to be collected. And it has to show on all receipts, and it has to mainly show on the rent receipt, okay? And then, so Doug kept saying yes, but you know, you got to realize Doug works for Placer County. Everybody in that last meeting was getting a paycheck from Placer County. What's the chance of anybody being on J.R. Williams' side? You know what I'm saying? And it's the same, kind of like the same thing today. But Clayton's wrong about all the different ways you can collect it. You can collect it after, you can do this, you can do that. 100% wrong because the law is clear, and that is the law. Okay, you can't bend and twist laws to your advantage just to take in more revenue. You got to do it by the book. And it's not happening, and I don't see any reason whatsoever. And like I said, there's not 600 different SRT agencies. Those are local little realtors that have a rental service going where you rent the whole house out. Airbnb is the only one that lets you just rent rooms out. Okay, so there's my last thing I wanted to say. I think Doug's opinion was just his opinion. Okay, that's his opinion, but it doesn't mean that it's in compliance because it's not in compliance.
Thank you, Mr.
That's what I got to
Williams.
say.
All right. She's not going to make a comment. All right, thank you. So let's bring it back to our board, and let's see if we have any other questions that have been brought up, because I know I've got a couple, Supervisor Euler?
So, do we have any collection or remittance agreements with any listing agencies at this point?
No, none at this point.
So, for instance, Vacasa, which is very active up in Tahoe, one of my best friends, his place is listed with them. We collect directly from him, the homeowner, not from Vacasa.
Well, with Vacasa, they would be considered a property management company.
Okay.
So we do receive remittance and worksheets directly from the property management company.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I know them as a listing service, but they're a property management service in that regard. Okay. So, because on their site, they very clearly call out what the tax is, the total taxes and fees, and they specifically say this, includes your Placer County lodging fee on their site.
Right.
But we get a report from them that identifies on a permit by permit basis what the tax that was collected and remitted is.
That's correct.
Okay. And so Airbnb does not do that. They simply aggregate and send it out one lump sum kind of a thing. Is that right?
That's my understanding. So far, our negotiations with Airbnb, that is their current stance on that. And in talking with other counties, town of Truckee as well, that was the similar position that Airbnb had with them.
And so obviously, in that kind of an environment, we have no way of knowing. I mean, it thwarts our host compliance effort if that's the direction that we go, because we have no way of knowing if so. Then
No way of knowing what?
we have no way of knowing if this particular Airbnb is paying, but this one isn't, is actually registered and paying, but this one isn't.
So they're just doing a lump sum aggregate amount, but not saying this property owner, this property owner, this
Right,
property owner.
Right.
So we have no way of knowing through Airbnb if Mr. Williams's TOT is being
who's-
paid
right.
or someone else's
Exactly.
TOT is being paid. Got it. Okay.
That's why we chose not to.
So then, somebody who chooses to list exclusively through Airbnb, since they don't collect and remit the tax, if I'm renting a room and I want $100 a night for renting the room, if I charge $110 a night, I can list my property on Airbnb for $110. I pocket the $100 and I know I have to collect and remit the $10. Is that the way that it is done by people who list with services that don't separately call out the tax like Vacasa does?
Yes, that's one of the ways that people utilize the Airbnb and still stay in compliance.
This is written in the law, you can't do that.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Williams.
Okay.
Thank you.
Say that.
I appreciate that. Supervisor Gustafson?
Yeah, that's all I have.
Okay.
So of the 3,200 approximately Airbnb listings that we have, and we're collecting, no, I guess we wouldn't know. What I guess I'm getting to is how the majority of those are collecting that, and that we've accepted and we've explained that to Mr. Williams, that he can collect it that way, whether he agrees with what our ordinance says or not. We've said, this is our interpretation, here's how we're working with you. Do we know about how many are submitting it that way through posting that your room rate includes your 10% room tax for Placer County?
For the 3,000 plus
Yeah.
advertisements, we don't have those numbers
Okay.
on that. We've done spot checks, kind of a cross-section of looking at what people have been doing, and I think Clayton kind of reviewed those fairly
Yeah.
well on that as far as the different.
The various options. I know I recently rented one for family that was coming, we thought was coming prior to COVID, and I just looked up, and that's how they handle it. It says 10% is included in this fee that you've paid.
Right. And note that the majority do that, along with what Supervisor Euler has indicated.
Okay, but we have explained that that's okay for him to do it that way. and we'll accept it that way.
Yes.
Okay.
So I have a question. Oh, sorry, Supervisor Holmes, I'll let you go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Doug, Mr. Williams mentioned that you answered some questions from, I believe, Brian Wirtz. Was that correct?
Correct.
And it was your opinion. What was your opinion based on? Was it based on fact, or was it based on the law, or was it just
Well,
your opinion?
it was based on the law in that there's the ability for the tax administrator to have a degree of flexibility with how the taxes are remitted and collected on this. Mr. Williams is absolutely correct. There's no way, the Airbnb does not include a separate field for transient occupancy tax that, say, VRBO or other major online platforms do. And so because of that, when people are utilizing Airbnb, there needs to be a meeting between Placer County and the operators to find a way to meet the compliance level in the ordinance on that. So looking at the situation, seeing that what people were providing their guests on that, and also providing Placer County as a form of documentation, that was based on the ordinance itself.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just add just briefly to that, Mr. Jastro is acting as the county's tax administrator, and the county code specifically says that he has the authority to adopt procedures and schedules for the collection and payment, and issue guidelines to clarify the article, the transient occupancy tax ordinance. So it's not just his opinion as an individual, but him as the tax administrator, and he's delegated that authority.
And I just have a question of clarification. So Mr. Williams read off of, on page 9, section 4.16.05, the collection, right? And that's what he is contending that is not, we're not doing this according to our ordinance or our law. I've read through it. Would you, Doug, please read through it? And you know, it says that the rent is collected from every person. The amount of tax shall be separately stated from the amount of the rent charged, which certainly can be done on all guest receipts. No operator of a hotel shall advertise or state in any manner, whether directly or indirectly, that the tax or any part thereof will be assumed or absorbed by the operator, or that will not be added to the rent, or that, if added, any part will be refunded except in the manner hereinafter provided. But the way that you have said you can go about this, even by utilizing Airbnb, is that it can be on the listing, it can be collected at that time, the 10%, it's remitted to Airbnb, and then what's required then is our individual operator to submit the funds separately. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we are adhering to section 4.16.050. Yes, I mean, that's our ordinance and we are doing it correctly.
Yes.
The challenge is that Mr. Williams would prefer not to have to directly submit those dollars. And I understand that. I wouldn't want to have to do that either. But we have to make sure that we're actually tracking who is paying their TOT. And just by going with Airbnb, we are not able at this point to track who is paying their TOT, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just clarifying so I understand. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. Supervisor Gustafson, then Euler.
So, just so the board's clear, I was not in this seat during the last TOT ordinance and had many, many meetings with property management firms, individuals. I sat in a different seat for the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association at that time, and we went round and round with many of the discussion items that we're talking about today. Many of the 5,300 TOT certificate holders rent through either online platforms or a combination of local property management firms that then turn around and list on Airbnb and VRBO. And so there's multiple ways. This evolution is occurring so rapidly that no ordinance or law we come up with will not take interpretation, because the online platforms change things all the time as they get sued or other things happen. So this has changed dramatically in I'd say the last 10 years, and even more so in the last 5 years, with the numbers of online platforms, the manners in which people try to get around, not Mr. Williams, but others try to get around, and why we've had to invest so much in enforcement, because you see the magnitude of revenue. When we're looking at $20 million of revenue to Placer County, or $22 million, that represents $220 million of economic direct lodging revenues that people are collecting. So no law is perfect, no ordinance is absolute, and there are interpretations that need to be made. You were very clear, and I believe we sent that to all TOT certificate holders at that time on this particular issue of the means in which you might have to do this, because we did not want to aggregate and not know if a particular property was paying the taxes appropriate to pay. There's no way to check it if you just get the dollars aggregated by, even by zip code, because there's 1,000 in a zip code or 2,000 in a zip code. So anyway, I know it's fraught with, as all laws and rules are, with interpretations that need to be made, and our code calls for those interpretations to be made, and I think it's been identified clearly.
Supervisor Euler?
Yes, Clayton, so the only tax period that we're talking about today is second quarter of 2019, correct? April 1st through June 30th, second quarter 2019?
Second quarter.
That's all we're talking about? So everything subsequent to that, has it been remitted? Or is this just the first of a quarter that has reached this point? Has there been no other remittance?
My understanding is there hasn't been any other remittance, but for purposes of the appeal today, we're confined to this period. So
I'm
it's
sorry,
very-
I couldn't hear you. For purposes of what?
This appeal today, we're only able
Okay.
to discuss this period. So it's very likely that we will be back with Mr. Williams if he,
Okay, so there was remittance at one point for what was previous to this period?
Yes.
This is the first period that there was no remittance, and then all subsequent, so for the last year, we've got 4 quarters that we have no remittance for, is that correct?
correct.
Okay. Question. Is it, and it's a serious question, is it simply the format, or do you not think that you should be collecting and owing the tax? Yes, sir. If, we need you at the microphone in order for this to be on the record. Everything has to be in the microphone. That's the only way we capture this for the record. Sure. So is your dispute, are you contending that your interpretation of the format for collection and remittance is somehow convoluted enough such that it precludes you from being able to do it, or do you just not feel that you owe the tax? What, I'm
Don't collect it from the transient because I don't collect the money, okay? You know, like I said, I keep saying this, the law is clear. It should show up on the receipt. It would if you guys had an agreement. The thing is, you know.
And I get that part, and you know, you're saying the law is clear, it should show up there.
Well, yeah.
But what part of the law of 10% of the rental rate needing to be collected and remitted isn't clear? What part of that isn't clear?
What part of what isn't clear?
What part of 10% of the rental rate?
No, I know it's 10%, but the thing is, the law says you cannot just add it to the room price. That's what the law says, okay? The law also says it has to be on the rent receipt, okay? Which just makes perfect sense. I mean, when you buy something, you want to see all your charges, okay? When you go to a hotel, it's on the rent receipt, okay? It's right up front in your face when you punch that last button and book the room. Not the way they're talking about it, okay? Now, the thing is, I got no problem with paying the 10% as long as it's collected legally, and the thing is, and it's up front, the person knows he's paying and he knows what he's getting charged for. I would love to have you guys sign an agreement. I've been after Doug to have you guys sign an agreement for 4 years.
Hold. You as a certificate holder
Mm-hmm.
know that you have an obligation to collect and remit 10% of the value of the room rate, correct? You know that.
If it's collected legally. Now, the thing
no,
is,
no.
when I went into that certificate, I didn't understand the law the way I do now.
Let's not, what you're looking for, it sounds to me, you're looking for a way, an excuse to not remit the 10% that you know is the obligation of every certificate holder to collect and remit. You're using the excuse of the form of the receipt or the form of notification of the customer as your excuse to not have to remit that which you were supposed to have collected.
I don't collect the money, okay? I don't collect the money. The money's supposed to be collected, and it says it clearly, at the time the rent is paid. Only ones that can do that, there's only two entities that can make that happen. One is Airbnb. They will gladly do it if you guys would sign an agreement, okay? So basically, it falls on Placer County's refusal to sign an agreement, and Jerry Gamma has turned them down 3 times, okay? And I've got the dates in there.
And yet, everybody else, and there are a number of people who are listing rooms, just rooms, I just went and looked while we were here in this hearing, just rooms on Airbnb, they're figuring out how to collect and remit the tax.
But it's all not the way the ordinance is written, okay? The thing is, you cannot, it says right there you can't pad the price of your room. You can't do it. It says it right in the ordinance.
I don't know how you're defining quote-unquote padding the price.
No, like say, for instance, okay, so you want $100 for your room, so you throw in $10 for the county, and you charge $110 for your room. You can't do that.
Well, actually, you can, and you can even have it stated in the thing that you're adding.
It won't go on the rent
amount.
receipt. It won't go on the rent receipt.
You're notifying the customer right up front that the price, and you could have it anywhere in your ad, that the price includes all applicable transient occupancy taxes. That's all you'd have to say.
I know, but
on your listing, and you're done.
That does not get it itemized on the rent receipt.
You've notified the customer, that's the intent of the ordinance, is the customer basically has to be notified that they have met their obligation to pay the tax. It's now on you to collect and remit.
It has to be listed as a tax on the rent receipt. It has to be listed as a tax.
That's your interpretation.
Well, that's what the law says.
Obviously, our council has a different interpretation.
Well, yeah, of course they do, but that's what the law says.
All
The
right,
law
gentlemen.
says it,
Okay.
Thank you.
okay?
Appreciate the clarification. We're going to bring this back, let's see. I'm going to take this back to staff. Anything else that you need to clarify or wrap up?
No, I think we're good.
All right. Any other questions by board members? All right. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Thank you. Appreciate the time. And any other further discussion by our board? All right, then with that, I will see.
Then the request from staff is to deny the appeal and order that the amount of TOT that is due, which is $2,306.27, be due and payable immediately.
I move that. Second?
Motion by Euler, second by Holmes, and I will take a roll call, please.
Wygant.
Yep.
Holmes.
Yes.
Euler. Gustafson. Gore.
Yes. Thank you. So the hearing is closed. I'm sorry that there is a disagreement in the law, however, or how the ordinance is written. However, it is still a policy that we collect TOT and it has to be remitted because that's the cost of doing business for this type of business. So appreciate you bringing this to our attention. I did actually ask staff to continue having conversations with Airbnb. I had several email conversations with both Jane and actually Clayton and yes, about this, about seeing if there's a way that we can work with Airbnb to collect this. But if we're unable to figure out which property owners are submitting and we're receiving that TOT, it will make it difficult. But in the meantime, this is still an ordinance that needs to be followed. So thank you very much. We are going to move on to the next item. All right, and we will get ready for our 2 o'clock timed item. Actually, not too bad. Oh, actually, before we go to our 2 o'clock timed item, right, we're going to finish up a couple of department items. I don't know if they reached out to you, Dr. Sisson, but I think what we would like to do is do a couple of our final department items so that we can finish those up. And I know that we will have a lot of conversation about COVID. So with that, we are going to move, thank you, to, I have to see where we finished on our department items. Item 14C, and Amy Ellis is ready. It is the Substance Abuse Prevention and Treatment Block Grant, funding allocation and application. Good afternoon, Amy.
Good afternoon, Chair Gore and members of the board. I'm Amy Ellis, the Director of the Adult System of Care, here today with an action item requested to adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Health and Human Services, or designee, to sign the fiscal year 2020-2021 Substance Abuse Prevention and Treatment Block Grant, funding allocation and application. The resulting agreement and any resulting documentation with California Department of Healthcare Services in an amount not to exceed $1,595,499, and to sign any subsequent amendments not to exceed $100,000 with risk management and county council concurrence. The Department of Healthcare Services utilizes this revenue agreement to outline our requirements and uses for this federal funding provided to counties to deliver mandated substance use services. Placer County uses SAPG funds to enhance our continuum of care available with our drug Medi-Cal dollars. So this enhances what's available through that benefit to best meet the substance use treatment and prevention needs of our residents. Services that we provide include our screening clinics offered throughout our community, linkage to treatment, recovery residences, perinatal support to pregnant and parenting women, health and human services support to our collaborative courts, youth treatment, and substance use prevention programs that are offered through our public health division. This is fully funded with federal funds and will be included in our fiscal year 2021 budget. This contract requires no county general fund contribution. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Amy. No questions from board members. Any comment from the public? All right, no comment. We'll bring it back to the board for action.
Second.
A motion by Holmes, second by Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We also, thank you, Amy. We also have item 15-1A, which is a supplemental. This is an IT item. It is Service Desk Support Services Agreement with NWN Solutions Corporation. And it looks like, do we have somebody from IT? There he is, looking very IT-ish with headphones. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Oh, I'm not hearing you.
Mike, we can't hear you.
I know, there you go. Wait a second. It makes me feel so much better than an IT guy is there trying to get his microphone to work, because it happens to me more often than not.
How about now?
There you go. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Chairperson Gore and members of the board. My name is Mike Lewis, and I am an Information Technology Manager in the Placer County IT Department. And with me on a separate Zoom session today is Kevin Collins, the Information Technology Supervisor for the IT Service Desk. The item we are presenting today is to request your approval of an agreement with the NWN Corporation of Gold River, California for a managed services contract for Tier 1 Service Desk Support Services in the maximum amount of $432,813 for the period August 1st, 2020 through July 31st, 2021, and to approve the option to renew the resulting award for 2 additional one-year periods subject to proper performance of the selected provider, and to authorize the purchasing manager to sign all required documents, and finally to authorize change orders in the amount not to exceed $43,282, consistent with Placer County's procurement policy. This item is funded within the Information Technology Department's fiscal year 2021 budget. The Information Technology Department provides a wide range of technology services to citizens and county departments, including service desk services. The service desk is comprised of 3 distinct tiered service teams and is overall staffed with 13 full-time employees. The first level of support, or Tier 1, is direct phone and email contact from end users requesting assistance. The IT service desk receives an average of approximately 100 Tier 1 requests for service per business day. Service desk functions include providing telephone support for workstation software and access issues, password resets, account management, network change requests, and customer notification services. Since 2015, the IT department has utilized managed service contracts for Tier 1 service by specifying the standards for services to be provided, defining costs for services rendered, identifying minimum response times based on contact type, and holding the provider accountable by measuring their performance against weekly and monthly reports as defined in our mutual service level agreement. In March 2016, your board approved the award of an agreement for a managed services contract for service desk services with the NWN Corporation. That engagement has proven very successful, and the contract was renewed with your board's approval in 2019. In recent months, the IT department has negotiated a renewed contract with NWN Corporation that improves upon the previous service by eliminating some rollover services that may have been provided by NWN employees remotely. Represented in today's request, this proposed contract modifies the previous agreement to ensure all services will be provided by resources working from the DeWitt Center campus and from vendor partners who reside in the local area. The requested award amount exceeds the purchasing manager's authority and requires your board's approval in accordance with procurement policy. Therefore, your board's approval is required to proceed with a new one-year agreement in the maximum amount of $432,813 with 2 one-year renewal options, to authorize the purchasing manager to sign all required documents, and to authorize change orders in the amount not to exceed $43,282. We are now available to answer any questions your board may have.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the report. It looks like there are no questions from board members. Anybody from the public? All right, bring it back to the board for action.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. And with that, I have to go back. Sorry about that, Kate. I saw your beautiful face pop up, and I skipped over item 15A, which is an HR item, implementation of countywide account clerk and accounting technician service series classification study. So now it's your turn, Kate. Nice to see you.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Kate Sampson with your Human Resources Department. Today I'm requesting introduction of an ordinance amending your schedule of classifications and compensation, your allocation of positions to departments, and your allocation of positions to special districts ordinances to implement the actions of the Civil Service Commission at its July 13th, 2020 meeting related to the countywide study of the account clerk and accounting technician series. Based on the study results, the Commission's adopted changes reflected in today's proposed amendments include: first, a change in title for account clerk to the more modern accounting assistant. Second, creation of a specialized payroll technician classification. And third, the reclassification of 7 of the 88 positions studied to more accurately reflect their assigned duties. Staff recommends approval of the ordinance reflecting these updates, and I'm available should you have any questions.
Thank you. Looks like there are no questions from board members. Anything from the public? All right, close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
Item 16A, which is annual fleet vehicle purchases. And there is Brett. Good afternoon, Brett.
Good afternoon, board members. Again, Brett Wood with your purchasing manager. I'm here today to request the approval of negotiated purchase orders for the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services 1122 Public Safety Procurement Program of Mather, California, Winter Chevrolet of Elk Grove, U.S. Fleet Services of Corvine, California, and Wondry's Fleet Group of Alhambra, California, utilizing the Governor's Cal OES 1122 Public Safety Procurement Program and the State of California cooperative contracts. These are for the purchase of various types of fleet vehicles in the maximum aggregate amount of $2,569,601, funded by revenue collected from replacement funds with no net county cost. I'm also at this time requesting your board's approval for the purchasing manager to sign the resulting purchase orders and related documents. Request to purchase additional vehicles utilizing the aforementioned or better cooperative contracts within the current fiscal year, provided the requests are appropriately budgeted and included in the fiscal year 2020-2021 master fixed asset list. As a bit of background for your board, the PCSO, or the Placer County Sheriff's Office, and the Department of Public Works, Fleet Services and Road Maintenance Divisions have budgeted for the purchase of various types of fleet vehicles. Historically, the county has issued these as an independent bid. However, this year, those departments have requested, and procurement concurs, that utilizing the cooperative contracts from the state of California and the Cal OES program are in the county's best interests. Our purchasing policy has an exception for cooperative purchasing based on the fact that those agencies went through a competitive process and these vehicles are available to us in that manner. And we also occasionally have the need to purchase additional vehicles throughout the year that would exceed the purchasing manager's expressed authority by the board. And so we're asking for your board's authority to do those actions should they be appropriately approved on the master fixed asset list and budgeted. This will allow the county to not miss manufacturers' cutoff dates and expedite that process for the departments. Currently, the dollar amount requested encompasses about 77 vehicles within the public safety and the fleet division for use throughout the county. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions and respectfully request your board's approval.
Thank you very much. Looks like there are no questions. Anybody from the public? All right, bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
Motion by Wygant, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Brett.
Thank you.
Let's jump into the 5-minute presentation by Mr. Tabor, which is item 17B. If he is, unless is he on? Let's do that, and that way. That
I am here.
Gives him 20 minutes of time back, and we'll take item 17B, the 2020 Hot Mix Asphalt Overlay Project. Good afternoon.
Great. Thank you, Chairperson Gore, members of the Board of Supervisors. Caught me a little bit off guard, but I'll make this quick, hopefully faster than 5 minutes. I have 2 requested actions with this next item. The first is to award the hot mix asphalt overlay contract number 1252 base bid to A. Teichert & Sons in the amount of $2,893,366.50 for the fiscal year 1920 resurfacing asphalt overlay project, and authorize the Director of Public Works or his designee to execute change orders in accordance with the Public Contract Code in an aggregate amount not to exceed $289,336.65. The second action is to authorize the Director of Public Works to also, thank you, Jeremy, to also award additive alternate number 1 to A. Teichert & Sons in the amount of $1,234,000, with such delegation authority terminating on December 31st of this year. Also with this action, authorizing the Director of Public Works to execute contract change orders for additive alternate number 1 in accordance with the Public Contract Code, an aggregate amount not to exceed $123,400. This is the third of 3 major projects that is utilizing SB1 road maintenance and rehabilitation account funds. The first 2 projects were a chip seal project, mostly in western Placer County. Also a recently finished microsurface slur seal project that ranged almost the entire county from western to eastern. And then, of course, and those two totaled, excuse me, just short of $5 million. With this project for 2.8, almost 2.9, we'll have, when all is said and done, over 150 miles of county roadways resurfaced. The additive alternate could potentially add another 3 miles of roadway, and that is all contingent on RMRA funding that lags in its payment, as described in the board memo. There were 5 bidders there were 5 bidders who turned in bids for this project. Tyker Construction was the low bidder. Sure, cover all my bases here. I think that's it. With that, I'll turn it over to the board. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you very much for your quick pivot, Kevin. We appreciate it. And good news to see more of our roads up in the Tahoe area being paved. So we're pleased to hear this report. All right, no questions from board members, anybody from the public? We will. Motion by Gustafson, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Holmes temporarily absent. And next we'll move to item 17A, the presentation on the Resort Triangle Transportation Plan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Gore, Peter Kratz with Public Works, here with Crystal Jacobson of Cedra, and then we have Stephanie Holloway on the line. A team effort here. A lot of information to cover. We know it's late in the afternoon already. We'll do our best to be as efficient as we can, but we want to cover some important information. Again, Stephanie is our technical guru. She'll lead the presentation. Crystal here is to talk a little bit about parking in more detail, and I'm here to answer questions afterwards as well. So thank you for your attention.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Gore, members of the board. Stephanie Holloway, Senior Engineer with the Department of Public Works. Just checking that you can hear me.
Yes.
Great. So I'm really excited to provide you with an overview of the draft recommendations that have been developed through our efforts on the Resort Triangle Transportation Plan. The plan is an effort that emerged really out of the adoption of the Tahoe Basin Area Plan, and is meant to refine our focus on transportation initiatives that were really seeded with the area plan, and really to provide us some larger solutions on traffic congestion, methods for increased mobility, and vehicle travel reductions for the entire eastern Placer region in and outside the Tahoe Basin, referred to as our Resort Triangle. Next slide. As background for this effort, the transportation plan really arose after your board approved both the TART systems plan and, as I mentioned, the Tahoe Basin Area Plan in 2017, which really set us forward on a path for transportation focus. Your board also approved the North Tahoe Transportation Demand Management Strategies 1 year ago this July. And then along came the state's requirements for analysis of vehicle miles traveled with Senate Bill 743. I will also mention that this effort has been funded through state funds collected via gas tax revenues and is administered to us through Caltrans. The study encompasses the area of eastern Placer County, east of the Sierra Summit, in and out of the Tahoe Basin. We've come to commonly call this the Resort Triangle here in Placer, specifically the area between North Lake Tahoe and the I-80 corridor. The triangle itself is made up of state highways 89, 267, and 28 within the basin. Next slide. I'd like to start out by really outlining the purpose of the plan. Our mission statement for this effort challenges us to really imagine a transportation system for Tahoe that will be more efficient, utilizing existing roadway infrastructures, will improve our mobility for all, will promote environmental stewardship, and will reduce congestion and provide options for non-motorized travel choices. Next slide. Thank you. The plan strives to achieve the mission by making alternative travel modes a more convenient and desirable option disincentivizing drive alone or low vehicle occupancy trips. Also, making critical transit connections to fixed route or TART services and on-demand services. The programs in the plan strive to lessen our trips via personal vehicle and improve the experience for our residents and visitors while reducing environmental effects. You're ahead of me, thank you. Highlighting our outreach here, during the plan development, we organized 2 separate stakeholder groups. One focused on the technical nature of the recommendations, and the other really to provide us with critical community feedback. We hosted 6 meetings of our project development team listed here, members listed here, and 2 meetings with our larger stakeholder representative groups. Feedback from both groups significantly helped shape the recommendations in the plan and before you today. Next slide. The draft plan and recommendations were informed by these 4 key focus areas. Adaptive corridor management, which focuses on travel to and from longer destinations. These are, like I mentioned, are longer trips predominantly on the state highways. The key emphasis in the plan is promoting transit usage, or really getting people on the bus. Parking management provides us with a better system in which to manage the attractiveness of single vehicle usage and provides options for land-constrained properties. Microtransit and vehicle trip reduction, or as commonly known, not commonly known, transportation demand management. This promotes travel choice alternatives to the vehicle, such as transit shuttles and trip reduction incentives for employees to reduce those home to work trips. Lastly, vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, helps us set a target to reduce impacts associated with driving on the environment. Next slide. Again, adaptive management portion of the plan applies to our feeder corridors on State Route 89 and 267. These roads, along with State Route 28 in the basin, are our primary transportation network for most travel into, around, and out of the region. The Resort Triangle area prior to COVID is increasingly experiencing times of peak congestion and increased vehicle travel along these routes. That therefore makes it the focus of our plan for future study. Recommendations are broken down into near and long term. The near term improvements include signal upgrades to continue to promote and prioritize our transit system as a more convenient option, especially during times of congestion. The long-term recommendations start from the intersection work of the near term and then connect them with a reversible bus-only or center-running transit lane. The plan also begins to consider details for implementation and potential next steps, including comments and concerns from our real key stakeholders of Caltrans and CHP. These details include access management of driveways on Highway 28, enforcement and safety, snow removal, bus only or HOV, and also aesthetics. Next slide. This is just a cross section. Actually, I think maybe you guys are a slide ahead of me if you want to back up one. This is just a slide that shows, gives you a visual representation of the roadway. This would be a 3-lane section, converting our 2-lane roadway to a 3-lane roadway and including this bus-only reversible lane in the center. Next slide. Thank you. The recommendations for State Route 89 are phased to focus on intersection improvements initially, specifically Squaw Valley and Alpine Meadows Road. Improvements will include, as I mentioned, upgrades to signal equipment for transit priority, as well as potential bypass or jump lanes at intersections that reduces delays due to congestion for our transit services. Again, the long-term vision would connect the intersections with a bus-only transit lane, which would operate in conjunction with our peak directional congestion periods. Next slide. Strategies for State Route 267 are similar to those for 89, with an initial focus on upgrading the North Star Drive and new airport signals and connection long-term with, again, a bus priority lane in the center. Additionally, the plan includes a recommendation for truck/bus climbing lanes over Brockway Summit to obviously alleviate long delays due to slower moving vehicles. Next slide. The second element in the plan focuses on parking management for our town centers of Kings Beach and Tahoe City, as well as summer and winter recreational areas. These are areas our visitors are attracted to and therefore will increasingly need strategies to reduce the vehicle load. The plan recommends that a paid parking program be implemented in the town centers. This would include public properties initially, on street within the public right-of-way, state right-of-way, and as well as lots that the county currently owns and manages. There are recommendations in the plan for pricing, times of enforcement, and seasonality as shown here. In addition, we're recommending that a residential parking management program be coupled with paid parking so as to reduce the potential effect to local residents on commercial parking spillover into our neighborhoods. The paid parking program better manages the stay within the town centers and acts as a nudge to decrease vehicle usage and alternative travel choices. It also has the potential to generate revenue to be used to help fund other mobility improvements such as transit shuttles, sidewalks and trails, and potentially bike paths. The plan also provides encouragement to our local ski resort partners to enhance paid parking and HOV incentives for their users. Next slide. This aerial gives you a visual for the recommendation of paid parking and parking management within Tahoe City. The dark green would be our paid parking zones. The light green represents the residential areas that were that were in evidence of commercial parking going back into the neighborhoods during summer peaks. The orange is the 64-acre property and would be recommended for paid parking under the recreational component. Next slide. This exhibit illustrates the recommendations for Kings Beach. Orange is the Kings Beach State Rec area, which currently has parking fees for usage. The paid parking and neighborhood parking areas shown here would again partner with the existing Kings Beach State Rec area and work in concert with each other. Next slide. There are also recommendations for implementation of paid parking at our high-frequency beach attractions shown here. Again, the plan includes pricing, times of enforcement, and seasonality recommendations as shown. One important observation is that nearly all the beaches around Lake Tahoe have some sort of paid parking, except beaches within Placer County. Therefore, adding paid parking for Placer County beaches in the summer would make it consistent with the rest of the beach parking for the Tahoe area. A beach parking program would require agreements with the U.S. Forest Service, state parks, and the Tahoe Conservancy. Next slide. Private partnerships will also be critical for consideration, and we've been in conversations with both the North Tahoe Business Association in Kings Beach, as well as the Tahoe City Downtown Association during the development of parking recommendations. Incorporation of key parking supply locations on private properties would be a benefit to the overall effort. The Safeway property in Kings Beach is one example of a potential public-private partnership for the parking program, given the availability of parking capacity in their lot. Skipping down for a second, we've been collaborating with the town of Truckee during plan development, learning from their efforts on their paid parking program, as well as dialoguing with them on parking interceptor lots with connections to our fixed route transit service. Jumping back up, in addition to the parking management recommendations in the plan, we've also been pursuing options around parking requirements for new and redevelopment of properties in and around the region. Crystal Jacobson from our Community Development Resource Agency has been leading this portion of our larger focus on parking, and I'd like to hand it off to her now to give you some more details.
Thank you, Stephanie, and members of the board. So we began, as we began to explore the opportunity of a paid parking management program or system, we actually met with the city of Sacramento to talk about their SAC Park program. They have a pretty robust program there. And while their program is, a very big program, we do see that portions of what they've done could be implemented in our town centers in the Tahoe region. So there were a lot of takeaways that kind of helped us understand how that system could be developed, what it would look like, and really what it would take to work. One thing that we heard from Sacramento is that when developing a paid parking system or putting together a program, it's important to also look at your parking regulations. So these are the parking requirements that are outlined in our code for new land development. Currently in the Tahoe area, the Tahoe Basin Area Plan includes a set of implementing zoning regulations, which require new land development and redevelopment to provide a certain number of parking stalls based on land use. So this is really what we call parking demand rates. It's about the number of parking spaces required per unit of development for various types of uses. So really, in the planning world, parking demand and land use really are closely related. That's just historically because of the use of the automobile. So what we learned from Sacramento is that they actually, in working with their planning department, they actually eliminated their parking in their central business district, and then actually changed the parking requirements as you move out from the central business district. So when they developed their parking program, they sort of did this hand in hand. And so what they found is really there are key provisions in the parking code that are relevant to the system, the parking system performance as it goes forward in terms of the paid parking, and really long-term outcomes that they were looking to get at. So really the idea here is to disincentivize automobile use, and when you continue to build parking, you're really incentivizing automobile use. So the idea was to try to limit that. In addition, when you're constructing parking, essentially you're taking land that could be better utilized in your town centers. So in those areas, really you want to concentrate on the highest use of that land. And I'll point out in our Tahoe town center areas, we've got very, very small town centers on constrained parcels. So what they found in Sacramento is that they had enough parking in that downtown area, but it wasn't really managed efficiently. So in developing their system, they explored ways to increase public use of private lots and private stalls. They focused on public-private partnerships with regard to developing their system by incentivizing private lot owners to really convert their parking, their private parking, to public, and they did that really by providing a platform for which they could really rent or turn on their stalls, rent it back, and it produced a revenue for them. So again, what we heard from them is that when we develop this program, if we develop this program, we need to really look at and revisit our regulations. I want to point out that when we did prepare the Tahoe Basin Area Plan, we did do a parking study at that time, and we did work to modernize our parking regulations in the Tahoe area. What we found in that study that we did, and I will point out, we also have done a study with this plan as well, and what we found out in both of those is that we do have adequate parking supply in our town centers. But similar to Sacramento, our parking supply that we have is not necessarily being what we feel being used efficiently, and we could better utilize it. What we also heard at the time that we prepared the area plan is, heard from the community, is that given the land constraints in our town centers, parking requirements are very difficult to meet and can really impact development feasibility. And that is, in fact, what we've found to date. So while we relaxed our standards in doing that, modified them, what we're hearing now from the community is that perhaps we didn't go far enough because we're not seeing the kind of redevelopment that we would like to see in the town centers. So again, we've got really small parcels in the town centers. They're hard to develop, is what we're hearing. So that said, if we move forward with a parking management program, we'd also like to explore some updates to the Tahoe Basin Area Plan parking standards. looking at new trends related to parking. A couple of them, just to touch on, one is a lot of jurisdictions are unbundling parking, which really is separating the cost of renting the parking stalls versus the cost of absorbing those costs into the residential unit when it's being rented or sold. So we're looking at that. Another one is to focus on parking maximums versus parking minimums. So instead of a minimum requirement for parking per use, some developers will put the minimum in and they'll add another 10 stalls, for example. Instead of doing that, we would place a maximum number of units so that you're not getting an abundance of parking and we're better utilizing our land in the town centers. A couple of other alternatives would be to look at, and I'll point out some communities are doing this, they're looking at parking in lieu fee programs or contribution to transit, so a funding that is generated for transit. And a lot of communities with paid parking systems are doing just that. So with the parking management program, we would be, again, further evaluating some revisions to the town center, to the Tahoe Basin Area Plan in our town centers is what we're focusing on. Again, the intent would be to develop a more efficient parking system in our town centers. And then also, we'd like to just address issues related to the development feasibility that we're seeing. So again, what we're hearing right now still is the need to look for regulatory relief to catalyze development in our town centers. I would say too, in light of the economic impacts we're seeing as a result of the COVID-19 crisis, this is particularly important as we focus on business recovery. So that said, as an interim measure, one thing that we have been thinking about is the option to prepare a standalone ordinance that would temporarily waive certain parking requirements in our town centers, and we could do that, put a horizon date on it of perhaps a year as we're working to develop the new standards and the paid parking system. We could prepare a standalone ordinance that would temporarily waive those parking requirements. So this ordinance could provide temporary relief to small-scale projects that are simply proposing a change in use or new operation, and really a way to help encourage revitalization in our town centers. So if your board desires, we can work to frame up that ordinance and bring that forward to your board for consideration. And so with that, I'll turn back over to Stephanie.
Great, thank you, Crystal. Lots going on with parking, but I'll take a pause there, maybe move off parking and bring us to discuss some transportation demand management. I'll ask you to advance the slide for me one. Thank you. So transportation demand management, or TDM, is really a general term that's, simply put, refers to travel choices other than the personal vehicle or a reduction in personal vehicle usage. This is a list here in front of you of all the TDM strategies that were included in the North Tahoe Transportation Demand Management. That's a mouthful. Strategies document that your board approved in July of 2019. The resort triangle plan that we're presenting today really takes a deeper dive into microtransit and our commute trip reduction strategies. So I'll go through those. Next slide. Our consultant team working on the RTTP helped us identify some key success elements for the recommended microtransit shuttle program. The shuttle program would really it would make connections to our key destinations, between neighborhoods, town centers, areas of recreation. It would also make connections to existing TART service and provide really that first mile, last mile component to the full trip. These shuttles would be on demand, accessible via mobile app, which would be provided with real-time dynamic information. The program would be structured to provide quick response times, typically in the areas of 15 to 20 minutes, and is recommended to be free to users, similar to the current TART service. Additionally, vehicles used should accommodate the stuff that people like to travel with in Tahoe: bikes, kayaks, things for the beach. So that is part of our recommendation. Next slide. Here's an overview of the transit service areas, which really are phased based on density, density of usage and density of residential facilities in first. So Tahoe City and Kings Beach obviously pop out. Other areas that are lower density and steeper terrain are recommended for a secondary phase. Focusing on the Kings Beach area, this service area would go from Tahoe Vista to the Nevada state line. The second phase for this general area would include Carnelian Bay and also the Ridgewood Way. Again, this implementation, we feel, works in concert with the previous recommendation on parking management. Similarly, the Tahoe City area is recommended for the first phase of development of our transit shuttle program. Dollar Point to Tahoe City is one specific zone that's been identified, and then another service area from Tahoe City to Homewood, including Grand Lebacan. The West Shore area shown in purple here is included in the recommendation, really, but identified as for future expansion of the transit shuttle program. Next slide. Additionally, the county currently has a trip reduction ordinance, which applies to a number of employers throughout the county. The ordinance dates back to the 1980s and was really intended to incentivize alternative travel way back then. For our home to work commute, which incidentally is our primary purpose for travel in most areas. This plan recommends new and updated practices, which we feel will be effective for continued work in this area, including regional coordination with TRPA on their Commute Tahoe program, promoting partnerships with local businesses and employers, really to provide an assistance for deployment of these trip reduction strategies. An additional recommendation includes setting a regional goal on non-single occupancy vehicle, or SOV is shown here, commute targets. So we really want to try to set a target on reducing those trips that happen with a single occupant. Ultimately, our goal is to expand and integrate TDM program strategies throughout the region, throughout businesses and other employers, as well as manage a regional employee survey. This is really our best effort to assess ongoing needs and changes to travel patterns. Next slide. Lastly, your board, has heard from our teams on Senate Bill 743, so I won't spend too much time here. I would like to, however, just define vehicle miles traveled for those who aren't familiar. VMT is really the amount that you travel, your number of trips, number of times you leave and come back to your place of residence or work throughout the day, times the distance that you travel. There are two environmental requirements now in place in our region for VMT. The first is TRPA's VMT threshold. This has been in place for a number of years through their bi-state compact and applies to the basin area. Secondly, the California Environmental Quality Act through Senate Bill 743 is sort of new to the VMT game and currently being implemented and overlaps with the TRPA threshold for California jurisdictions. The county and TRPA are currently working together on an effort to define how much VMT is acceptable. Next slide. So who does this new state threshold and standard apply to? The answer is predominantly new and redevelopment properties. Some key questions here that we really are working on trying to answer. How much VMT is bad? How much VMT is insignificant for further analysis by new or redevelopment projects? How do we mitigate the effects of increased travel associated with VMT? And how do we measure VMT, measure or model it? So those are all key questions that we're working on with TRPA currently. We do have a goal to complete this work this fall or winter, and really to help provide clear and simple direction for our potential development opportunities within the region. Next slide. Touching briefly just on our final phases for the plan, we're here today before you to launch our public review of the plan. We're also currently conducting online outreach via our virtual community workshop, which is launched on our plan website. Final edits to the plan will happen in late August or early September. We are anticipating coming back before your board for consideration of adoption of the final plan in late September. Then again, with your support, staff would begin identifying funding sources and initial implementation tasks. Next slide. I will highlight here the website for our plan and the plan review content and my contact information for submittal of any comments or questions should you have them. This includes our presentation. We're not asking the board for any action today, but would welcome any questions or comments your board or the public would have. Also, specifically, I'd like to seek your feedback related to the standalone ordinance to temporarily waive specific parking requirements that Crystal outlined. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, let's see. Questions from board members, input, suggestions? Go ahead.
Hi, Crystal, on a temporary ordinance like that, or a standalone ordinance, we don't know what we'll arrive at as the parking requirements. So we could end up approving projects higher or lower. I mean, how would we determine?
Correct, yeah. So so what we've talked about is eliminating or temporarily waiving the requirements for reuse or repurpose of buildings where you're seeing a new operation, for example, or a change of use come in. For any large, and we could frame it up, any large redevelopment project, typically we would require a parking management plan to be prepared as part of the project review for a project like that. So I don't think we would deviate from that. But we're talking about just a change in use and repurposing of the existing, any redevelopment that would come in that was a smaller scale.
Okay, but you'll define that of what those size projects are and, okay. And then just a couple things for, as you develop the rest of the plan and thoughts that I've had since we've been briefed on this. How we use the revenues from the parking fees and where those are dedicated to. As you know, in some of our core areas, especially Tahoe City, we're 20 years old on sidewalks and curbs right now. They're looking pretty tired. And so if we're going to charge for parking beyond the costs of administering the parking, you know, how would those revenues go to potentially augment or take care of deferred maintenance on those, or is it all going to some other source? I think these are thoughts for the future. I don't need answers today, but to be thinking about how it might be a win for the community and for those business owners who are looking at the front of their curb that's owned by Caltrans, but is not probably going to get replaced anytime soon, and some of the other issues there. And then have we considered at all reservations? I know in Emerald Bay, we're starting to talk about reservation systems to visit Emerald Bay so that people know if they want to get to Commons Beach and they book it online like Hidden Falls, they know there's a parking space for them. So when they load up their family and car and coolers and toys, they know they've got a spot for the day versus driving all the way into town, finding out there is no spot, and now they're frustrated, they're angry, and they park somewhere illegally because they can't get a paid spot. So I don't know if we've thought about that or if we could think about that.
We have, yes. And the city of Sacramento's system does that. They have a reservation system for parking, so that is part of.
Then you can plan your trip.
Part of
You're here for a week and you can't get a spot there. Hey, today we'll get a reservation over somewhere else.
The paid parking systems that are in place today are really pretty fascinating. Actually, they're with new technology. There's a lot more you can do than just putting coins into a meter. So yeah, we would be looking at something similar to that.
And then finally, I would think that it's chicken or the egg, and I think we have to have micro transit in place if we are going to start charging for parking so that people can we give them an alternative to get into town and to, visit these sites. I thought of one more. On the graphic of Tahoe City, the 64 acres is in recreation zoning, but we just built as part of the 89 Tahoe City revitalization project, more street parking, but along Highway 89 going up to Fanny Bridge.
Correct.
Is that going to be beach parking? Is that going to be street front parking? It didn't show it.
Good question. I think we need to think about that a little bit more. I mean,
Yeah.
my quick thought would be it would be paid as well.
Paid like the rest of the street?
Right.
Because it's a pretty easy walk and we've got walkways there. Okay, sorry, I'm done.
No, that's great. I'm glad you're asking those questions. You know the area well. Looks like no other comments, input from board members. We can open this up to the public. If there's any comments from the public on this item.
Suzanne Elizabeth, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, I want to thank Supervisor Gustafson for always having such really great input. It's always really interesting to watch your analysis. However, as someone who's been waiting to talk about COVID since 11 a.m., I'd like to know why we're talking about parking. This was an item that was to be discussed if time allowed. We have a doctor, a public health official, who's in the middle of trying to control a pandemic in our environment. And I just feel like I really appreciate the needs of parking and all the other issues that are being addressed, but I feel that's incredibly disrespectful to the public. Those of us who are caring for vulnerable individuals and have scheduled our day around this meeting. That's all.
Thank you very much for your comment, and we are doing our best to accommodate all of our board items. So we will be taking COVID shortly. And it was scheduled for 2 o'clock, not at 11 a.m. So any other public comment on this item?
Excuse me, there was an item at 11 a.m.
Not on COVID.
I wasn't allowed to speak during that time.
I'm sorry we weren't able to connect with you. We had closed public comment at that time. So with that, do we have any other public comment? All right. Thank you very much. We'll close public comment. And did you get the direction you need? Did we respond to the temporary ordinance question?
I think so, Chair Gore. That, yep.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Right. And just thanks so much for taking the time. I know it's late in the day and there's a lot going on here. It touches a lot of different things that are important. I realize the pandemic is biggest priority right now for most of us, but transportation, we need to keep planning for the future as best we can. So thanks so much for your patience in this.
Especially as we have all of these challenges in Lake Tahoe.
Quick shout out for some great work. We had you briefed me, and I'm really impressed with it all. So don't disparage that at all.
Yeah, no, it's great work, and as we've had all the conversations about the impact of what's happening and all of our residents coming into the Tahoe Basin because they're driving to places where they can recreate, we see that it's very important that we continue to address these issues. So thank you very much, and thank you to Stephanie, who was on the telephone.
Thank you.
Or on Zoom. All right, we'll move to our timed item, COVID update from Dr. Sisson. And Dr. Sisson, thank you. Appreciate you and your team waiting. And I'll let you take it. Go ahead, Dr. Sisson, appreciate it. And make sure we see you on the screen. That would be helpful, staff. Or actually, we've got an update there. Okay, we've got the presentation.
So good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on coronavirus in Placer County this afternoon. As I've done previously, I'll update your board on numbers of hospitalizations, cases, tests, and where Placer stands on key indicators. But first, let's start by discussing key actions at the state level. Since my last report to your board, the state placed Placer County on the county monitoring list on July 9th. You'll recall that California is monitoring each county in the areas of elevated disease transmission, increasing hospitalizations, and limited hospital capacity. There are currently 37 counties on the county monitoring list. Placer County is flagged for its case rate per 100,000 residents. Momentarily, I'll touch on more of Placer's data. Given increases in disease transmission and decreases in hospital capacity across California, the state public health officer has ordered restrictions to slow the spread of COVID-19 by requiring requiring my computer to work, by requiring indoor closures for businesses that encourage mixing of individuals beyond immediate households and make physical distancing and wearing of face coverings difficult. On July 13th, California took statewide action to close indoor operations for restaurants, wineries and tasting rooms, movie theaters, family entertainment centers, zoos and museums, and card rooms. Additionally, bars, breweries, brew pubs, and pubs were required by the state to close all operations, even if they operate outdoors. These actions had previously been limited to counties that were flagged on the state's monitoring list. This included Placer County, where these restrictions went into effect on July 11th. Also on July 13th, counties that had been on the monitoring list for 3 or more consecutive days, including Placer County, were instructed to close indoor operations for additional sectors: gyms and fitness centers, places of worship, indoor protests, offices for non-critical infrastructure sectors, personal care services, including nail salons, massage parlors, and tattoo parlors, hair salons and barbershops, and malls. The state has since developed guidance for outdoor dining, outdoor services for hair salons and barbershops, and outdoor personal services. These restrictions on businesses will remain in place until the state public health officer order is modified, even if Placer County is removed from the monitoring list. I'll now say a few words about reopening schools. A major motivator to get off of the monitoring list is to be able to reopen schools for in-person instruction. On July 17th, the California Department of Public Health, or CDPH, issued a framework for when and how schools should reopen for in-person instruction. According to the state, schools and school districts may reopen for in-person instruction at any time if they are located in a local health jurisdiction that hasn't been on the monitoring list within the prior 14 days. Since Placer County has been on the monitoring list since July 9th, the state requires schools in Placer County to conduct distance learning only until the county has been off the monitoring list for at least 14 days. The state has also indicated that a waiver may be granted for elementary schools to open for in-person instruction in counties on the monitoring list. Placer County Public Health is coordinating with CDPH on this school waiver process because consultation with CDPH is required before a waiver can be granted. We will implement the process being developed for statewide use once it is announced by CDPH. Let's turn our attention to Placer-specific data, beginning with hospitalizations. If you could pull up my slides, please. So as of yesterday, there were 58 confirmed COVID-19 cases in Placer County hospitals, with 15 confirmed cases in the intensive care unit. Of Placer County's current cases, 21 are hospitalized. Since my last presentation, we've asked Placer County hospitals to report how many hospitalized cases are Placer County residents, as well as how many cases are hospitalized because of COVID-19, compared to cases who incidentally are found to be positive on routine admissions testing. Using yesterday as an example, 21 of 58, or 36% of people hospitalized for COVID-19 in Placer's 3 hospitals were Placer County residents. 55 of 58, or 95% of COVID cases in Placer's 3 hospitals were there because of COVID. Next slide, please. As of yesterday, there were 1,685 laboratory confirmed cases of COVID-19 in Placer County. Cases have increased by 243 over the last week, which represents a rise of 17%. As the chart illustrates, compared to 2 weeks ago, cases have increased by 46%. Since my last update, 4 people have died of COVID-19. 3 of the 4 who passed away were residents of long-term care facilities. We extend our deepest condolences to the loved ones of those residents. COVID-19 cases in long-term care facilities have increased significantly since I last updated your board on July 7th. 7 of Placer County's 10 skilled nursing facilities have cases in staff, residents, or both, for a total of 52 cases. 2 assisted living facilities have a combined total of 8 active cases in staff and residents. Typically, staff are infected in the community and transmit infection to other staff and residents. Given that residents of long-term care facilities are at high risk of severe disease when infected with coronavirus, I expect to see more deaths resulting from these outbreaks. Next slide, please. As of July 27th, Placer County Public Health has received 37,121 initial test results to detect new COVID-19 infection. Overall, 4.7% of tests have been positive. This represents an increase of 28% since July 14th. The 7-day average testing positivity rate is currently at 8%, representing an increase from the previous 7-day reporting period. As a reminder, an increase in testing positivity means that positive tests are increasing faster than all tests, which indicates that the burden of disease is also increasing. When I last addressed your board, I reported on statewide delays in test processing at commercial labs as testing demand has increased. Unfortunately, current widespread delays in testing persist. As a result, Placer County Public Health is recommending for now that residents should only seek testing if they are experiencing symptoms of COVID-19 or have been in close contact with someone known to have COVID-19. This temporary local shift is in line with new state guidance that prioritizes limited testing for those who are ill, close contacts of confirmed cases, or part of an outbreak, followed by people who live or work in high-risk settings. Next slide, please. Placer County Public Health continues to closely follow data related to disease burden and county preparedness. This slide shows the triggers Placer County agreed to in its May 11th attestation to track for increasing restrictions. We have observed increases in healthcare worker infections and decreases in the share of symptomatic contacts tested within 48 hours of symptoms. The latter is largely due to the lack of availability of testing appointments because demand exceeds supply. Placer County Public Health is exploring several options to increase availability of testing appointments. Next slide, please. Let's review the county level metrics developed by the state. The California Department of Public Health and the state public health officer have taken action because Placer County has exceeded some of these thresholds. We continue to closely track the state's metric of 14-day case rate per 100,000 residents and continue to observe a rising trend. On July 7th, Placer County's local case rate stood at 101.4 per 100,000 residents. As of July 27th, our case rate stands at 112 per 100,000 residents, which exceeds the state's case threshold of 100 per 100,000. Unlike other state metrics, the 14-day case rate is comprised solely of Placer County residents and is therefore completely under local control. The 7-day test positivity rate also continues an upward trajectory. On July 7th, we were at 6%. As of July 27th, we are at 8%, which is the state threshold for this indicator. The state is not currently reporting hospital and ICU capacity numbers on its county data monitoring page because data are missing due to a recent change in federal reporting. However, some of this data is available locally. I just received our local data this morning, so the slides are not updated with these latest numbers, but I want to share them here. The state is monitoring hospitalizations in counties with at least 20 hospitalizations and looking for a 10% increase in the 3-day average of hospitalized cases. Placer County is currently experiencing a 9.2% increase in the 3-day hospitalization average compared to the prior 3-day average. This means we are not currently exceeding the threshold set by the state. The share of ICU beds available in Placer County hospitals has decreased from 26% on July 6th to 0% as of this morning. This is below the state's threshold of 20% capacity, meaning that Placer County is flagged for this indicator. It is important to note that in smaller counties like Placer, the ICU bed availability metrics will only be flagged on the monitoring list if another metric, such as the case rate or hospitalization increases, is also flagged. As of this morning, Placer County hospitals have only 2 medical surgical beds available and 0 ICU beds available. At least one of Placer's hospitals has implemented its surge plan and added 15 adult beds. Placer County continues to have sufficient ventilator availability. For those of you who follow Placer County's COVID-19 data dashboard, you'll have noticed that Public Health launched a new dashboard last Friday. The new dashboard has an improved display of cases and case rates by zip code, as well as new graphs like testing positivity over time. The biggest change that you'll notice is that cases are now listed by date of specimen collection rather than by the date that they're reported to Public Health. Given the long turnaround time for test results, using collection date will allow the curve to better reflect disease burden on any given date. A major implication of this shift to displaying specimen collection or displaying the specimen collection date is that cases reported to Public Health on any given date will be spread out over several days on the epidemic curve, depending on when those specimens were collected. This means that the number of cases associated with a specific date will actually increase over time as new cases are reported. This is especially true for the most recent dates. If you could take down my slides so I can wrap up my presentation, I would appreciate that. In summary, COVID-19 continues to increase its circulation throughout the Placer community, resulting in a doubling of hospitalizations and use of the intensive care unit over the past 3 weeks, and unfortunately has resulted in 4 more deaths. Because Placer County has exceeded state-defined thresholds, the state public health officer has placed restrictions on indoor business operations for a number of sectors. In addition, Placer County cannot reopen schools for in-person instruction until it has been off of the state's monitoring list for 2 weeks. I know that this is tough and unwelcome news. Public health remains committed to supporting our community and our businesses. Our path to reopening continues to be slowing the spread of COVID-19. We can help our businesses and each other by continuing to follow these health precautions. Avoid gathering with non-household members, stay 6 feet apart from people you don't live with, wear a face covering in public, and stay home if you're sick or if you've been exposed to someone with COVID-19. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Sisson. Appreciate the update, and we do give our condolences to those families who have lost members of their family just this last week. Let's go ahead and we've got questions from board members. Let's see, who wants to start? Supervisor Wygant, you want to start? How about you start?
Sure. Dr. Sisson, I'm not going to ask you any specific question, but I'm going to sort of convey my thoughts currently based on things I've recently observed or conversations, emails that I've received. And I'm just going to throw some stuff out there that I've been pondering, and I want to hear your reaction to it. And I guess if there's a central point to it, it'd be built around this theory of herd immunity. So one of the things that I think has been lacking in terms of statewide leadership is kind of a lack of describing where all this could likely go or what we're really up against in the long run. So for example, recently I got an email, or maybe at our last board meeting, we had a constituent who called in and said something like, if we all just wore a face mask, we could stop the spread. And then just this morning, actually, I read an op-ed piece where it acknowledged that Angela Merkel, early on in this whole system, communicated to her constituents in Germany that 50 to 60% of her population should expect to get COVID-19. And so, as she's a trained scientist, and so I've been reading anything and everything I can to try to be able to think myself as to what is the best longer-term strategy and how I can communicate that to my constituents as it relates to the trade-offs, obviously, between the health exposure from the disease as compared to the impact that it's having on businesses and school kids and parents, et cetera. So all the stuff we're dealing with. So as I read material, it points to the end game being herd immunity, or in other words, when this thing stops spreading, it'll be because enough people have immunity to it that the spread rates just simply decrease. The bug will be out there trying to find a host, but people will have enough of immunity in the population as a percent that the spread will diminish. And so that, as I understand it, can happen three different ways. Inherently, we might already have immunity. Through the spread, we will receive antibodies and develop an immunity, or with a vaccine, people can be sort of artificially vaccinated to have an immunity to it. But one way or another, over time, if we look at things like Spanish flu and MERS and SARS, that tends to be what I'm reading tends to happen. And so I've looked at that as I've tracked Placer County's numbers very closely. I've looked at California numbers in the United States. I've looked closely at Sweden's numbers because they have a completely different approach. I would consider California to be on one end of a spectrum and Sweden to be on another end of a management spectrum, a strategy. So if the CDC a couple of weeks ago seemed to cobble together a bunch of seroprevalence testing to indicate that across the country, generalizing spread rates, infection rates in a population are probably something like 11 times more than what's reported. Our current reported numbers as of today are 1,753, so 11 times that would mean that almost 20,000 people in Placer County would currently have been infected. And so if you take those monthly rates that we've been monitoring that are on our dashboard since March 1st, that would mean that if Angela Merkel is correct and herd immunity is 50 to 60%, I've heard plausible arguments that it could be 20%, could be as high as 80%. But if it's 50 to 60%, it would mean that in Placer County, at the current rate that we're going forward, we wouldn't see that decrease in spreads from herd immunity until April 30th of 2023. And so when you think about kids not being in school for that period of time, or a particular restaurant trying to stay closed for that period of time, I think that's really the honest and important leadership message to convey to our constituents as to what, in fact, we might be up against. And there are some other compelling inferences from that, and I'm happy to share my data with you. I actually would like to do that to see what you have to think about it. But if you consider that in Placer County, our infection rate is 11 times greater than what's reported at 1,753, it also would argue or reflect, no argument, that 4.8% of our population is infected, has been infected, and has immunity, and we have to go all the way to 60%, thus that April 23 date. But it also would show that our mortality rate, the number of people who've died from COVID, divided by the number of people who have been infected of COVID in Placer County, it would show that the mortality rate is half of the common flu nationally. If, on the other extreme, you assume that only about 5 times more people in Placer County have been infected, then that would mean that our population has been infected to the point of 2.2%, and then our mortality rate is almost identical to the common flu. So I think, again, for me, what's been missing is just, and what I'm trying to do with my constituents is sort of that tough love, telling them what I honestly know and the research that I've done and what I think I've learned, and try to contrast that to parents who are scared to death of having blended learning or at-home learning for 3 years, or a business who simply cannot hang on for maybe many more months. Now looking at, particularly when you have businesses that are allowed to reopen and then they're forced to close back up again, it's just impossible to do that. And people need to mentally be prepared, exactly as you just mentioned, for what actually is likely to be ahead. So with all of that, I'm just curious to hear your reaction.
Yeah, a few things. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to the question of herd immunity. And as you pointed out, Supervisor Wygant, there's a couple ways to achieve herd immunity. One of those is through infection, and the path to herd immunity through infection comes at great cost. In terms of people getting sick and people dying. And then the other option is through vaccination. And I think the timeline that you laid out in terms of, if the disease spreads at its current rate, not achieving a herd immunity threshold until April of 2023, all the conversations that are happening at the federal level in terms of progress on a vaccine suggests that we'll have a vaccine long before that. And a vaccine is the preferred method to herd immunity. So some of the numbers that you shared in terms of the herd immunity threshold, I think the generally accepted, and again, there's a lot we don't know about coronavirus, but herd immunity threshold is calculated based on the basic reproductive rate, or the R0. And I don't want to get too far into the weeds here, but different countries, different regions of the world have experienced different R0 values. But if you take an R0 value of somewhere between 2 and 6, then you get a herd immunity a herd immunity threshold somewhere between 60 and 80%. And so just applying some of those numbers and the widely accepted case fatality rate of 0.5 to 1% to Placer County's population of 400,000, if we had a herd immunity threshold of 60% to 80% and a case fatality rate of 0.5% to 1%, you end up with deaths between 1,200 and 3,200 deaths would occur in Placer County on that road to herd immunity through infection. So I would not advocate for such an approach. I think that waiting for herd immunity through a vaccine is a much more prudent strategy. That being said, there are other ways to reduce the spread of COVID-19. You quoted somebody saying if we all wore face masks, we could stop the spread. There was a study that showed that if 60% of the population wore cloth face coverings that were 60% effective, then we could get the R effective value, which is similar to the R0, but it takes into account various interventions. So basically, we could get the R0 value less than 1, which means each person who's infected transmits disease to less than one person. If you have an R0 value of less than 1, then the epidemic dies out. So there are other ways that we can get cases under control besides herd immunity through infection.
Well, so let me then follow up. I've, from the beginning, been under the impression, actually in my early conversation with you, that the goal was not to stop the spread, that in fact that was impossible to stop the spread. So this one constituent who thought that if we all wore face masks, we could stop the spread, I think it's just unfortunate that that kind of expectation might exist, because I think it's unrealistic. But we were going to slow the spread to make sure we had medical capacity to deal with those who were severely ill. And so if Angela Merkel's correct, and or other articles that I've read, the spread is simply going to continue until such point that there is that herd immunity. So is part of what you're saying that you think that we could actually reduce the spread rate to the point that the reduction is so low that it would simply die out? Because I've not heard that at all.
I'm saying if you can get the R effective less than 1, then each person who's infected transmits disease to less than 1 person, then mathematically the infection dies out.
Well, so then, I guess, in following the numbers from Sweden, and again, these are just the things that are the reported cases, I think CDC webpage, but so I've been tracking Sweden's numbers because, again, they have an approach on exactly the other end of the spectrum, which is almost to encourage the spread rate while they protect the people who are extremely at risk. For example, keeping young kids in school, never taken out of school. And of course, I don't know what their spread rate is, and we don't know what our spread rate and infection rate is. Hopefully, we will learn quickly with our seroprevalence testing, and hopefully it'll get done quickly. But since April 3rd, when I started tracking Sweden's spread, their infection rate, the percentage of new people infected every day, has been almost exactly the same as California, except slightly less. But then more recently, in the last 2 weeks, and so Sweden's average daily spread since the time I've been tracking it, based on the numbers I've been tracking, and it's not data that's been scientifically vetted, but I think it's pretty accurate. Sweden has been having new daily infections that have averaged since April 3rd about 633. In the last couple of weeks, that's dropped to 245. In California, since that same time frame, our average daily spread has been 3,855. In the last 2 weeks, that's exploded to 9,316. So again, I'm trying to get a handle on a long-term policy, be honest with my constituents, but get some feedback from
Yeah,
your
and
expertise.
I'm the Placer County Health Officer, so I can't really comment on the approaches that are taken in other countries, but an article did cross my desk this morning that seems timely here. So this is a commentary from 21 Swedish infectious disease experts who said that the herd immunity strategy in Sweden has led to death, grief, and suffering. And on top of that, there are no indications that the Swedish economy has fared better than in many other countries. And they conclude by saying, at the moment, we've set an example for the rest of the world on how not to deal with a deadly infectious disease. So those are Sweden's own infectious disease experts regretting their approach.
Yeah, I've read stuff from Swedish officials that are in conflict with that too. So I think there are a lot of different opinions on a lot of things on this, but thanks, I appreciate your comments.
Other questions? Let's see. Supervisor Holmes, do you want to ask some questions?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sisson. I appreciate all the hard work that you and Health and Human Services has done. I know this is a very trying time for you as well as everybody else. I have some questions regarding contact tracing. And how many contact tracers do we have in Placer County now? And are they full-time or part-time, or can you give me an indication of that?
Yeah, we have 100 contact tracers who are working in Placer County at this time, and that is a mix of part-time and full-time staff.
How many of those are county employees that have been transferred, you know, from other departments? For example, library?
Yeah, very, very few of them. And in fact, we're working on phasing out those county employees who've been redirected so that we're now using extra help staff so that they can focus. We can have our county employees return to their day jobs, so to speak, and then hiring people as extra help who are dedicated contact tracers. And I should point out that 60 of those contact tracers were hired from the Placer County community, and that was really a priority for us as we are building out our contact tracing workforce to make sure that they are culturally responsive and that we're supporting the Placer County community as well. As some of these people are out of work because of COVID, and now they are able to contribute to the COVID response.
Thank you. What kind of objective success have we achieved? And do you have any data that shows how successful the contact tracing is?
Yeah, so contact tracing, it has multiple benefits. The first and our focus of contact tracing is to connect with cases and identify their contacts so that we can intervene early on in the disease process, get people isolated when they have symptoms, get them quarantined before they develop symptoms so that they don't spread disease to anybody else. Of course, that means that success is measured in cases prevented, which we have no way of knowing. So it does become difficult to objectively measure. But I will also say that the other benefit of contact tracing is our team and case investigation is that our public health team is aware of everyone who has infection, and we're able to provide them with the supports that they need to isolate or quarantine. So that often means providing them with food or their families with diapers, and then helping them by giving advice on how to isolate within their home, especially if they have a smaller home with a larger number of people, so that we can keep the rest of those household members safe. So those are kind of the benefits of contact tracing. In terms of statistics, what I can say is that we have done contact tracing or case investigation on over 1,400 confirmed cases since we submitted our attestation for phase 2 in May. And only about 100 of those cases have been lost to follow-up. So those are people who did not return our calls or did not respond to our letters after they don't return our calls. But as I mentioned before, there is no way to measure the number of cases that have been prevented through case investigation and contact tracing.
It's hard for some people to understand how this whole thing works. What kind of obstacles have you run into as far as providing contact tracing information?
Yeah, I would say right now that the biggest obstacle that we're facing is related to testing. And it's the significant delays, not just in Placer County, but that this is happening across the state, that people who develop symptoms or are a close contact of a confirmed case and need to get tested, if they're doing that through our OptumServe sites provided by the state, there's a 7-day wait to get an appointment. And then the turnaround time through the Quest laboratory, which is what OptumServe is who they're contracted with, is an additional 6 days after they waited 7 days to get their test. So it's taking 13 days for somebody to get in and to get a test result. And then there may be an additional 1 to 3 days of delay for the laboratory to report that through the electronic notification system, and for Placer County Public Health to receive that notification through the CalReady disease system from the state. So you're looking at a 16-day delay from when somebody developed symptoms or was identified as a close contact to when we would first know of that case, and then usually we begin our contact tracing the next day. So on day 17 is when our case investigation and contact tracing would begin. In a worst case scenario, that's unfortunately become very common. At that point, it's really too late to make a difference in the disease transmission cycle. People are no longer infectious typically after 10 days. Quarantine lasts 14 days. So if public health doesn't even notify people of the need to isolate or quarantine until 17 days later, they've already transmitted disease to everybody who they were going to transmit disease to, and there's nothing we can do to slow it down. So the biggest obstacle right now is the significant delays in testing.
So have you found anybody to be uncooperative or didn't want to participate when they've been contacted?
Yeah, as I said, we've had about 100 people who are lost to follow-up who have not responded at all to our contact tracing and case investigation efforts. The vast majority of people are concerned about their family and friends and close contacts and provide that information quite readily to our case investigators and contact tracers. But there are certainly a handful of people who don't respond fully, or it's pretty clear to our case investigators that they aren't. They either flat out say that they aren't going to share their contacts, or it's pretty clear that they're giving us very limited or untruthful information. But I would say that is the minority of cases.
And so I know you probably have conferences with all the public health officers throughout the state. Are they seeing the same kind of results that you're seeing?
Yes, absolutely. These are trends across California.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes. Supervisor Gustafson, questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sisson, and I echo our thanks to you and your staff and all the hard work that's been going on. I have a number of questions. So just following up on the testing question, I understand it takes a while to get the results and it's delayed. How are we educating people when they call for an appointment or get tested so that we're educating them to not transmit during that period of time while they're waiting? Do you know kind of what process they're using?
Yeah, there's multiple strategies. It depends on where that person is tested. We have the most influence, in some ways, the most and the least over our OptumServe sites. What Placer County has started to do, and in fact many other counties have now followed our lead, is we have a bilingual message that gets sent by email to everybody the day after their specimen is collected at an OptumServe testing site. So we get those email addresses after the test is done. So the next morning they receive an email that says, if you have symptoms, you need to isolate. If you don't have symptoms but you've been exposed to somebody, you need to quarantine. If you just got tested because you were curious and you don't have symptoms and you haven't been in close contact with anyone, it's okay for you to continue sort of business as usual. I think the big challenge that we have with OptumServe is that we don't get that contact information until somebody has already gotten their specimen collected. And as I pointed out, there's a week delay in many cases for somebody to get an appointment because demand is so high. And so what I've asked the state to do, and I haven't gotten traction yet, is for them to ask OptumServe to send an email or a message to everybody at the time that they sign up for their test, because that's when the first person knows that this person is potentially infected or exposed, and that's where we could have the maximal impact with getting that information out. And I have not seen, as I said, the state and OptumServe have not taken advantage of that opportunity to this date. So we're limited, but we do, as soon as we get that contact information, we reach out to those folks. In addition, I've shared that information with all of Placer County's healthcare providers and asked them to communicate similar messages to their patients that are seeking testing, for example, through Kaiser, through Sutter, through many of our private providers. So we're certainly trying to get the word out. One approach that other counties have taken is a blanket isolation and quarantine order that conveys this information to all members of the public. And that's something that we are considering here in Placer County as well. And I'd be interested in your feedback on such an approach. But I think it could be useful in spreading this message of, if you have symptoms and you're waiting to get tested or waiting for your test result, you should be staying at home.
Yeah, I don't know if I can speak for the board on that. I personally think we've all, since March, been being told that repeatedly in many, many forums, so I hope that message is getting out. And I guess I understand what the county's doing. I would really encourage us to push the state, the minute somebody is seeking a test, that they're warned that if they are symptomatic, protect their family, their loved ones, their community by quarantining until they get the results. Because obviously they're seeking it at this point with the delays. They're seeking it because they potentially have symptoms, and that's what we said. So I'd like to help augment your messaging to the state that we certainly need to be more proactive. If there's anything else we've learned, is being reactive and closing businesses isn't slowing our spread right now, that we need to be more proactive with those coming in contact with it. Another question I had, and this is more specific to our eastern Placer County area, but when we report residents, we have a lot of residents who move in for the entire summer or for 4 or 5 months. So when they're tested, if they have a physical address where they're living in Tahoe, is it being reported as a Placer County, even though they might be in the desert for 5 or 6 months in the winter months? I know it's a finite detail, but our population swells by threefold in the summer months when those homes are occupied, and many of those are occupied now for months at a time, not just a weekend. How are those results reported?
It all depends on the address that the person uses when they sign up for testing. So if they use a Placer County Tahoe area address, then they will be reported as a Placer County Tahoe area case.
Okay. Good. That answers my question. Thank you. It's so hard for us to factor. As you know, I've footnoted a few charts and said we just don't know the per capita population this time of year because we know those second homeowners often are there for the whole summer season and then gone for the whole winter season. That's the most prevalent model. So when the state added these criteria, we thought we were making progress, and then there was some change last week. And would you mind explaining that to the public? What happened with the change criteria on ICU and hospital bed capacity?
Yeah, I guess I'm not understanding the question. The criteria did not change last week. The state has had the same 5 metrics from the beginning. What changed was which metrics Placer County was failing to meet. Okay. So originally we were on the monitoring list because our hospitalization increase was more than 10%. And then once you meet that indicator, they then look at ICU capacity. And so we were flagged because our ICU capacity was less than 20%. Subsequently, we had a 2-day period where those numbers improved, and those of you who follow the county data monitoring table on the CDPH website would have seen that Placer County was listed with an asterisk, and it said newly meeting thresholds. That did not mean that Placer County was off of the list. It takes 3 days of having that asterisk and that quote unquote good data that meets thresholds before a county is removed from the list. And so what happened on day 3 is that our case rate per 100,000, that's the 14-day case rate per 100,000, had been increasing, and by our county calculations using reporting date had actually been over 100 for several weeks. But because the state calculates this using episode date, which pushes cases back further in time, it took a while for it to catch up. But it was on that third day that our case rate per 100,000 crossed the 100 threshold. And so we were then flagged for our case rate. And that is where we currently stand. I believe that the county data monitoring list from CDPH today is reporting a case rate of 116.4.
Okay, so up from the 112 that I think we just saw.
The 112 was our locally calculated number based on reporting, or I'm sorry, that was actually based on specimen collection date, which is closer to how the state calculates it, but the state uses episode date, which is the earliest date associated with the case. We've elected not to use episode date because it is it's inconsistent across cases. Some cases, their episode date will be the onset of symptoms, and for other cases, the episode date will be the specimen collection date. And so to be consistent across all cases, we've chosen to present the results based on the specimen collection date.
Okay. I think I understood that.
It's very complicated.
It is, and I think it makes it very challenging for our residents, our business owners, our public to really understand what they can do, obviously, and what they can anticipate for the future. And the tension, I know you know this, and we all know this and experience it, is growing dramatically as people's livelihoods are diminished and more dire consequences are occurring. So have any of the other counties who were on the monitoring list been removed? Do you know? Or, I know they're still under the standards, but have they dropped?
Yeah, some counties have come and gone and come back on. I don't follow other counties particularly closely because I'm most interested in Placer County. But currently there are 37 counties on the monitoring list, and you can see that list if you go to CDPH's county data monitoring webpage. But there isn't a list of a historic list of which counties have been on and are now off.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to track that. It's very difficult as a member of the public even to watch our own website, and I'm tracking it with a separate spreadsheet because we don't get all the data every day, and it's hard to track what all is happening. So I guess then what is the nexus between the positive case count and the state's rollback of business? What the risk that was established by the businesses that were closed? I'm getting lots of phone calls, obviously, from the salons, the personal services, and the gyms in particular. And what evidence does the state have that has or hasn't impacted the case rates?
Yeah, so the state, in its July 13th state public health officer order issued by Dr. Sonia Angel, indicated that the reason why these sectors were chosen is for indoor closures is because they were higher risk settings. It was environments that encouraged mixing among non-household members that were indoor. So there's rebreathing of the same air, where people couldn't wear a face covering, and where people couldn't necessarily keep 6 feet of physical distance. So they were selected because they were high risk, not necessarily because there was smoking gun evidence pointing to a case at every gym in the state, for example. But certainly those stage 3 businesses were the last to open because they were the highest risk. And then the ones that were indoors, promoting a non-household mixing without face coverings and without distancing were considered the highest risk, and that's why the state selected those for the business rollbacks on July 13th.
In your conversations with the state, have they reviewed the CDC study from Missouri with those hair salons? Because most of the hair salons can require face coverings and can open windows and have better ventilation. But it's very difficult for them to go outside to do a lot of their work and keep people safe. But do you know if the state has looked at that data from CDC?
I can't comment. That particular study has not come up on any of my calls with the state, but certainly it was published in MMWR, which is, a journal that every health officer reads and gets automatic updates in their email. So I can almost be certain that they've seen it. But I do think what that study really illustrates is the importance of face coverings.
Absolutely.
You had two salon workers who were in contact with, I believe, over 100 clients between the two of them, and they both, I believe, were symptomatic with COVID, or at least later tested positive, and there wasn't a single transmission. So it really shows that we need to continue wearing our face coverings.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm hearing from so many of the businesses. They want to be safe, they want to protect their customers and themselves, and they've taken all the precautions, and yet, that's why I was asking if there was any evidence that people, I understand there's a perception it's more risky, but there's a lot of places people aren't wearing face coverings, and a hair salon is one where they're sitting in one place and you can assure that. And so that was the concern that they're expressing, and that I'm, having read this study, somebody sent me this study and I went, my gosh, again, you're right, face coverings can work and can protect both the customer and the business owner. And I guess finally, it's just what influence can we have with the state, in your opinion, with our health officer when we raise these issues and really ask not only about the impacts from COVID, but then the secondary pandemic, as I'm calling it, from suicide rates, domestic violence, crisis calls, economic disasters that are happening. How can we're being put in a position of trying as best we can to explain that those issues people just have to suffer through right now for the benefit of, because of the virus, and yet they are real impacts on people's lives as well. And I tried to report that in a bulletin I did last week with 400% increase in suicide crisis calls in the North Tahoe area. I mean, those are critical situations in people's lives as well, and they're not getting reported and publicized the way some of the other statistics are. And I guess it weighs so heavily on all of us, and I know on you, Dr. Sisson, but on all of us up here, that this crisis goes far beyond COVID infection.
Actually, just to follow up on that, because I decided to do a little digging because I have a lot of those same concerns. So I reached out to our sheriff and asked the questions of suicides, and has our coroner seen more suicides? The number is up slightly over last year, but there's still some ODs that they are waiting for, and it will take a couple of months to determine whether or not they were actual suicides. But the cases, the number of suicides is up a little bit. But domestic violence cases that have been reported, actually jailed, so people being arrested because of domestic violence is up about 10% over a 5-year average. But more concerning is mental health responses from the sheriff's office. So people who are suicide or despondent, their calls have gone up by 25% just in the last 4 months. And so it's just really clear that people are stressed, and it's affecting people mentally, right? Those calls, and I've reached out to one of our nonprofit partners, and he expects, the number has been sort of steady, he expects a tsunami really of calls to the nonprofit for mental health assistance, because as people continue to have this shutdown, it'll continue to affect them financially, as well as just emotionally with their family members, et cetera. So it's such a huge concern, and our numbers are going up in those areas, which, I don't know if the state, Dr. Sisson, is even talking about those other items, but I think that's something that really has to be discussed and asked the state of, are you looking at these other measurements? Because they're just as impactful to our community as a virus that has very low, very, very low death rate at this point. It's very small in this community.
I had one more
editorial,
question,
sorry.
or one, I know, it's hard not to get into editorial. So 2 other questions, I guess. One is, our vulnerable populations, we've seen the growth in our congregate living facilities. I know how much you've been focused on that for the last several months, and yet this growth is occurring now. We've been testing, I think you were trying to do, was it 10%?
25%.
25%, that's right. And so now we're seeing that growth, and then also in our Latino community and the growth numbers there. And so thank you for participating in the call we hosted last week in Eastern Placer, but looking at what else can we do in our vulnerable populations to provide more education and outreach to prevent spread.
Yeah, and actually, if you've been following the governor's press conferences this week, he's really focused on vulnerable populations and offering. No details have really been provided yet, but there will be certainly mass communication campaigns in support of essential workers and really advocating for folks to provide paid sick leave, for example, to help people isolate or quarantine as necessary for coronavirus. Certainly, you're aware that public health here in Placer County is working with several community partners for diagnosed cases of COVID who need to isolate and quarantine. So we're working closely with the Latino Leadership Coalition as well as Sierra Community House up in Tahoe. Again, sort of broader community messaging and using promotoras to reach out to our Latino community, as well as specific outreach to folks who are infected and their family to help with isolation and quarantine, bring food, provide resources, provide cloth face coverings, in many instances, hand sanitizer. So those are some focused efforts that Placer County Public Health has in the Latino community. The long-term care facilities, congregate care facilities, is a very challenging area. I applaud Placer County's long-term care facilities on the steps that they have taken to prevent disease in their facilities. Disease isn't being spread because they aren't following proper procedures. I think disease is being spread because COVID-19 is a very difficult disease to control because up to 45% of people who are infected have no symptoms. So we do routine surveillance testing, but you're not testing everybody every day. Yes, we do screening and temperature checks of everyone who comes in as staff to a skilled nursing facility or other long-term care facilities, but that's only going to catch the half of people who are symptomatic. So I think the best way to control spread in our long-term care facilities is to reduce the community transmission rate, so that the workers who go home, go back and forth between the long-term care facility and their home every day and participate in life outside of work, are less likely to be infected. We've also encouraged those employees to be careful as they go about their lives, to be especially cognizant of not gathering with others outside of work, so that they do not become infected and then bring that infection back to the most vulnerable residents of Placer County in those long-term care facilities.
Well, thank you. I know they're making extraordinary efforts, and all of our businesses are as well. They've invested a lot in trying to meet the guidelines, our long-term care and congregate living facilities too. And I know that last week, and I just wanted to report to the rest of the board, when we did a phone call with our nonprofits and our health department, I did ask whether or not, they are delivering many, like 90,000, over 100,000 now meals within our community, our small community. Since the start of this, why can't we put PPE in there? Why can't we deliver that to these homes? So we have a lot of state PPE that's been delivered to the county, and I'd really encourage us, and especially in our vulnerable populations that need food, let's give them PPE to use, and as well as materials so that they can understand the concern. And I just urge us to do that as well.
Good suggestion. Supervisor Euler, questions?
Yes, thank you. Doctor, some questions in regard to the testing. You're describing a substantial delay in onset of symptoms to test availability to test results. When did this delay start, and how long have we been experiencing this?
Yeah, I don't have exact dates, but it's certainly been an issue for, I would say, the month of July.
Okay, so when did we begin the advice that we wanted to pare down the people who are being tested from general population just to those who've been exposed or experiencing symptoms? You described a series of criteria that we're trying to limit testing to. When did that criteria go into effect?
Yeah, well, so the California Department of Public Health issued its updated COVID-19 testing guidance on July 14th.
Okay.
So that's when the state began changing its criteria, and then we communicated that through to our healthcare partners, but we did not begin our public messaging discouraging testing for folks outside of the Tier 1 and Tier 2 priorities until late last week, I believe, through social media.
Okay, thank you. And then are we talking about just public labs where people can go for free? Because the experience that my wife had when she scheduled a test was she got an email right away and was able to go walk in that day.
No, it's not just the public sites through OptumServe. One of our larger healthcare systems their times have improved over the last couple of weeks, but 2 weeks ago when I spoke with them, they were experiencing delays of 5 to 7 days in getting people in for testing appointments as well. They've since expanded their testing sites and expanded their hours, so it has improved, but that is in a large hospital system, so it's not just limited to our OptumServe free public sites.
Okay. If I may, some questions in regard to the chart you provided our board and the slides you showed earlier. I have some questions on these slides. The first slide where you're showing the hospitalizations in Placer County, thank you for distinguishing between Placer residents and total cases in the county. Which number are we being measured against when it comes to the statewide thresholds?
Yeah, that data for county of residence is something that we collect locally, and so the state does not have that data. The state is only using total numbers in the hospital, regardless of county of residence.
So is that one of the areas where we are in jeopardy when we're talking about hospitalizations and our hospitals, which are businesses, are accepting customers from outside of the county?
Not at this time. What Placer County is currently being flagged for is our case rate, our 14-day case rate per 100,000, which is comprised only of Placer County residents.
Okay.
Previously we were flagged and placed on the monitoring list because of hospitalizations, but we are not currently on, or actually, I can't tell if we're on the list for that because the state has marked it as not applicable at this time because they aren't getting the data that they need because of a reporting shift. But I'm able to calculate it using I have the local data, and so that's how I was able to calculate the 9% or so that I shared as our 3-day hospitalization increase. So we're just under the threshold for that at this point in time.
Right. So, but to that point, that is one of the 5 metrics that we're in jeopardy of. One of the 5 that we are currently failing is the ICU bed availability. And we're dealing with a situation where we have, 5 Placer County residents in the hospital in ICU?
I don't know. Maybe one of my colleagues can pull that up for me on today's dashboard.
That was the report
I
we got
believe
today.
that it's more than that. I think there's 14.
No,
I don't know how
that's
many are Placer County residents.
5 Placer County residents on the report today, on today's report.
Okay, let me.
So again, my point
Yes,
is.
you are correct. 5 of the 14 are Placer County residents.
Okay, so again, my point is, we as a county and all of our county businesses, our restaurants, our gyms, our salons, everything are being put in lockdown over a business practice by another business to allow customers to come through their door to meet their available capacity to the point where they feel it appropriate to manage their business. I'm just really having a hard time accepting that all of our other businesses are affected because we have 5 Placer County residents in what I believe we were told previously, where we have total ICU capacity of approximately 140 beds, something along those lines?
Yes, 140 baseline ICU beds.
Yeah. So
Adult
again,
ICU
just
beds.
in terms of pushing back against the state on shutting us down when we are failing a metric that we have no control over, and our major hospitals, just in the course of doing business the way hospitals do, they're the ones who get to determine what their ICU bed capacity is, and it has no relevance whatsoever to the number of Placer residents who are in it. So I just, this is the frustration I'm feeling on behalf of our businesses when we look at those things. On this chart,
I was just, I'd be happy to convey that to the state. I would just make the point that right now, Placer County is on the county monitoring list because of our case rate, which is solely under local control.
okay. All right, so we'll get to that. I have some questions on that. So on this first chart, again, where we are being measured against the larger number of total as opposed to the smaller number of Placer County residents, my question is, do we have the ability, this, I'm assuming, for instance, it looks like it's somewhere around July 24th, your chart shows we had 62 people hospitalized. Do we have the ability to show new hospital admissions as opposed to total people currently hospitalized? So that is that not a trend that we would want to be paying close attention to, is new hospital admissions as opposed to just cumulative hospitalization or people who happen to be, 62 people on that day? That wasn't new admissions, right? That was people hospitalized.
That's correct. That's the hospital census. So the same person can show up multiple days.
Right, yeah.
But it's not currently reported by the hospitals that way.
Okay. Is that something that if we were to ask them if they could report us new admissions, they might be willing to do?
It's certainly a request that I can make. I will just say that we have made many additional requests of our hospitals, and I know one, the person who's my contact at one of our large hospital systems has indicated that responding to the Placer data polls is taking them an hour a day. So that it's an extensive burden on our hospitals. I'm happy to make the request, but again, I cannot guarantee that they will agree to do so.
Okay, thank you. On the next chart, I noticed as you pointed out, we're now looking at date of specimen collection as opposed to what we had currently been doing, and that was test date, is that correct? No, that's this, I'm sorry.
We previously were displaying the cases by the date they were reported to the health department. But given the significant delays in testing, that's no longer reflective of, it has no relation to when they were tested or when they became symptomatic. And so we switched so that we could have an indicator that is much more reflective of the disease burden in the community on any given date.
Right. Okay, so as you informed the board, it was just within the last week or so that you started encouraging only people with symptoms or what have you to get tested. So as we look at the results over the last 2 weeks, and where we saw that dramatic increase, obviously that's more reflective of the general population as opposed to just with those with symptoms. What I'm wondering is, when we get these results back, are we distinguishing between people who are symptomatic versus those who are asymptomatic? Do we have any way of knowing how many people, for instance, on that one day that's identified as 62 positive cases, how many of those 62 were symptomatic as opposed to asymptomatic? Do you have any way of knowing that?
We get that information as part of the case investigation. So we can't get that information from the lab report forms themselves. So we don't get that until we've done the case investigation. But yes, we do know who is symptomatic versus who is asymptomatic.
Okay, so
reporting that on a daily basis would be time consuming.
Okay.
And we wouldn't be able to do it until after the fact because it takes at least a day for us to do that case investigation.
Obviously, but if there were a way for us to be able to know, because clearly what our board is charged with is trying to evaluate this from the standpoint of what is the overall threat to public health. And if we come to find out that the majority of the cases are asymptomatic and our death rate remains extremely low, what kinds of steps is our board prepared to take? Depends on a lot of these data points, I think. So,
Can I interrupt and ask
can
a
I just
question?
clarify that asymptomatic cases are still able to transmit infection?
No, of course.
Yeah, well, and Dr. Sisson, I think you said that 45% of the cases show no symptoms, so asymptomatic, which is
Up
I didn't.
up to 45%
Up to
of
45%.
cases.
I
This
didn't
is a
hear that. I'm sorry.
study from the Annals of Internal Medicine.
Okay, so that was a study that was
Okay.
done. But up to 45%. So if they are asymptomatic, means they are not getting very sick. 45% are not ending up in the hospital. 45% are not dying,
Right.
which means a large number are going to build immunity or they're not getting sick, which is wonderful news, right? But that number really concerns me because we are shutting down so many things based on a very large number of people not showing symptoms. Now, I understand, which is why we still want to encourage people to social distance and wear face masks, which is important so we're not continuing to spread the virus. But that study, 45% of people are asymptomatic, is, to me, really powerful.
Well, and that's 45% of those tested. You would think you'd have a higher number of people being tested who had symptoms, just based on the fact that that's going to drive me to go get a test. So anyway, but it's a great point. If I may
Sorry to
that's all right,
interrupt.
fine.
Thank you, since
No,
you were on that.
couple more questions. On the testing positivity, we are now right at the state threshold, right?
That is correct. The
Okay.
state's threshold is 8%.
So we find ourselves right at the state threshold of 8% positivity at a time when we are directing tests are only going to be administered to people who are experiencing symptoms. Don't we then conclude that that will drive our test positivity up if all we're saying is we only want to test people who are experiencing symptoms? Are we not dooming ourselves to failure in that?
Well, it could have that impact, but that would be a side effect. The purpose of making that recommendation is to control disease spread so that we can get people who have symptoms, people who are close contacts of cases, people who are part of an outbreak investigation, so that we can get them tested quickly so that we can do contact tracing and reduce the spread. So any impact on the testing positivity would simply be a secondary effect.
Yet it becomes a primary effect in either shutting us down or keeping us shut down.
I think at this time, we are not flagged for our testing positivity rate. Even if our testing positivity rate went over the threshold of 8%, we would be flagged because our case rate is greater than 100. So, the secret to getting off of the monitoring list is to get our case rate down. And we can do that with better case investigation and contact tracing, which will be facilitated by those testing prioritization recommendations.
Okay. Then I think I heard you say that even if we do come off the list, essentially all the businesses that are on the list still have to remain locked down. Is that correct?
That is correct. But the advantage of getting off of the list is that our schools would be able to reopen for in-person instruction.
Okay. So one other clarifying question on the reports that we get. You have specified on these reports the confirmed cases that are Placer residents. Am I safe to assume that even though it does not specify that the 15 deaths were all Placer residents, those were all Placer residents as opposed to just people who happened to pass away while in Placer County?
Absolutely. You can only become a death if you are a case, and you can only be a case if you are a Placer County resident.
No, we're reporting cases that aren't Placer County residents. We're reporting 60 cases in the hospital and only 23 of them are Placer residents.
Hospitalizations are different from cases.
Oh, I'm sorry, it says total confirmed cases in Placer hospitals, so I was just using that word where it's used on the report. Okay, then quick question, statewide policy today. You might have heard a press conference held yesterday by some doctors talking about the use of hydrochloroquine. And I found an interesting Newsweek editorial written by Harvey Risch, professor of epidemiology, Yale School of Public Health, where he's advocating, and this was last week, he's advocating use of hydrochloroquine. Where's California right now on prescribing hydrochloroquine?
So the FDA has removed its emergency use authorization for hydroxychloroquine after numerous studies showed that it did not have benefits. So while the state did distribute hydroxychloroquine to counties through its warehousing and distribution system, we are not distributing that to facilities because there is no longer an emergency use authorization for hydroxychloroquine for treatment or prevention of COVID-19.
All right, and thank you for correcting my mispronunciation of that particular drug. Appreciate that. So to the issue of schools coming or being able to open, California has made that decision at the state level that the state wants schools shut if you're on the list. We, in California, according to the Los Angeles Times, on January 17th, we were 3.5 months into the flu season. We'd had 5 kids die of the flu 3.5 months into the season on January 17th of this year. So far in California under COVID, we've had 40,000 cases of COVID of kids under the age of 18, and we've had 0 deaths. And just yesterday, that press conference that I referenced, Dr. Bob Hamilton was quoted as saying, children are not the drivers of this pandemic. They're not passing it on to their parents. They're not passing it on to the teachers. When we have no evidence in the state of California of kids being particularly impacted by this, why is the state's position right now that we need schools closed?
Yeah, I can't speak for the state, so I think that that's a question better directed at them. But what I can say is that students and children are not the only people in a school environment. So while there is evidence from other countries that have reopened schools, as well as the United States when schools have been closed, that we don't have large numbers of cases in students. So there is evidence to suggest that children don't transmit disease to each other or to adults as much as adults transmit disease to each other. However, if you have enough disease in a school, you will see transmission between kids and between adults and kids. And teachers are also in the school environment, and many teachers fall in the vulnerable population group. And so I think the state is considering the whole of the school environment, the students, the staff, and the teachers as well.
So I guess that's right, and I guess it plays into my continuing frustration where we want to look at specific data sets when evaluating one thing, but we then ignore those specific data sets when evaluating something else. So we want to look at specific data sets of total hospitalizations and deaths and all those other things, and ICUs and all those other things, when we're talking about whether or not we should shut down our businesses. But we don't want to look at case rates and deaths when we want to talk about whether or not we should open schools. And that's part of my frustration is from a public health policy standpoint, it just seems like we are constantly chasing our tail because as I indicated earlier, just that one metric alone of ICU capacity, we have no control over that. That's a business running its business. And yet our other businesses are destined to fail. Yelp estimates 60% of restaurants that are closed will not reopen. 60%. Our other businesses are doomed to fail because of these metrics that we have no control over. And the reason I asked you if you were making or having these conversations or could ask the state is because it's my understanding that's you're part of the group that is advising the state on taking the totality of our public health into consideration as opposed to just the impact of COVID. To Supervisor Gore's point and Supervisor Gustafson's point about the increased demand on our social services, our suicide hotlines, all the rest. I am so concerned that we have lost perspective on the totality of public health and we're just focused on COVID. And that's what I'm asking if you would please be our advocate at the state on these issues.
I am happy to continue to advocate for Placer County on my calls with the state.
Thank you. Dr. Sisson, I wanted to clarify something that you said, which was when Supervisor Euler asked about the 14, if we get off the monitoring list, we get our case rates down, people are doing what they need to do to get the case rates down, that we could allow our schools to open up after 14 days. But do we have to get approval from the Department of Public Health in order to reopen our businesses? Is that how do we trigger our businesses to reopen?
The state public health officer would have to modify, amend, or rescind the July 13th state public health officer order that requires those businesses to close indoor operations in counties on the monitoring list.
Okay, and at this point, no county that's been on the monitoring list has gotten off of that list to reopen businesses, correct?
Counties have gotten off the list, but until the order from the state is modified, being off the list does not allow you to reopen your businesses.
So they won't exempt a county who's got their case rates down and all the metrics appropriately because it's a blanket order for the state?
It's not because it's a blanket order for the state. It's because at the time, it was, the way the order is written is that any county on the monitoring list or that gets on the monitoring list until further notice is subject to these business restrictions. So unlike the July 11th order that was written for Placer County for the first set of business rollbacks, that one had an expiration date of August 1st. But the subsequent July 13th order has no end date, and it has no language in there about coming off of the monitoring list. And CDPH has clarified in writing to the health officers the implications of that. And so businesses cannot reopen until that order is modified.
And we don't know if that order will be modified. I mean, they could maybe take out a county here and there, but at this point, we don't know if that will be the case. So in effect, our businesses are shut down for the foreseeable future, those that are on that list.
Until the governor changes his mind.
Until the governor decides elsewise.
And just so you understand, some of the pressure I feel in eastern Placer County is Nevada County is still open in some of those businesses. And so people are just driving 10 miles away to get those same services. And they get to stay off the list because they've been under. And even if we got ourselves under, we would be not allowed to reopen.
El Dorado County is still off the list.
Yes, and El Dorado County, yes. So
Nice
it's,
for those who live in Toronto.
yeah.
Wow, I don't think I realized that we could get our case rates down. And other than opening our schools, which we need to do, wow. I have just a few other questions. I know this has gone long, Dr. Sisson, and it's really in regards to enforcement. So my understanding is that part of the governor's orders is that, or the director of public health's order, I apologize, that there needs to be some type of enforcement so that our businesses stay closed. Can you, what does that look like? I understand that the governor has the strike teams. Do you have any information that you can share with me about enforcement that you're aware of?
Yeah, so there isn't any clause in the July 13th state public health officer order about enforcement. You know, as county council has shared on multiple occasions, the real implication of enforcement or lack thereof is on a county's CARES Act funding.
Right.
So in Placer County, that's over $40 million. And so the Department of Finance has tied a county's receipt of that CARES Act funding to enforcement.
Do you have any suggestions in regards to enforcement here in Placer County?
Well, public health's role is education, not enforcement. So enforcement falls outside the realm of public health. Environmental health and Health and Human Services has an enforcement role when it comes to restaurants and pools area, as well as tattoo parlors, places that they regulate. But the rest of enforcement would either fall under civil enforcement, such as code enforcement, or law enforcement. I can say that many other counties have explored ordinances to allow them to enforce through civil penalties and fines. And I believe that our HHS director, Jeff Brown, has shared some of those other county ordinances with county council.
All right. I guess another question I have is that, do you believe that if businesses are following social distancing guidelines, should they be shut down? I especially think of the gyms where people can easily social distance, clean the equipment. Should these businesses that are following social distancing be shut down? And maybe it doesn't matter in your opinion because it's what the state's already said, huh?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, public health's role here is education. And we've been working with the Business Resource Center and reaching out to businesses where we do receive complaints about not following the reopening guidelines. For now, for gyms, that would be if they're open indoors, that would be a violation. If people aren't wearing face coverings, if they're not adequately social distancing, the first step is that gentle touch of education and really explaining the importance of all of those measures that should be put in place. I think and I have an example of a gym that is linked to multiple cases of disease in our county. So I think if a business is blatantly violating the state orders, and there are multiple cases associated with that business, then you may need to escalate enforcement action.
Thank you. All right, I think we've asked you more than your fair share of questions. We do need to go ahead and take public comment. So do you want to start, Megan, with the telephone? All right, so we're going to start with telephone calls first.
Caller,
Hello.
please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Smith. I want to start by directly thanking Dr. Sisson for her continuing efforts on behalf of the residents of Placer County. Your job is challenging under the best of circumstances, but I can't imagine how difficult it must be to have to constantly look over your shoulder and prepare rebuttal material for the naysayers and backstabbers who attempt to marginalize your work. I do question, however, the change in how Placer County data is being reported. Prior to the abrupt change last week, the daily dashboard was easy to locate and the data was instantly accessible. In its present form, the data is obscured and difficult to locate. As Dr. Sisson just stated, the date when cases of COVID-19 are reported are now being shown as the date when samples were collected. But with the delays in testing results, isn't backdating these new cases making it appear that cases are not spiking and hiding the effects of a surge of cases upon our health system? The graphs look less alarming, but it is giving a false sense of security regarding the growing number of cases in our county. It's almost as if an attempt is being made to hide statistics that show the extent of the outbreak. Furthermore, the data does not display appropriately on mobile devices commonly used by many to obtain information. A return to a more user-friendly application would go a long way to restoring confidence in the accuracy of this data. Unfortunately, once again, Mr. Euler is using social media and his comments today to undermine the policies of Placer County. In his latest video rant, he systematically distorts the truth and disseminates disinformation to try and bolster his contention that it is protests, not the poor decisions and lack of leadership by those with whom he aligns politically, driving the rise of COVID-19 cases nationally. His contention is that we are being lied to. For once, I agree with him. When data is manipulated, like we might be seeing on the Placer County dashboard, when politicians like Mr. Euler twist facts to purposely mislead, we are being lied to. There are many issues surrounding COVID-19 over which this board has no control. But this board is sitting in the room with a problem that is within your control, a problem which undermines every proactive step you may wish to take. The board is allowing an unelected politician to impair its credibility. The silence, including a failure to answer my correspondence, is deafening. It is difficult to have confidence in or to respect a board that will not even stand up for itself. Should I now expect you to allow Mr. Euler to use his official duties once again to personally and publicly attack me? And Ms. Gore, you talked about, gosh, wouldn't it be great if we got down the number of cases? Perhaps if we listened to Dr. Sisson, used face coverings. I'm curious why it is only the 3 women sitting there.
Thank you very much for your call, Barbara Smith. And I would like to share with you that Supervisor Euler is still a duly elected official. And as a result, he is still allowed to make decisions on this Board of Supervisors. Thank you. Next call, please.
And just for the record, I believe the dashboard is populated by our health officials, right? We don't, the data that's on the dashboard that she was complaining about, that's not us, that's the health department does that.
Caller, please state your name for the record. Caller, are you there?
Is it Susanna Tupper? I don't know if it's my turn or not.
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Susanna Tupper. I live in Roseville. And I have been following the dashboard every day. I've been checking it. And I agree that it's much more cumbersome to locate the data that is probably the most pertinent. So I would like to ask Dr. Sisson, of all the metrics, because it seems like some of them, certain people want to analyze them in a different way, which metric is the most important? It seems to me that the case count is really the number that we want to be looking at, because if we are only testing people who are symptomatic or who feel like they need to get a test, the positivity rate is going to go up. And the ICU beds, I don't know, if some people want to reject patients from other counties so that our numbers look better. I don't know if that's what we're asking. So I'd like to know which of the metrics are the ones that you think are the most, that you could just look at right away and say, okay, we're doing better or we're not doing better. That's my first question. Also, because some people want to hang their hats on how many people that are hospitalized are Placer County residents, I would like to know whether there's any way for you to find out how many Placer County residents are outside of our Placer County hospitals. Because I know when I had certain insurances, I had to go to hospitals in Citrus Heights and Sacramento. So I'd like to know whether those people are counted in any of the Placer County numbers. Also, I do agree that I think the new dashboard makes our numbers look better, giving our residents a false sense that somehow our numbers are going down. I've already seen that on multiple platforms like Facebook and Nextdoor. People are like, oh, look, our numbers are down. So it would be nice if there was a way to differentiate the days when the numbers are changing so that we can tell, oh, hey, we should look back at 4 days ago because that number went up. That's one thing. Also, I would like to ask Dr. Sisson if she would speak a moment about recovery from COVID, because I've been reading more and more about people who, yes, are recovered, they're not in the hospital anymore, and they have not passed from COVID, but they are suffering from long-term problems that we don't know if whether they're permanent or whether they're just, the next few weeks. So I would like her to discuss that if she could. And another thing is, I understand that we want our businesses open. I've been staying home since March for the most part, except for maybe groceries and going out to very, very few times. I want this all to be over with. I think we all want this to be over with. And I think if the board would focus more on how to get those numbers down rather than constantly harping on how we get our businesses open. We all want our businesses open, but that's not going to be able to happen until we get this under control, and that means getting our numbers down, and that means people doing the things that they're supposed to do. And as much as I would like to think that people are going to do the things that they should be doing just because we're adults and we should be doing it, obviously that's not happening.
Suzanne, could you wrap up your call, please?
Without masks on, you see even restaurant waitresses and people serving food not wearing masks. So yes, it would be nice if people did what they needed to do, but they're not. So instead of focusing constantly on how we get our businesses open, how do we get our businesses open, how do we get our...
Would you please wrap up your call?
Getting people to do what they need to do.
Thank you very much. We're going to ask people to stick to 3 minutes.
They should be doing, like wearing face masks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just a reminder, folks, we are asking you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. We appreciate it. Next caller, please.
Caller, please state your name for the record. Caller, please state your name for the record.
I don't know, is this somebody here in my line?
Yes. Please go ahead.
This is Joe Fatula. I'm a city councilman for the city of Colfax.
Hi, Joe.
Hey, so I'm looking at this data on the Placer County's website that shows the COVID updates. And I got to tell you guys, I'm very disappointed about seeing this chart the way it shows. In the upper left-hand corner, it says there were 1,753 cases and 68 new cases added yesterday, which when most people look at this looks like a disaster. If you actually look at the data that's contained in the new cases by collection date, what you see is absolutely tremendous progress in Placer County, in that the rate is dropping dramatically. In fact, it's dropping at the rate, the slope on that curve is about 3.75 cases per day, which is like historic. This is a tremendous job that the county's doing. So I'm just trying to understand how you can take such good data and present it in a way that it looks bad. That's my perspective on this.
Thank you for your call, Joe. Next caller, please.
We have no more public comment.
And no call, or we have any Zoom?
Lindsay West just raised her hand. Give me a moment. Lindsay, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, this is Lindsay West. I live in Roseville. I just wanted to add, hopefully a fairly brief comment, add to the chorus that I don't have a problem, well, I do have a problem with the data in its new presentation, but the layout of the new dashboard obfuscates a lot of important information. It felt like the data the week previous with the updates of the percentage of beds available, hospitalizations, what county people are in, et cetera, that was actually meaningful and informative. And I really appreciated the information. I know a lot of neighbors here also appreciate the information, and a lot of them feel similar to me, that the way the layout is of the new information is not very helpful. It's very hard to read. It's hard to get the pertinent information. I would love for that information to be changed in terms of the layout. In terms of the data itself, I think it was already kind of addressed that there's a significant lag. And if we're going to continue to move forward with presenting data by date collected, since we have a huge lag in terms of the test results, it would be helpful to incorporate into the way the data is presented on the dashboard that shows how many tests were collected on a date, how many test results are still outstanding, not just this is how many positives we have, because I think it gives a false impression of our numbers when, if you look at like yesterday's dates, it's still missing a good chunk of test results, whether that be positive or negative. So I hope that can be remedied, and just kind of add to the other voices who have said that I'm really hopeful that our county can start doing more to bring our cases under control. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your call. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else on Zoom? And I appreciate the feedback on the new dashboard, because I actually liked it and found it helpful, but it sounds like it's maybe not working for everyone, so I think IT has their work cut out for them.
Suzanne, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, Suzanne Eckes. I live in Roseville. First thing I would like to say is, as someone who would like to support our local restaurants and that kind of thing, there's a great program that was rolled out called Great Plates, which was announced, I think, on April 24th, and it is to provide meals for homebound seniors. And it is partnering with local restaurants and provides up to $66 a day for those restaurants to deliver meals to seniors. As someone who cares for an elder who is very susceptible to getting COVID and dying from COVID, I've been trying to get on this list. So I did a little bit of exploration. I know that in the overtime today, one of the things that was going to be addressed was whether to refund that program. I'd like to know how we can get some accountability on that, because I have been unable to get on this list. And I think it's a remarkable way to help both our vulnerable population and the businesses that we all care about so much. 8 local businesses were approved to be on that list. That's my understanding. So I'd appreciate it if the board could look into that a little bit more. That would be great. I also would like to register my disapproval of this concern about how many residents are county residents or not. These hospitals, yes, they're businesses. Yes, they bring a lot of tax dollars into our community as well. I believe that is just something to split hairs, and that is really disturbing. Thirdly, I would like to say that in terms of deaths versus living with COVID, I really echo Suzanne Tupper's comment that living with this disease afterward can be horrible from everything that we've read. So it's not just about death. And of course, it is about the stress that this is causing on our communities, and we all care about that. We all want that to go away. So let's see if we can get our businesses open. Let's continue to wear masks so they can stay open, and stop splitting hairs in this way that is not helpful to any of us and does not solve any problems other than upping Kirk Uller's social media profile. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comments?
We do not have any more comments.
All right, we'll bring it back. For the last caller, we actually had an update about the Great Plates program. I'll do that quickly before we have Dr. Sisson. I had a very lengthy conversation with staff a couple of times about whether or not we had enough residents who could qualify for that program. It was very limited. And if we already had different programs in place, we weren't eligible for the Great Plates program. There are actually, I think, 38 of the 58 counties did not choose to take that funding because it was too difficult to actually make the program work based on the qualifications. I think it was probably workable for large counties, but for smaller counties, it did not work. So if there is an interest and folks have needs for food, you can dial 211 to ask further questions. There are some senior meal programs and some lists there where people can get some assistance, and we will see how we can assist people there. But unfortunately, that Great Plates program did not work for our county. Supervisor Wygant?
Yeah, Bonnie, I got a 5 o'clock call, so I got to leave. And I was asking you if we could close the meeting in memory of Tom Kristoff, our prior Air Pollution Control District officer. He came to the Air District, I think, about 2000 and really turned it around and made it a leading organization in the state and had a courageous fight with ALS, but great personal friend of mine too, so I think in his honor, I'd like to make those comments and close the meeting in his honor.
Thank you.
And I apologize that I have to leave.
All right, we will let you go. We will make sure when we do close, we will close it in his honor.
Thank you.
We did continue a closed session today. Are we still going to have it?
We still have a continued closed session.
We're going to go into that.
Yes, if you're finished with your call, don't leave. All right, thank you. All right, so Dr. Sisson, there were a couple of questions, and if you could answer a few of those, I certainly appreciate it. I know we've gone long.
Sure. I just want to acknowledge and appreciate the feedback that public health has received on the new dashboard. We've already made some changes based on feedback. You'll see it today. We added a box that shows how many cases were added from the previous day, because you can no longer get that information by hovering over the last date on the bar graph. So we will continue to hear this feedback and incorporate it into improvements. We're currently working on how to make the dashboard more mobile friendly, and also just providing some tips for folks who are using it on their mobile phones, because I was running into trouble, and then my staff told me, oh, you just need to double click and reset the graph. And I was like, oh, okay. So I think it's multifactorial. It's new and it's going to take some getting used to. And I think that there's an education component, and there's also opportunities for it to be improved. And so we are working on that. One caller asked what the most important metric is, and I think all the metrics are important. That's why they're all on the dashboard. But I think if there's one number to follow that indicates how Placer County is doing on controlling COVID, that number for me would be the 14-day case rate per 100,000 residents. So that is what I track the most closely to monitor how we're doing. An additional caller asked how many Placer County residents are hospitalized outside of Placer County. As I indicated during my presentation, 21 of our cases are currently hospitalized anywhere. And actually, I better let me make sure those numbers match. As of yesterday, there was one case that we were aware of who was hospitalized outside of Placer County. So, of course, we don't get reports from every hospital in California telling us whether Placer County residents are hospitalized there. So these are only identified as hospitalizations either as part of the case investigation, if they happen to be hospitalized at the time that call is made, or if the hospital notifies public health. So I can't guarantee that we're capturing everybody who's a Placer County resident who is hospitalized outside of Placer County's 3 hospitals. But as of yesterday, that was one. Somebody asked a question about recovery from COVID, and I think it's a fair point that when we on our dashboard, we talk about recovered or likely recovered, and that's in the sense of no longer being infectious or presumed to no longer be infectious after 14 days if they're not in the hospital. But there certainly are long-lasting effects from infection with COVID-19, such that you may no longer be infectious, but you may experience symptoms. There are reports of a post-COVID syndrome with a wide range of symptoms, including fatigue, but many others that some of the people infected most early on in the epidemic, they're now 90 days out from their infection and they're still experiencing ongoing symptoms. So I think it is important to note, often we focus on mortality numbers and assume that, that is the worst outcome from COVID-19, but we're seeing long hospitalizations, we're seeing people who have long recoveries after hospitalization, and then we're seeing people who have ongoing symptoms for months. So it's really important to not focus just on the mortality of COVID, but also the morbidity and the disability created by prior infection. The only other point that I just wanted to provide a clarification that one of the callers had asked if public health could indicate on the dashboard how many tests were outstanding that were collected on a given date. And it's not possible to report that because we only know that a specimen has been collected when we get the results of that test, whether it's positive or negative. So there's no way of public health knowing through our current data collection systems how many tests are pending. That would require communication with every laboratory, and it would not be feasible.
All right, thank you. Cindy, did you have a question?
Yes, Dr. Sisson, I forgot to ask earlier, and maybe through this discussion it's come up. So we're changing how we report the cases when they're reported versus when collected. The state metrics, both on case rate per 100,000 and testing positivity rate, is that based on when it's reported or when it's collected, the specimens?
It's neither.
Oh.
The state uses episode date, which in some cases may be the collection date. The episode date is defined as the earliest date associated with a case in the CalReady reporting system. So depending on how much investigation has been done on a case or whether the case was symptomatic or not, that episode date might be their specimen collection date, it might be their symptom onset date. So that is what CDPH uses. Placer County has elected to report collection date so that we are presenting the same date for every case. We think that is a more accurate reflection and a consistent reflection of disease transmission in the community.
So it's when it's collected now is what we should be monitoring on this 14-day state threshold, our progress.
Well,
But
that
you're
is
saying the
what,
state
that
did.
is what Placer County is monitoring. The state is monitoring based on episode dates. So there is not 100% agreement between those two numbers. They are now closer than they were when we used reporting date, but it
Okay.
is not a 100% match.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question on that.
Sure.
Thank you, Doctor, for that clarification. A quick question on that. So if they're recording episode date, I think in your definition you said, however, that episode date changes based on information that they gather.
It could. A case's episode date could change.
So-
You know, if the test was, if it was first reported, as with the specimen collection date, we get that from the lab slip. But after a case interview, you could learn that that case's symptom onset was 10 days before their specimen was collected. So then that episode date would change. It would be 10 days earlier than the specimen collection date.
Okay.
And that is just one of the many reasons why we use specimen collection date, because that will not change.
Yeah, no, I get that. That makes all the sense in the world for us, and I appreciate you doing that. What I'm concerned about is we're fairly close on the cusp of this rolling average, and if it's today, the state looking at the collection date, which was last week, and on that particular day, it put us over the threshold, but then they go and change it retroactively back to 2 weeks ago when they first discovered or had symptoms, and that would have dropped us under the threshold. Do we get the credit for that?
Well, I will say that there's a 3-day lag in both our measure as well as the state's measure. So that 3 days really should capture the time that the case investigation takes place. So you really shouldn't see, it would be a rare exception where there would be a shift after somebody were already posted to the dashboard. And certainly it could happen in either direction.
Okay, then I must have misunderstood, because I thought what you said was, if we discover somebody's positive, a contact tracer gets a hold, and we record them, because that's our occurrence, is that positive test. And so that's the episode date for the state at that point. And then a contact tracer gets a hold of them, and 2 days later they return the call, and they find out 2 days later that it was actually a week prior or 2 weeks prior they had the onset of symptoms, that becomes the episode date. Would it not take them out of that date that they were reported of the positive test and move them to that date 2 weeks ago for the symptoms? Hopefully you understand my concern here is, if we're moving from something to something, do we get the benefit if it inures to our favor? That's all I care about.
The state's calculated 14-day case rate is constantly shifting. So if the case rate that was reported yesterday for the 14 days prior to that 3-day lag, if you were to go back and calculate it today based on those same dates, you would get a different number, because cases are getting added. So it is a shifting number constantly. But we're only judged on the 14-day case rate with the 3-day lag at on that given day. So we don't get judged retroactively. If you were to see the retroactive numbers, our case rate has been as high as 140 by the time that the cases get added in later because of the delays in testing. So in many cases, it's actually worked out in our favor that there are these delays.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sisson. Appreciate you answering all these questions. Thank you for your time. Fortunately, we don't have a board meeting next week. So far. All right. So with that, we have to finish up our closed session item, and I'll have you read that.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider one item of anticipated litigation, which was continued from yesterday's board agenda to today.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, we have finished up with closed session. I'll have our county council report out.
The board met in closed session to consider one item of anticipated litigation. The board heard a report and provided direction. This concludes the report out of closed session.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, we will adjourn in honor of Tom Kristoff. And with that, we are adjourned. We will be back. Our next board meeting is August 25th. Thank you.